In the next few hours, you'll witness a betrayal so devastating it splits our survivors apart in a zombie-infested wasteland, a moral choice that haunts every step through the rubble, and a starvation so cruel it pushes two people beyond their breaking point. Welcome to The Long Fade, your bedtime escape into a world where every dawn brings new screams, every shadow hides a threat, and every decision could be your last. I'm going to take you through the full audiobook, the entire story of Nora and Jaxon's fight for survival, but fair warning, you might find yourself questioning what you would do when faced with the same impossible choices. But before we dive in, consider hitting that like button and subscribing if you haven't already. Let us know where you're watching from and what time it is. We'd love to hear from you. Without further ado, let's get started. The Long Fade. Chapter 1, City Screams at Dawn. The metal screams before the glass breaks. Nora moves through the supermarket aisles like water finding its way downhill. Her boots know this dance. Step over the scattered cans, duck under the hanging wires, listen for the sound that means run. The sound comes. It starts as a moan from somewhere in the cereal aisle, then another from behind the pharmacy counter. The infected don't coordinate, but they share the same hunger, and hunger has its own intelligence. She slides the crowbar from her belt. The metal feels cold even through her gloves. 8 months of carrying it, and the weight still surprises her. 8 months, and she still thinks of it as a tool for pulling nails, instead of opening skulls. Jaxon crouches beside the medicine display. His hands work fast through the bottles. Antibiotics go in the pack. Pain pills follow. The rest stay scattered on the floor like dice thrown by a gambler who's already lost. The first infected rounds the corner of aisle 7. It moves wrong. Everything about it moves wrong. The legs bend at angles that legs shouldn't bend. The head tilts like a broken flower on a broken stem. But the eyes work fine. The eyes see Nora and Jaxon and remember what eyes are for. Derek should be watching the doors. Derek should be calling out the positions. Derek should be doing a lot of things, but Derek is running. His footsteps echo from the loading dock and fade into the gray morning beyond. The sound of his panic draws more infected from the shadows. They come from the dairy section. From behind the customer service desk. From places that used to hold people buying groceries and milk and birthday cards and small ordinary things that made life feel normal. Now they hold something else. Nora swings the crowbar and feels it connect. The impact travels up her arms and settles in her shoulders where she'll carry it for hours. The infected falls but doesn't stay down. Nothing stays down anymore unless you make it stay down. Jaxon's knife finds the base of the skull. Clean. Quick. Practiced. They've done this dance before. More moans from the front of the store. More footsteps that drag and shuffle and never quite find their rhythm. Derek's panic call has brought them from blocks away. The infected have time now, all the time in the world. We need to move, Jaxon says. But the back exit leads through the stockroom, and the stockroom has no windows. No way to see what waits in the delivery bay. Derek might have led them right into the arms of friends who used to unload trucks and joke about overtime and complain about their backs. The infected pile against the front windows. Their faces press flat against the glass like children watching snowfall. But these children have been buried too long. These children have learned new hungers. The glass holds for now. Nora counts the bottles in Jaxon's pack. 12 antibiotics. Maybe enough to trade for safe passage somewhere. Maybe enough to keep them breathing another week. The infected at the windows begin to push. Not against the glass, but against each other. The ones in back climb over the ones in front. They build a pyramid of need and want and endless appetite. They don't plan this, they just hunger, and hunger finds a way. The glass begins to bend. We go now, Nora says. They run for the stockroom as the windows come apart behind them. The sound follows them into the darkness. Glass on concrete. Footsteps that belong to people who forgot how to be people. Voices that never learned to speak the new language. The stockroom smells like cardboard and fear. Someone was here recently. Someone who left empty boxes scattered like promises nobody kept. Someone who had time to be careful about noise until they didn't have time anymore. The loading dock door stands open. Beyond it waits morning light and empty streets and the kind of silence that means death or worse than death. The delivery trucks sit where their drivers left them 8 months ago. Doors open, keys still in the ignition, cargo rotting in the heat and cold and rain and sun of a world that stopped caring about schedules. Jaxon goes first. He moves like he learned to move in places where moving wrong meant not moving anymore. His rifle sweeps the parking lot in slow arcs, looking for the things that hide in plain sight, looking for the things that used to be neighbors. Nothing moves except the wind. They cross the parking lot at a walk, too fast and they make noise, too slow and the infected from the store catch up. It's always about timing now. Everything is about timing, and most people never learn to count the beats between life and everything else. The fence around the shopping center has gaps, big enough for people, big enough for the things that used to be people. Derek went through one of these gaps, and now Derek is gone, and gone means gone. They reach the gap just as the screaming starts. Not the metal screaming of breaking glass, but the other kind. The kind that comes from throats that remember how to hurt even when they forget how to heal. Derek's voice carries across 3 blocks of empty houses and abandoned cars. Derek found something he couldn't run from. Derek learned what happens when running stops working. The screaming cuts off like a radio switching stations. Nora looks at Jaxon. Jaxon looks back. They both know what the silence means. They both know that Derek won't be watching anyone's doors anymore. The infected pour through the broken supermarket windows like water through a dam that decided to quit its job. They spread across the parking lot in a wave of need and hunger and endless patient wanting. Some of them turn toward the fence gap. Some of them remember Derek's scream and follow the echo. Some of them just follow the others because following is easier than choosing. Nora and Jaxon run. They run through streets that used to have names, past houses that used to have families, through yards where children used to play games that children made up when games were still something children could make up. The city stretches around them like a broken promise someone tried to keep too long. Behind them, the infected spread through the morning like spilled milk, finding the cracks in everything. Ahead waits the rest of the day, the rest of the week, the rest of whatever this is now. Jackson's pack bounces against his back. 12 bottles of medicine rattling like dice in a cup, like bones in a bag, like hope measured out in careful doses. They run until the screaming fades. They run until their breath comes hard and fast. They run until running becomes the only prayer they know. The sun climbs higher and the shadows grow shorter, and somewhere in the distance Derek stops being Derek and becomes something else. Something that remembers hunger but forgets names. Something that will follow their scent when the wind is right. Something that used to know how to watch doors. Chapter 2, Shadows in the Rubble. The city remembers what it used to be. You can see it in the crosswalk signals that still blink their patient rhythm. Red hand, white walker, red hand, white walker. Nobody crossing but the signals keep faith anyway. Keep counting down the seconds for people who stopped counting time in seconds. Nora picks her way through the debris on Fifth Avenue. Glass and concrete and pieces of things that had names before the world forgot names mattered. Her boots find the quiet spots between the broken glass. 8 months of practice and she moves like a cat who learned to walk on water. The infected hunt by sound mostly. Sound and smell and something else that nobody understands yet. Some kind of knowing that passes between them like a shared fever dream. Like a memory they all have of being hungry. She stops beside an overturned bus. The windows are gone and the seats are scattered, and something dark stains the floor in patterns that used to be passengers. People who were riding the number 12 to downtown jobs and coffee shop meetings and doctor appointments that seemed important then. The stain has faded from red to brown to something that might be rust, if you want to believe in rust. Movement in the apartment building across the street. Not infected movement. Too careful. Too quiet. The infected make noise because noise doesn't matter when you're already past caring about consequences. This movement has thought behind it. Purpose. Maybe Jaxon. Maybe someone else who remembers how to be careful. Maybe someone who remembers how to be dangerous. She counts the windows on the third floor, tries to map the movement against the building's layout. Someone is searching apartments, going room to room with the kind of patience that means they know what they're looking for. Jaxon went east toward the river, said he'd check the warehouse district for usable supplies, said he'd be back before the afternoon hunt started. The infected get restless when the sun begins to sink. Something about the light changing makes them remember they have legs. The movement stops. A curtain twitches on the fourth floor. Not wind, not accident. Someone pulling back fabric to get a better look at the street. At her. She slides deeper into the bus's shadow. The metal smells like rust and rain and the particular kind of emptiness that settles into places where people used to gather, where people used to complain about being late for work. The curtain moves again. This time she sees fingers, pale against the dark fabric, holding steady like someone who knows how to use cover, like someone who learned to watch without being watched. Not Jaxon's fingers. She knows Jaxon's hands, knows the scar across his right knuckles where he caught a blade wrong during the early days, knows the way he holds things like he expects them to break. These fingers belong to someone else, someone who's been watching her watch the street. She could move deeper into the bus, follow the aisle toward the back exit, come up somewhere else and circle around to see who owns those fingers. But circling takes time, and time means Jaxon might come back to find her gone. Time means the afternoon hunt starts without both of them in the same place. Time means making choices with too little information and living with what those choices bring. She decides to wait. The sun moves across the broken street like honey poured slow and careful. The shadows shift and dance and find new shapes to hide behind. The crosswalk signal keeps its faithful count. Red hand, white walker, red hand, a sound from behind the bus, footsteps on broken glass, someone trying to be quiet but not knowing that broken glass always tells the truth, that concrete holds sound like a cup holds water. She grips the crowbar and counts the steps. 3 people, maybe 4, moving with purpose but not coordination, not infected then. The infected move like a flock of birds that forgot how to fly. These footsteps have individual rhythms, individual ideas about how to approach a bus with someone hiding behind it. She could run. The bus has exits front and rear, and the street offers a dozen escape routes. But running means noise, and noise brings the infected from whatever holes they've found to sleep through the day. Running means choosing between known danger and whatever might be hunting in the shadows. The footsteps stop. A voice carries around the bus's bulk. Young, male, scared but trying not to sound scared. We know you're there. She doesn't answer. We're not infected. We're just looking for supplies. Still doesn't answer. Words are commitment, and commitment is the first step toward trusting people who might not deserve trust. Derek taught her that lesson. Derek, who ran when running meant leaving his friends to face the teeth and claws and endless appetite. Please, we haven't eaten in 2 days. The voice cracks on the last word. Real hunger, real fear. But real doesn't mean safe. Real hungry people do desperate things. Real scared people make choices that hurt everyone involved. She shifts position, moves toward the bus's rear exit, keeps the crowbar ready and her breathing quiet. Another voice joins the first. Older. Female. We saw you have supplies in your pack. The pack holds antibiotics and pain medication and water purification tablets. Things worth more than food in a world where infection means becoming something that hunts your friends. Things worth killing for, if killing seems easier than dying. We'll trade, the woman says. We have information. Information about what? Nora asks. About the safe zone, about the radio signals, about what's really happening in the eastern districts. The eastern districts burned 3 months ago. Military napalm strikes that turn 6 square miles into glass and ash, and the kind of silence that means nothing ever grows there again. Information about ash isn't worth much, but information about safe zones might be. Come around where I can see you, she says. 3 figures emerge from behind a delivery truck. 2 men and a woman, young enough to still believe in luck, old enough to know luck runs out. The woman holds a shotgun like she knows which end the shells come from. The men carry knives and the kind of nervous energy that comes from too much adrenaline and not enough sleep. They look hungry, but not desperate. They look scared, but not panicked. They look like people who might be telling the truth, or people who've learned to lie convincingly. We heard the radio broadcast last night, the woman says. Someone claiming to have a fortified settlement, clean water, medical supplies, security. Everyone's heard broadcasts like that, Nora says. This one was different. They knew things, specific things about the infection patterns, about how the military response failed. The men nod agreement. One of them has a fresh bandage around his left hand. Clean white cloth that suggests they have medical supplies of their own, or access to someone who does wear, she asks. North of the city, past the quarantine zone. They're calling it Haven Point. Haven Point, like something from a tourism brochure for a place where families take vacations and children build sandcastles and nobody thinks about hunger or infection or the sound teeth make when they find flesh. Show me, she says. The woman reaches into her jacket, slow and careful, pulls out a folded piece of paper, a hand-drawn map with roads and landmarks and the kind of detail that takes time to create. Time someone spent believing the map mattered. Time someone spent believing they might live long enough to use it. Nora studies the map, the distances, the route through territory she knows and territory she doesn't. Places marked as clear and places marked with skulls and crossbones like a pirate's treasure chart. Places marked as uncertain. This could be accurate, she says. It could be a trap. It could be wishful thinking drawn by someone who needed hope more than truth. We're leaving at dawn, the woman says. You and your partner are welcome to join us. 4 people travel easier than 2. 4 people can take watches and share supplies and cover more ground in less time. 4 people can also make more noise and attract more attention and turn a quiet escape into a running battle. 4 people means trusting strangers with her life and Jackson's life and the 12 bottles of medicine that might be their ticket to something better. I'll think about it, she says. The woman nods, points to a building across the street, red brick apartment complex with intact windows and a clear view of the approaches. We'll be there tonight. 3rd floor, red door. They walk away like people who've made their offer and don't plan to beg. Like people who have other options if this one doesn't work out. Or like people who know begging shows weakness and weakness draws predators. Nora watches them disappear into the maze of abandoned cars and broken storefronts. The city swallows them like water swallowing stones, like night swallowing day. The afternoon hunt will start soon. Jaxon should be back any minute. The sun continues its slow journey toward the horizon, and the shadows grow longer, and somewhere in the distance something howls. Not human, not animal. Something in between that learned to voice its hunger in frequencies that carry for miles. The crosswalk signal keeps counting. Red hand, white walker, red hand. Like a heartbeat for a city that forgot how to have a pulse. Chapter 3. Echoes of the Lost. Jaxon comes back carrying silence like a jacket he can't take off. His pack hangs lighter on his shoulders, the kind of light that means empty-handed, empty promises. The warehouse district yielded nothing but rust and the smell of things that died slowly in corners where sunlight never reaches. But he came back. Derek ran and didn't come back. Derek learned what happens when courage fails, and feet remember they were made for running instead of standing ground. Jaxon sets down his rifle and checks the action like a man examining a prayer he's not sure still works. Clean the bolt. Count the rounds. Make sure the parts that matter still move when movement means the difference between breathing and becoming something that hunts breath in others. Found something, he says. He doesn't mean supplies. His pack hangs too light for supplies. Doesn't mean weapons or medicine or any of the concrete things that keep people breathing when breathing becomes a deliberate choice. Means something else. Someone pulled me out of trouble near the docks, he says. Infected had me pinned in a loading bay. No way out except through them, and through them meant joining them. He sits on a chunk of concrete that used to be part of a wall, part of something built to last. Everything used to be built to last, and now lasting means 8 months instead of 8 decades. Woman with silver hair, military jacket, moved like she knew what she was doing. Nora waits. Words come easier when nobody pushes for them. Silence makes space for truth, and truth comes when it's ready. Never seen her before, Jaxon continues. Never seen anyone move like that. Like the infected were just another weather pattern she'd learned to work around. The city holds thousands of people who learned to adapt, who figured out how to be quiet and careful and deadly when deadly became a survival skill. Most of them learned alone. Most of them stay alone. Trust is expensive when the price of trusting wrong is becoming something that feeds on trust. She said her name was Alina, Jaxon says. Said she's been tracking us for 3 days. Tracking means knowing their routes, their habits, the places they sleep and the times they move and the sounds they make when they think nobody's listening. Tracking means watching without being watched. Why? Nora asks. She thinks we're heading toward something dangerous, something we don't understand yet. The safe zone. Haven Point. The radio broadcasts that promise clean water and security and medical supplies and all the things that sound too good to exist in a world where good things mostly don't. Jaxon pulls a piece of paper from his pocket. Not a map this time. A photograph. Old and creased and handled by fingers that wanted to remember something worth remembering. She gave me this, he says. The photograph shows a fence. High and strong and topped with wire that looks sharp enough to cut careless fingers. Behind the fence stand buildings. Clean buildings with unbroken windows and smoke rising from chimneys like a sign that people still remember how to make fire for warmth instead of destruction. It looks like sanctuary. It looks like hope rendered in concrete and steel and the kind of planning that takes months to execute. It looks like the place every survivor dreams about finding. Turn it over, Jaxon says. The back of the photograph bears writing in neat black ink, a date from 6 months ago. Before the eastern districts burned, before the military stopped answering radio calls, before the government broadcasts switched from evacuation orders to emergency frequencies that broadcast nothing but static. Below the date, 3 words: they harvest people. Nora studies the photograph again, the clean buildings and unbroken windows and the fence that could be keeping things out or keeping things in. The fence could be protection. The fence could be a cage. The smoke rising from the chimneys could be warmth and comfort, and the ordinary miracle of people cooking meals for each other. The smoke could be something else. Elena left before I could ask questions, Jaxon says. Moved like smoke herself, there one moment and gone the next. He folds the photograph and puts it back in his pocket like a man storing evidence he hopes he'll never need to use. The apartment building across the street shows lights in third-floor windows. Not electric lights. Those stopped working when the power grid learned what happens when nobody shows up to work. Maintenance shifts, candlelight, oil lamps, the kind of illumination that comes from burning things that can be replaced if you know where to look for replacements. The three strangers from this afternoon, the woman with the shotgun and the hand-drawn map, and the promises about Haven Point being different from all the other promises that turned out to be mistakes. They're probably sharing whatever food they managed to scavenge, probably planning their route north through territory that might be clear, or might be crawling with infected, or might be controlled by people who learn to be more dangerous than infected. Probably believing in their map the way people used to believe in tomorrow. We could join them, Nora says. 4 people instead of 2. Shared watches and shared supplies and shared risk. The mathematics of survival suggests that groups live longer than individuals. The mathematics don't account for betrayal, don't account for people like Derek who run when running means leaving friends to face the darkness alone. Don't account for the photograph in Jackson's pocket and the woman named Elena who moves like smoke and watches from shadows and knows things about Haven Point that Haven Point probably doesn't advertise on their radio broadcasts. Or we could go alone, she continues. 2 people who know each other's rhythms, who've learned to move together like dancers who rehearse the same routine until muscle memory replaced conscious thought. 2 people who've already survived 8 months of choices that killed almost everyone else. 2 people who trust each other because trust is the only currency they have left. The candle lights flicker in the apartment windows. The strangers probably discussing route options and supply requirements and the optimistic assumption that they'll live long enough to need supplies. Probably not discussing the photograph. Probably not considering that some promises are designed to gather people into convenient groups for purposes that have nothing to do with rescue. The radio static starts just after sunset, not the clean static of empty frequencies, but the irregular bursts that means someone's trying to broadcast something, trying to push signal through interference and distance and the electronic ghosts of a communication grid that died 8 months ago. Jackson adjusts the radio frequency, hunts for the clear spot between the noise, the sweet spot, where voices emerge from the electronic fog like islands rising from the sea. Haven Point calling any survivors, the voice sounds young, female, professional in the way that radio announcers used to sound when radio announcers had careers instead of just hopes that someone somewhere might be listening. Safe passage available for verified survivors. Verified how? Nora wonders. What kind of verification do you need to prove you're still human when being human has become a temporary condition subject to change without notice? Medical facilities, clean water, sustainable agriculture, all the words that mean civilization, all the promises that suggest someone somewhere managed to build something worth protecting instead of just surviving day to day like refugees from their own lives. Coordinates follow, numbers that match the hand-drawn map. Longitude and latitude expressed in the precise language of GPS satellites that stopped updating their clocks when the people who maintain satellite systems found more pressing concerns. But the coordinates match. Either the strangers got their information from the same source, or they got their information from this source, or someone wants multiple groups of people to believe the same set of numbers represent salvation. The broadcast repeats. Same voice, same words, same coordinates, same promise that could be truth or could be bait, depending on who's doing the promising and why they need people to believe in places called Haven Point. The lights in the apartment building go out one by one, the strangers settling in for sleep and the long watches that divide the night into manageable pieces, taking turns listening for the sounds that mean danger found their hiding place. Taking turns believing their map leads somewhere worth reaching. Jaxon folds the radio antenna and wraps the receiver in cloth that muffles any sounds the electronics might make when electronics decide to make noise. "We decide in the morning," he says. "Morning will bring new information or confirm old suspicions or reveal that some decisions can't be postponed just because all the options look dangerous. Morning will test whether trust means following strangers toward promises that might be true, or whether trust means staying together and finding their own path through a world that specializes in breaking paths and the people who try to follow them." The city settles into its nightly rhythm of distant sounds and closer silences. Somewhere infected move through empty streets following scents and sounds, and whatever invisible threads connect hunger to its eventual satisfaction. Somewhere survivors make similar choices about trust and hope and the dangerous mathematics of believing in tomorrow. Somewhere, Alina watches from shadows and knows things she hasn't shared yet about fences and photographs, and the difference between rescue and harvest. The night keeps its own counsel. The night offers no opinions about Haven Point, or the wisdom of trusting maps drawn by strangers. The night just counts hours until dawn brings the necessity of choosing which direction leads toward living another day. Chapter 4. Hunger's Cruel Grip. The hunger starts in the belly and spreads outward like spilled ink on wet paper. Nora counts the remaining food bars. 3 left. Calories measured in careful portions and distributed according to the mathematics of survival. How much energy does it take to walk 10 miles? How much does it take to fight off infected when fighting becomes the only option left? How much does it take to keep thinking clearly when clear thinking means the difference between making smart choices and making the kind of choices that feed other people's hunger instead of your own? Jackson's belt hangs looser around his waist, 2 notches past where it hung 8 months ago, when belts were fashion accessories instead of measurements of how long the body can burn itself for fuel. His hands shake slightly when he thinks nobody's watching. Not fear, not nerves. The particular tremor that comes when blood sugar drops below the threshold where hands remember how to hold weapons steady. They decided to travel alone. The strangers in the apartment building left at dawn, heading north with their hand-drawn map and their shared optimism and their belief that 4 people could reach Haven Point before their supplies ran out or their luck did. Nora and Jaxon went east toward the industrial district where rumors suggested someone had established a trading post, where medicine and ammunition and food might be available in exchange for things they could spare. If they had things they could spare, if the trading post existed, if the rumors held more truth than hope, the hospital sits like a broken tooth against the morning sky. 5 stories of shattered windows and empty corridors and the particular silence that fills places where people used to come when they needed healing. When healing was something doctors could provide instead of something that happened or didn't happen according to chance and constitution and the body's stubborn refusal to quit. But hospitals keep medicine even when they can't keep patients. Medicine locked behind pharmacy doors and security gates, and the assumption that people would respect property rights even when property rights became just another thing the world forgot how to maintain. The infected learn to pick locks by accident, by persistence, by the endless patience of creatures who have nothing but time and hunger, and the memory of doors that used to keep them away from what they wanted. The pharmacy door hangs open like a mouth that forgot how to close. Inside, shelves picked clean by 8 months of desperate people making desperate trades with their own mortality. Nothing left but empty bottles and scattered papers and the ghost scent of antiseptic that lingers in places dedicated to fighting infection before infection learned to fight back. But they have to look, Have to check every cabinet and storage room and hidden space where someone might have stashed supplies against a day when supplies would matter more than money or credit ratings or health insurance plans. Jaxon moves through the hospital corridors like a man walking through his own funeral. Quiet steps, careful breathing, the kind of attention that comes when every sound might be the last sound you choose to make. The infected like hospitals. Something about the smell draws them. The lingering chemistry of medicine and fear, and the particular desperation of people who came here believing white coats and medical degrees could fix problems that turned out to be beyond fixings. Or maybe they just remember being patients. Remember waiting in emergency rooms and surgery prep areas and recovery wards. Remember the feeling of being cared for by people whose job was caring. Remember when caring was someone's job instead of just an occasional miracle. A sound from the second floor. Not infected movement. Too rhythmic. Too purposeful. Someone else searching the same empty rooms for the same vanished supplies. Someone else believing hospital pharmacies might hold answers to questions about staying alive when staying alive requires more than hope and determination. Jaxon signals for quiet, points toward the stairwell. They'll circle around, come up behind whoever's making noise, and hope whoever's making noise hasn't brought friends who know how to be quiet. The stairwell smells like urine and fear and the particular mustiness of places where air doesn't move anymore, where ventilation systems shut down when power grids decided they had better things to do than keep air fresh in buildings where freshness had become irrelevant. Second floor, pediatric ward, rooms designed for children, beds sized for small bodies, walls painted in colors that used to suggest hope and healing, and the possibility that sick children might become healthy children if everyone tried hard enough. Now the walls just suggest that hope was always more fragile than anyone wanted to admit. The sounds come from the nurse's station, someone going through filing cabinets and desk drawers and storage areas with the systematic thoroughness of experience. Not infected then. Infected don't file things, don't organize their searches according to logical principles. This is someone who knows how hospitals work, who understands where valuable things get stored when valuable means life or death instead of profit margins. Nora edges around the corner. A woman kneels beside an overturned medicine cart. Gray hair pulled back in a ponytail, military jacket faded but clean, hands that move with surgical precision through scattered bottles and medical supplies. Elena, the woman who saved Jaxon at the docks, who gave him the photograph of Haven Point and the 3 words that turned promises into warnings. Who moves like smoke and knows things she hasn't shared about fences and harvest and the difference between rescue and trap. Elena looks up as if she expected company. "You're making too much noise," she says. Her voice carries the kind of authority that comes from years of making decisions in situations where wrong decisions have permanent consequences. Military. Medical. Some combination that taught her to move quietly and think clearly and assess threats with the cold efficiency of someone who survived by being better at survival than the things trying to ensure she didn't. "The infected will be here soon," Elena continues. "This place draws them like honey draws flies." She stands and shoulders a pack that bulges with medical supplies. Real supplies. Not the empty bottles and expired medications that most scavengers find when they search abandoned hospitals. Supplies that suggest she knows where hospitals keep their reserve stock, their emergency cache, the medicine they held back for disasters that turned out to be exactly this disaster. "Where did you find that?" Jaxon asks. Elena smiles. Not happiness. The expression that doctors use when patients ask questions about treatments they can't afford. Basement level. Sub-basement, actually. Where they stored the really serious drugs, the ones for conditions that require controlled substances and careful monitoring and the kind of medical intervention that costs more than most people make in a year. She starts walking toward the exit. Moves like someone who knows the infected are coming and has calculated exactly how much time remains before leaving becomes running. You can follow me, or you can stay here and explain to them why you're disturbing their sleep. They follow. Down corridors lined with empty rooms, past surgical suites where operations stopped mid-procedure when the surgeons realized they were operating on patients who had already stopped being patients and started being something else. Past recovery wards where recovery became just another word that lost its meaning. The basement stairs descend into darkness, thick enough to taste. Elena produces a flashlight that throws a narrow beam ahead of their feet. Just enough light to avoid stepping on debris or into holes or onto things that might make noise when stepped on. The sub-basement stretches beyond the flashlight's reach. Storage rooms and maintenance areas and the mechanical spaces that kept hospitals running, when running meant circulating air and maintaining temperature and ensuring that electricity flowed to the places where electricity meant life. Elena stops beside a heavy metal door. The kind of door designed to keep unauthorized people away from substances that could be therapeutic or lethal, depending on dosage and intent and the qualifications of whoever was doing the dosing. The lock has been picked, recently. The scratches on the metal look fresh, made by someone who understood locks and had tools and time and the mechanical knowledge necessary to convince steel to cooperate without violence. Elena pushes the door open. Inside, shelves lined with bottles and vials and ampules of medicine that costs more per gram than gold used to cost per ounce. Antibiotics and antivirals and pain medications, and emergency stimulants and the chemical building blocks of hope expressed in milliliters and dosage schedules. Enough medicine to keep a small community healthy for months. Enough to trade for safe passage through territories controlled by people who learned that medicine is power, when power means the difference between dying from infection and dying from infection more slowly. Enough to make Elena dangerous to anyone who might want to take it from her. Take what you need, she says, but be quick about it. They fill their packs with careful selections. Antibiotics first, pain medication second, water purification tablets, basic surgical supplies. The fundamentals of medical intervention in a world where medical intervention usually means field treatment under combat conditions. From somewhere above comes the sound they've been expecting. Moaning. Multiple voices joined in the harmony of hunger. The infected found the hospital and remembered why hospitals used to matter to them. Why hospitals might still matter in different ways. They're in the building, Elena says. She doesn't sound worried. Sounds like someone reporting weather conditions. Rain. Snow. Infected on the second floor. Just another environmental factor to account for when planning the next few minutes of staying alive. Is there another way out? Nora asks. Elena nods toward the far end of the storage room. Emergency exit. Leads to the parking garage. From there, we can reach the street without going through the lobby. She pauses, studies their faces in the flashlight's glow. But first, you need to understand something about Haven Point. The moaning grows louder. Closer. Multiple sources of sound converging on the stairwell that leads down to where they stand, surrounded by enough medicine to keep them alive, and enough infected to ensure they don't stay alive long enough to use it. Haven Point is real, Elena says. The buildings, the fence, the radio broadcasts, all real. She starts moving toward the emergency exit. They follow because following Elena seems preferable to explaining their presence to the infected currently discovering the basement stairs. But it's not a rescue operation, she continues. It's a research facility. They're studying the infection, studying how it spreads, how it adapts, studying how to control it. The emergency exit opens onto a loading dock that smells like automotive oil and standing water, and the particular decay that accumulates in places where organic matter learns to rot in the absence of sanitation systems. The parking garage stretches away into darkness, punctuated by the skeletal remains of vehicles abandoned when their owners discovered that mobility means nothing when everywhere you might go offers the same menu of dangers. Elena moves between the cars like she's memorized their positions, like she's used this route before when using routes meant the difference between reaching safety and becoming something that hunts safety in others. They need test subjects, she says, living subjects. People who haven't been infected yet, but might be soon. The implications settle like cold water in the stomach. Haven Point broadcasts safety in medical care and sustainable agriculture because safety attracts the kind of people research facilities need. The desperate, the hopeful, the survivors who've lasted 8 months and developed useful resistances or adaptations or genetic quirks that might explain why some people die and some people change, and some people just keep breathing when breathing becomes a conscious choice. They harvest data, Elena continues. Along with everything else, a sound echoes from the hospital behind them. Not moaning now, screaming. The particular kind of screaming that happens when infected find something fresh and warm and still trying to get away. Someone else was searching the hospital. Someone else who didn't move fast enough when moving fast became the only option that didn't end with teeth and claws and the transformation from predator to prey to something that hunts predators. Elena doesn't pause, doesn't look back. The sound of someone else's mistake is just environmental noise, weather, traffic, the background static of a world where mistakes have immediate and permanent consequences. They reach the garage exit. Daylight streams through the opening like hope diluted with reality. The street beyond looks empty, but empty means nothing when infected learn to wait in shadows and behind cover and in places where waiting becomes hunting. You're warning us away from Haven Point, Jaxon says. Elena stops, turns to face them with the expression of someone who's delivered bad news often enough to know how bad news gets received. I'm giving you information, she says. What you do with information is your choice. She starts walking toward the street, toward whatever destination she's chosen and whatever plans she's made for staying alive in a world that specializes in making staying alive an increasingly complex problem. But understand something, she adds. Haven Point isn't the only facility conducting research. There are others, some worse, some better, some that actually might be developing treatments. She pauses at the garage entrance, studies the street with the methodical attention of someone who's survived by noticing details that other people miss. The infection is evolving, she says, adapting, learning. The first generation of infected were mindless, hungry but essentially animal. The second generation started showing coordination, pack behavior, rudimentary problem-solving skills. She points north toward the districts that burned 3 months ago, toward the glass plains that used to be neighborhoods and shopping centers and the ordinary landscape of civilian life. We're seeing a third generation now. They use tools, set traps, remember faces. The implications hang in the air like smoke from fires that never quite burn out. If the infected are learning, then the rules for survival are changing. The tactics that worked for 8 months might not work for 9 months. The hiding places and escape routes and careful strategies that kept people alive might become the very things that get them turned into subjects for research or food for creatures that remember how to plan menus. Elena steps into the street, moves like someone who's made her choice about where to go next and what risks she's willing to accept in exchange for whatever she hopes to find there. Your friends from last night headed north, she says, toward Haven Point. They'll reach the outer perimeter by tomorrow evening. She doesn't say what will happen when they reach the perimeter. Doesn't need to. The photograph in Jackson's pocket tells that story. The fence that might be protection or might be containment. The clean buildings that might house salvation or laboratories. The smoke that might be warmth or cremation. Elena disappears around a corner, like smoke herself. Like someone who learned to be present only when presence serves her purposes and absent when absence keeps her breathing. They're alone again. Two people with packs full of medicine and bellies full of hunger and heads full of information that makes their choices more complicated instead of simpler. North toward Haven Point and the possibility of rescue that might be research. East toward territories they don't know with dangers they can't predict. South toward the districts that burned where nothing grows and nothing lives and nothing offers the possibility of either salvation or damnation. West toward the ocean and the ports where ships sit empty and rusting and going nowhere because nowhere has become everywhere, and everywhere looks exactly the same. Jaxon checks his rifle, counts ammunition like a man counting prayers, like someone whose faith depends on ballistics and marksmanship and the hope that when shooting becomes necessary, shooting will be sufficient. We need food, he says. They need more than food, need information and safe passage, and the kind of luck that doesn't depend on making perfect choices in situations where perfect choices don't exist. But food comes first. Everything else depends on having enough calories to keep the brain working and the muscles responding and the heart pumping blood to organs that require blood to keep performing the biological miracle of staying alive. The city stretches around them like a broken promise someone keeps trying to keep. Somewhere infected learn new hunting strategies. Somewhere researchers study infection patterns and adaptation rates, and the question of whether humanity's future involves remaining human or becoming something else entirely. Somewhere survivors make choices about trust and hope, and the dangerous mathematics of believing tomorrow might be different from today. The hunger gnaws at their bellies like a living thing with teeth of its own. The medicine weighs heavy in their packs like responsibility no one asked them to carry. The city keeps its secrets and offers no advice about which direction leads toward life instead of the alternatives to life. They start walking east because east seems less dangerous than the other options, and because choosing a direction means admitting that staying in one place isn't a choice at all. Chapter 5, Whispers in the Dark. The subway tunnel smells like water and rust, and the particular darkness that settles in places where light stopped coming when people stopped maintaining the electricity that made light possible. Nora descends the emergency exit stairs, one careful step at a time. Each footfall echoes despite her attempts at silence. The tunnel system amplifies sound and carries it for miles through the abandoned infrastructure of a transportation network that used to move millions of people from where they were to where they needed to be. Now it moves nothing but echoes and the occasional infected that wandered down here looking for prey and stayed, because leaving requires remembering how to navigate stairs and stairwells and the complex geography of return. But the tunnels offer passage without exposure. Miles of underground travel that bypass the street-level hunting grounds where infected gather during daylight hours to wait for the kind of mistakes that provide them with entertainment and nutrition. Jaxon follows with the radio pressed against his ear, hunting for signals. For voices broadcasting through the electronic static that fills the frequencies, where communication used to happen when communication was something governments and emergency services and ordinary people could rely on. The signal comes through stronger down here, he says. Underground, the radio waves bounce and refract and find paths through the urban landscape that surface transmission can't access. The concrete and steel and abandoned infrastructure of subway systems create acoustic environments where whispers can travel for miles and screams can echo for hours, where radio broadcasts can reach deeper into the places where survivors hide from daylight and the attention that daylight brings. Haven Point calling any survivors. The voice sounds closer now, more immediate. Like someone speaking from the next tunnel instead of from miles away across territory controlled by infected and hostile survivors, and the general chaos of a world that forgot how to maintain safe passage between destinations. Verified medical personnel receive priority processing. Priority processing. Like airport security for people whose credentials include staying alive instead of frequent flyer miles, and credit ratings, and the ordinary documentation of civilian life before civilian life became just another thing that people used to have. Elena has medical training, military medical training that translates into field surgery and trauma care, and the kind of emergency treatment that saves lives, when saving lives depends on improvised procedures under combat conditions. Nora has medical training too. Emergency room experience dealing with everything from heart attacks to gunshot wounds to overdoses to domestic violence cases, and all the ways human bodies find to break down or get broken by circumstances beyond their control. Medical training makes them valuable, makes them the kind of people research facilities might want to recruit instead of just harvest. Makes them the kind of people who might actually survive whatever Haven Point offers in exchange for cooperation with research protocols and medical procedures and the advancement of scientific knowledge about infection vectors and adaptation patterns, or makes them the kind of people who understand enough about medical procedures to recognize when medical procedures become something else entirely. The tunnel curves ahead and opens into a station platform, empty now except for the detritus of 8 months of abandonment. Newspapers scattered like fallen leaves. Vending machines broken open and emptied of anything edible or tradable. Benches where commuters used to wait for trains that ran on schedule. Schedules became irrelevant when the people who maintained schedules discovered that punctuality matters less than breathing, and breathing had become a competitive activity. Movement in the shadows beyond the platform. Not infected movement. Too careful, too quiet. Someone who knows how to be invisible in places where visibility attracts the wrong kind of attention from the wrong kind of audience. Someone who's been living down here long enough to learn the acoustic properties of abandoned subway systems and the art of moving through darkness without disturbing the things that live in darkness. A voice emerges from the shadows, young, female. Scared, but trying not to sound scared in the way that people try not to sound scared when sounding scared might be interpreted as weakness. Don't move. They don't move. Don't make noise. They don't make noise. Don't even breathe loud. They breathe quietly and wait for whoever owns the voice to decide whether they represent opportunity or threat or something in between that might be negotiated into temporary alliance. A figure steps into the dim light that filters down from ventilation grates. Teenager, maybe 16, maybe older, but aged by circumstances that tend to make people look older than their years when years are measured in survival milestones instead of birthdays. She carries a crossbow with the kind of casual competence that suggests crossbows have become tools instead of weapons. Extensions of her hands that happen to launch bolts at velocities sufficient to penetrate skull bone and brain tissue. You're the ones from the hospital, she says. Not a question. A statement of recognition based on observation and intelligence gathering, and the kind of careful attention that keeps people alive when staying alive requires knowing who else is moving through your territory and why. Elena told you about us, Nora says. The girl nods. Points deeper into the tunnel where more figures emerge from concealment like pieces of scenery coming to life when the play requires additional actors. 8 people, maybe 10, ages ranging from teenage to middle-aged to elderly. The survivors who found each other and decided that finding each other meant forming the kind of community that might last longer than individual survival attempts. Elena said you have medicine, the girl continues. Antibiotics and pain medication, and the basic supplies for treating injuries and infections, and the medical emergencies that happen when life becomes a continuous series of situations where medical emergencies become normal instead of exceptional. We have sick people, she says. Everyone has sick people. Sickness is what happens when nutrition becomes inadequate and stress becomes constant, and the human body tries to maintain biological functions under conditions that bodies weren't designed to handle for extended periods. But some sickness can be treated if treatment is available. Some people can be saved if saving them means trading medicine for information or safe passage, or temporary alliance with groups that know things about surviving underground, when underground becomes the only environment where survival remains possible. What kind of sick? Nora asks. The girl leads them deeper into the station. Past makeshift shelters built from cardboard and salvaged materials. Past cooking areas where people prepare meals from whatever food sources they've managed to find or trade for or take from places where taking has become just another word for shopping. Past sleeping areas where people rest in shifts because rest requires trust, and trust requires someone staying awake to listen for the sounds that mean safety has been compromised. Infection, the girl says, but not the regular kind. She stops beside a shelter where someone lies on a bed made from train seats and salvaged cushions. Middle-aged man, unconscious, skin pale and clammy with the particular pallor that suggests the body is fighting battles it might not win. He was bitten 3 days ago, the girl explains, but he didn't change. Didn't change but didn't recover either. Something in between. Something that suggests the infection might be adapting in ways that create new categories of outcome beyond the simple binary of human or infected. Fever comes and goes, she continues. He talks to people who aren't there. Sometimes he knows us. Sometimes he doesn't. Nora kneels beside the makeshift bed, checks pulse and temperature, and the basic vital signs that indicate whether the human body is maintaining its essential functions or starting the process of shutting down systems in order of importance. Strong pulse, elevated temperature, skin that feels warm but not burning, eyes that track movement but don't focus on specific objects or faces. The infection is there but behaving differently, not consuming brain tissue in the typical pattern that creates infected. Not killing the host in the typical time frame that leads to reanimation, doing something else, creating something else. She opens her pack and removes antibiotics, not because antibiotics treat viral infections, but because secondary bacterial infections often kill patients whose immune systems are compromised by primary viral infections. Because treating what can be treated sometimes gives the body enough resources to fight what can't be treated. Because doing something feels better than doing nothing, when doing nothing means watching someone die slowly instead of quickly. This might help, she says, but I can't promise anything. The girl nods. Promises became luxury items 8 months ago when promises required the kind of future certainty that futures stopped providing. But help is different from promises. Help is what people offer when offering something seems better than offering nothing, even when something might not be enough. Nora administers the antibiotic injection and monitors the patient for immediate reactions. No anaphylaxis, no respiratory distress, no signs that the treatment is making things worse instead of better, no signs that it's making things better either. But treatment takes time, and time is what they have in abundance down here in the tunnels, where time moves differently. Because sunlight doesn't mark the passage of days, and artificial light creates its own rhythm of illumination and darkness. The radio crackles with another transmission. Haven Point Medical Facility now accepting applications for research positions. Research positions, like job interviews for the end of the world. Like career opportunities in fields that didn't exist before the field became necessary for survival instead of academic advancement. Competitive compensation in medical supplies and security clearance for facilities that might be researching treatments or might be researching weapons or might be researching the question of whether humanity's future involves remaining recognizably human. The girl looks at the radio, at Nora, at Jaxon, who's counting ammunition again, like a man counting the prayers he has left. "You're thinking about going there," she says. Everyone thinks about going there. Haven Point represents hope, and hope is what people think about when thinking about anything else requires confronting the possibility that hope might be the only thing standing between survival and the alternatives to survival. "Elena thinks it's dangerous," Nora says. "Everything's dangerous," the girl replies. "The question is what kind of dangerous you can live with." She's right about that. Danger comes in varieties and flavors, and the survival calculus involves choosing which risks offer the best ratio of potential benefit to probable cost. Staying in the tunnels offers concealment but limits mobility and resources. Moving toward Haven Point offers possibilities but requires trusting people whose motivations remain unclear. Moving anywhere else means navigating territory controlled by infected or hostile survivors, or the general chaos of a world where chaos has become the most reliable constant. The patient stirs, opens eyes that focus briefly on Nora's face before sliding away to track movement that only he can see. "Sarah," he whispers. "Take Sarah and run." Sarah, who might be his wife or daughter or sister or someone whose memory persists even when present reality becomes negotiable. Someone whose safety mattered enough to become the last coherent thought before coherence became another casualty of infection. Elena appears at the edge of the platform like smoke materializing into temporary solid form. She moves without sound and stops without disturbing the air around her position. "The infection is accelerating," she says. "The third generation spreads faster, adapts quicker, learns from each transmission." She produces a device that looks like a radiation detector crossed with a medical scanner, points it at the patient and studies readings that mean something to her but nothing to anyone else. "He's transitioning," she says, "not to standard infected status, to something new." The device beeps softly, a sound like medical equipment makes when medical equipment is measuring biological functions and finding results that fall outside normal parameters. "We need to leave," Elena continues. "All of us. This location is compromised." "Compromised? How?" the girl asks. Elena points at the device readings, numbers and graphs and data that suggest biological processes are occurring at rates and in patterns that differ from baseline human physiology. "He's broadcasting," Elena says, "unconsciously. Some kind of chemical signal that draws infected from miles away." She looks at the assembled survivors, at their makeshift shelters and carefully organized supplies and the community they've built in the tunnels where building community seemed possible. You have maybe 2 hours before they start arriving, 2 hours to pack everything worth keeping and abandon everything else. 2 hours to transform from settled refugees to mobile survivors. 2 hours to decide where to go when going anywhere means leaving behind the safety they've created and the sick man who can't be moved. The man who's becoming something that makes their hiding place into a beacon for creatures that hunt by following signals he can't control. "We can't move him," the girl says. Elena nods. "The mathematics of triage. People can be saved and some people can't be saved, and saving the people who can be saved sometimes requires abandoning the people who can't. Military medicine, battlefield medicine, the kind of decisions that medics make when resources are limited and time is running out and sentiment becomes a luxury that costs lives." "Then you leave him," Elena says. The girl looks at her community, at the faces of people who've survived by taking care of each other, when taking care of each other was the only thing standing between survival and joining the infected hunting parties. "We don't leave people," she says. Elena checks her device again, studies readings that continue to climb toward whatever threshold indicates immediate danger instead of just theoretical risk. "Then you all die together," she says. "Your choice." She starts walking toward the tunnel exit. toward whatever escape route she's identified and whatever destination she's chosen for staying alive when staying alive requires making choices that other people can't make. The radio broadcasts another Haven Point transmission. Same promises, same coordinates, same offers of safety and medical treatment and research opportunities for qualified personnel. Same questions about whether qualified personnel means rescued or harvested. The patient opens his eyes again. This time they focus clearly on Nora's face. "Don't let them take Sarah," he says. "Promise me." She doesn't promise. Promises cost too much when payment comes due, in circumstances that haven't been invented yet. But she nods. Sometimes nodding is enough when enough is all that desperation can afford. Chapter 6. Ghosts of the Past. The apartment complex stands like a monument to interrupted lives. 48 units spread across 3 floors, each one a separate story about people who woke up 8 months ago expecting their biggest worry to be traffic or mortgage payments or whether the coffee shop on the corner would remember their usual order. People who went to sleep that night and never woke up as themselves. Nora climbs the external staircase toward the 3rd floor. The handrail feels loose under her grip. 8 months of weather and neglect teaching metal that maintenance matters when maintenance means the difference between structural integrity and the kind of gradual collapse that happens when nobody remembers to care about infrastructure. Jaxon covers the approach from ground level. Rifle trained on the windows and doorways where threats might appear, wearing familiar faces or unfamiliar intentions, where the infected might have learned to set ambushes, or where hostile survivors might have learned that apartment complexes offer good sightlines for choosing targets. Apartment 3C has an unlocked door, not broken, not forced. Just unlocked like someone left expecting to return in a few minutes with groceries or dry cleaning or whatever ordinary errands seemed important before errands became impossible. The door swings open on silence thick enough to taste. Inside, the apartment tells its story in careful details. Coffee mug on the kitchen counter. Half-finished crossword puzzle on the dining table. Television remote balanced on the arm of a couch, where someone was watching the news when the news stopped being about distant problems and started being about immediate survival. Family photos cover the refrigerator door, birthday parties and graduation ceremonies, and vacation snapshots from places where vacation meant relaxation instead of desperate flight from one dangerous location to another, slightly less dangerous location. A woman with dark hair and kind eyes appears in most of the photos, sometimes alone, sometimes with a man who shares her smile, sometimes with 2 children who inherited their mother's eyes and their father's stubborn chin, sometimes with all of them together looking like the kind of family that insurance commercials used to promise could be protected with the right policy and adequate coverage, and the assumption that protection was something money could buy. Nora studies the photos with the attention she gives to medical charts, looking for patterns, for details that explain what happened to the people who used to live here and whether what happened to them might happen to her. The woman in the photos has the same dark hair, the same facial structure, the same way of holding her head when she smiles, the same face Nora sees in mirrors when mirrors are available and reflection becomes unavoidable. Her name was Maria Chen. Her name is written on mail scattered across the kitchen counter. Electric bills and credit card offers and subscription renewals for magazines about home improvement and gardening, and the ordinary optimism of people who believed in futures worth planning for. Her name appears on a medical alert bracelet left beside the bathroom sink. Type 1 diabetes. Daily insulin injections. The kind of medical condition that requires consistent medication and regular monitoring and access to healthcare systems that stopped existing when healthcare workers join the ranks of either infected or refugees. The kind of condition that kills people quietly when the medication runs out and the body starts burning itself for fuel and consciousness fades into diabetic coma, and from coma into the permanent sleep that precedes either death or transformation into something that hunts diabetics. Maria Chen looked like Nora's older sister. Maria Chen lived in apartment 3C with her husband David and children Amy and Marcus. Maria Chen probably died in the first month when insulin became impossible to find and medical monitoring became impossible to maintain. Maria Chen probably never knew that somewhere across the city another woman with the same face would find her apartment and her photos and her medical alert bracelet and the story of a family that looked like the family Nora lost 8 months ago. The coincidence feels like mockery, like the universe demonstrating its sense of humor about survival and loss, and the cruel mathematics of chance that determines who dies quickly and who dies slowly, and who doesn't die at all, but changes into something that makes death seem preferable. A sound from the hallway. Footsteps on carpet worn thin by 8 months of weather coming through broken windows and doors that don't close properly anymore. Not infected footsteps. These have rhythm and purpose and the careful cadence of someone trying to move quietly through a building where moving quietly might mean the difference between remaining unnoticed and attracting attention from residents who stopped paying rent when rent became just another concept from the before times. Jackson's voice carries up from the parking lot. We've got company. 3 figures moving through the ground floor apartments, searching methodically, room by room, looking for the same things everyone looks for: food and medicine and weapons and anything else that might extend life expectancy by hours or days, or the precious weeks that separate survival from surrender. But also looking for people. The infected don't search apartments systematically. They follow scent trails and sound signatures and the immediate stimuli that trigger hunting behavior. They don't plan, don't organize, don't divide territory into search grids and work through buildings with tactical precision. These searchers move like military personnel or law enforcement or people who learned organization and discipline somewhere that taught the value of systematic approach to problem solving. People who might be friendly, people who might be hostile, people who might represent opportunity or threat or some combination that requires careful evaluation before commitment to any course of action. Nora moves away from the window, away from the family photos that tell stories about people who used to believe in happy endings, away from the medical alert bracelet that explains how some stories end when medical alerts become just another piece of abandoned jewelry. She reaches for the radio and adjusts the frequency to the tactical channel Jaxon uses for short-range communication. How many? She whispers. 3 confirmed. Maybe more in the lobby, moving like they know what they're doing. Professional search pattern suggests professional training, which suggests either military background or law enforcement experience, or the kind of survival education that comes from 8 months of learning to be professional about staying alive. Professional survivors tend to be better at survival than amateur survivors. They also tend to be more dangerous when their survival interests conflict with other people's survival interests. Are they armed? She asks. Affirmative. Rifles and sidearms. Moving with tactical discipline. Tactical discipline means they've worked together before. Means they trust each other's capabilities and understand each other's methods and communicate through signals that don't require words. Means they might be more reasonable than random scavengers, but also more capable of violence when violence becomes their preferred solution to problems like territorial disputes or resource competition. A door opens on the second floor. Voices carry through the building's acoustic architecture. Conversation conducted in the careful tones people use when they want to communicate clearly, without broadcasting their position to anyone who might be listening for opportunities to join conversations uninvited. Found insulin, one voice says. Expired but still sealed. Medical supplies. They're looking for medical supplies in a building where medical supplies might exist, if the residents included people with chronic conditions requiring prescription medication. People like Maria Chen, who needed daily insulin injections and probably stockpiled emergency supplies when stockpiling seemed like responsible preparation instead of desperate hoarding. People whose medical conditions became death sentences when medical supply chains collapsed and pharmacies were looted and healthcare systems learned that healthcare requires infrastructure, and infrastructure requires maintenance, and maintenance requires people who show up for work, even when showing up for work means risking transformation into something that eats coworkers. Footsteps on the stairs leading to the third floor. Getting closer to apartment 3C and the family photos and the medical alert bracelet, and Nora, who's starting to understand that coincidence might not be coincidence when survival depends on following patterns and making connections and recognizing that some stories repeat themselves across different families and different apartments, with slight variations on themes of loss and medical necessity and the cruel arithmetic of resource scarcity. She has three options: hide and hope they search other apartments first and leave before they reach 3C. Reveal herself and attempt communication and hope they're the kind of professional survivors who prefer negotiation to violence when negotiation offers better risk-to-benefit ratios than violence. Escape through the window and hope the external fire escape supports her weight and leads to the ground without attracting attention from the search team or any infected that might be lurking in the areas where fire escapes terminate. The footsteps stop outside apartment 3B. Door opening, voices discussing the contents. Someone who lived alone and died alone and left behind the kind of minimal possessions that accumulate when life becomes about basic necessity instead of comfort or entertainment or the luxury of owning things, because owning them provides pleasure rather than utility. They'll reach 3C next. Decision time. She keys the radio. 3 people, Jaxon confirms. Professional movement patterns. Unknown intentions. Unknown intentions covers most human interactions in a world where intentions change based on circumstances, and circumstances change without warning. And survival often requires choosing between competing sets of unknown intentions. I'm going to make contact, she whispers. Jaxon doesn't respond immediately. Making contact means revealing position and capabilities and the existence of medical supplies that professional scavengers might find worth taking, regardless of whether taking requires cooperation or violence. But hiding means staying trapped in an apartment with limited escape options, while armed professionals conduct a systematic search that will eventually reach her location anyway. And running means abandoning the medical supplies she found in Maria Chen's medicine cabinet. The spare insulin that expired 6 months ago, but might still be effective enough to treat diabetic emergencies. The blood glucose test strips and emergency glucose tablets, and the complete diabetic care kit that represents life-saving intervention for anyone whose body forgot how to process sugar correctly. Medical supplies that might be worth more than gold to the right person under the right circumstances. Medical supplies that might buy safe passage or temporary alliance or information about safer territories and reliable resources. Copy that, Jaxon finally responds. I'll maintain Overwatch. Overwatch means he'll keep the rifle trained on escape routes and potential threat vectors and the various points of failure that could transform peaceful contact into violent necessity. Means he'll be ready to provide covering fire if making contact turns out to be a mistake. Means he trusts her judgment about when to reveal herself and when revelation becomes preferable to concealment. The footsteps move away from 3B toward 3C. toward the family photos and the medical supplies, and Nora, who's holding a diabetic care kit that once belonged to a woman who looked like her sister and died like her brother, and left behind the kind of medical evidence that suggests some stories end the same way regardless of who's living them. The door handle turns, slowly, carefully, with the kind of attention that professional searchers pay to doors that might conceal threats or opportunities, or the complex combination of both that defines most human encounters when human encounters happen between strangers carrying weapons in abandoned buildings. The door opens. A woman steps inside, mid-40s, gray, streaking brown hair, eyes that assess threats and opportunities with the methodical attention of someone whose survival depends on accurate assessment. Military bearing. Medical training suggested by the way she immediately notices and catalogs the medical supplies scattered across the kitchen counter. Professional competence indicated by the way she holds her rifle and positions herself relative to doorways and windows and potential cover positions. The kind of survivor who survived by being better at survival than most people who attempted survival. She sees Nora immediately, doesn't raise the rifle, doesn't shout alerts to her companions, doesn't move aggressively or defensively, just looks at Nora holding the diabetic care kit and makes calculations about threat assessment and resource allocation and the complex mathematics of determining whether encounter. You're not infected, the woman says. Not a question. An observation based on movement patterns and response behaviors, and the fact that infected don't typically organize medical supplies into neat piles for inventory purposes. Neither are you, Nora replies. The woman nods, steps further into the apartment but maintains sightlines to the door and window. Professional caution that comes from experience with situations where caution means survival and lack of caution means becoming a cautionary tale for other professionals. I'm Lieutenant Sarah Webb, she says. Army Medical Corps, retired as of 8 months ago when retirement became mandatory for everyone serving in positions that required showing up for duty when duty meant treating patients who might bite medical personnel during examinations. She gestures toward the medical supplies. Found something useful, she observes. Insulin, diabetic care kit, complete with testing supplies and emergency glucose. Webb's expression changes slightly. Professional interest replacing general assessment. The kind of interest that medical personnel show when discussing medical conditions that fall within their area of expertise. We have someone who needs that, she says. Everyone has someone who needs medical supplies. The question is whether need creates obligation or opportunity or some combination that requires negotiation between parties with competing interests and limited resources. What kind of trade are you offering, Nora asks. Webb considers this. Studies Nora's equipment and weapons and general condition with the thoroughness of someone evaluating potential recruits or potential threats or potential allies, depending on what evaluation reveals about capabilities and intentions. Information, she says. About Haven Point, about what they're really doing there. Information that conflicts with Elena's warnings or confirms them, or adds complexity to questions that already have too many variables for simple answers. Information that might be worth more than medical supplies if information helps avoid mistakes that medical supplies can't fix. What kind of information? Nora asks. The kind that keeps you alive when staying alive means knowing which promises to believe and which ones to run from. Webb checks her watch. Tactical timepiece designed for people whose schedules are measured in survival intervals rather than meeting appointments and social obligations. My team finishes sweeping this building in 20 minutes, she says. Then we move north toward the interstate. You're welcome to join us if you're interested in learning things that most people don't live long enough to learn. She starts moving toward the door, toward her team and their systematic search and whatever destination they've chosen for staying alive in a world where staying alive requires choosing destinations carefully. But understand something, she adds. The information we're carrying is the kind that gets people disappeared if the wrong people think those people know too much. She pauses in the doorway, looks back at Nora holding the diabetic care kit that belonged to a woman who looked like family and died like family, and left behind evidence that some medical conditions create deadlines that survival can't negotiate. Choose carefully, Webb says. Some knowledge costs more than ignorance. She leaves. Footsteps fade down the hallway toward the stairs and the ground floor, and whatever vehicles wait to carry her team toward whatever destination they've deemed worth the risks of traveling through territory controlled by infected and hostile survivors, and the general chaos of a world where chaos has become the most predictable constant. Nora looks at the family photos again. Maria Chen smiling with her husband and children in happier times when happiness seemed like a reasonable expectation and families took photos to preserve memories of occasions worth preserving. Maria Chen, who needed insulin and probably died when insulin became impossible to find, and whose medical supplies might save someone else's life if someone else's life seems worth the cost of trading with military personnel who carry secrets that some people get disappeared for knowing. The radio crackles. "What's your decision?" Jaxon asks. 20 minutes to decide whether information about Haven Point is worth joining strangers on a journey toward destinations unknown. 20 minutes to decide whether staying means hiding in apartments full of other people's memories and searching for supplies in buildings where every door opens onto stories about families that didn't survive long enough to see how their stories ended. 20 minutes to decide whether the diabetic care kit represents trade goods or moral obligation, or the kind of medical intervention that creates connections between people who might not survive long enough to honor the connections they create. She looks at the medical alert bracelet one more time. Maria Chen, type 1 diabetes. Daily insulin required, like the information someone would need to provide appropriate medical care in emergencies, when emergency care means the difference between survival and joining the ranks of people whose medical conditions became their final conditions. Like the information that saves lives when saving lives is possible and someone with the right medical supplies happens to be available when availability means everything. She puts the diabetic care kit in her pack. Some choices make themselves when making them means honoring the memory of people who died trying to stay alive long enough to use the medical supplies they stockpiled against emergencies they didn't survive long enough to face. "We're going with them," she tells the radio. Chapter 7. Blood on the Asphalt. The checkpoint appears around the curve like a fever dream made from concrete and razor wire. Military barriers arranged in zigzag patterns that force vehicles to slow down and expose occupants to crossfire positions. Abandoned Humvees with doors hanging open and windshields spider-webbed by impacts that might have been rocks or bullets, or the desperate fists of people who discovered that military vehicles don't automatically provide sanctuary when sanctuary becomes a competitive resource. Webb's team stops 50 yards out. Standard reconnaissance protocol. Observe before approaching. Assess threats and opportunities and the complex calculus of risk versus necessity that defines every decision when decisions have permanent consequences. 3 vehicles at the checkpoint. Civilian cars modified with armor plating and weapon mounts and the kind of aggressive ornamentation that announces territorial control through intimidation rather than cooperation. Not military anymore. Something else that learned to use military infrastructure for purposes the military never intended when they built checkpoints to control movement through strategic corridors. Movement behind the barriers. Human figures carrying weapons and moving with the coordinated purpose of people who've organized themselves into the kind of group that maintains checkpoints because checkpoints provide leverage over travelers who need passage more than they need their possessions or their lives. Webb produces binoculars and studies the checkpoint with professional attention to detail, counting personnel, identifying weapons, assessing defensive positions and likely fields of fire, and the tactical considerations that determine whether checkpoint encounters end with negotiation or violence. 6 hostiles, she reports, mixed small arms, good fields of fire, professionally positioned. Professionally positioned suggests military training or law enforcement background or the kind of survival education that comes from successfully operating checkpoints long enough to learn what works and what gets checkpoint operators turned into cautionary tales for other checkpoint operators. "Can we go around?" asks Martinez. Martinez is Webb's medic, young enough to still believe in solutions that don't require violence. Experienced enough to know that violence is often the most efficient solution when efficiency means staying alive long enough to find other solutions. Around means adding 12 miles to their route through territory that might be controlled by infected or other checkpoint operators or the kind of environmental hazards that make checkpoints seem preferable to whatever alternatives the landscape offers. Around means using fuel they can't replace and time they don't have and exposing themselves to risks they can't predict in exchange for avoiding risks they can assess. Negative, Webb says, we punch through or we turn back. Turning back means abandoning their mission to reach the Northern Territories, where radio intercepts suggest someone has established a functioning medical facility that might actually be developing treatments instead of just collecting research subjects. Turning back means accepting that checkpoint operators control their freedom of movement and their access to resources and their ability to make choices about destinations. Turning back means letting fear make decisions when fear rarely makes good decisions about anything except immediate survival. Punching through means violence. Means accepting that some problems can only be solved by applying superior firepower to inferior moral positions until moral positions become irrelevant and firepower determines who gets to control checkpoints. Means crossing the line between survival and predation when survival requires becoming the kind of people who solve problems by making the problems belong to someone else. "How many rounds do we have?" Webb asks. Thompson counts ammunition like a banker counting money that determines whether the bank stays solvent or declares bankruptcy and closes branches in neighborhoods that can't afford to lose banks. Enough for a sustained engagement, he reports. But not enough for a prolonged siege. Sustained engagement means tactical shooting. Precise applications of violence designed to neutralize specific threats without wasting resources on targets that don't contribute to tactical objectives. Prolonged siege means ammunition expenditure that exceeds strategic reserves and leaves them defensively compromised for whatever challenges follow checkpoint clearance. The mathematics of violence. How much destruction can you afford when affording destruction means having enough destructive capacity left over for subsequent destruction requirements? Nora checks her own weapon, the crowbar that's become an extension of her hands over 8 months of survival situations, where survival meant applying force trauma to infected skulls and occasionally to human skulls when human behavior became indistinguishable from infected behavior. Simple. Reliable. Doesn't require ammunition or maintenance or the kind of mechanical precision that firearms demand when firearms determine whether their operators continue operating or become operated upon by others. But crowbars require close proximity to targets. And close proximity means exposing yourself to whatever weapons targets might be carrying when they become targets. Means accepting that violence has intimate range requirements when intimacy means close enough to see facial expressions change from aggression to surprise to the particular emptiness that replaces expressions when expressions become neurologically impossible. Jaxon adjusts his rifle scope, ranges the distance to the checkpoint and calculates bullet drop and wind drift, and the ballistic considerations that determine whether shots hit intended targets or unintended consequences. Clean shots from here, he reports, but they'll have time to take cover once shooting starts. Cover means the engagement transitions from precision marksmanship to suppressive fire and tactical movement, and the kind of close-quarters battle that favors defenders who know the terrain over attackers who must advance across open ground under hostile observation. The kind of battle where superior numbers and defensive positions provide advantages that can't be overcome through superior training or better equipment, or the moral clarity that comes from believing your cause justifies your actions. Webb studies the checkpoint through binoculars again, looking for weaknesses, for patrol patterns and shift changes and any behavioral indicators that suggest timing advantages or tactical opportunities. Looking for ways to turn checkpoint operators' strengths into vulnerabilities when vulnerabilities can be exploited through careful planning and coordinated execution. They're getting comfortable, she observes. Routine behavior, predictable positions. Comfortable means careless. Careless means survivable mistakes that careful people exploit when survival depends on capitalizing on other people's survival mistakes. But comfortable also means experienced, means they've operated this checkpoint long enough to develop routines and establish defensive protocols and accumulate the kind of tactical confidence that comes from successfully processing previous travelers who might have been less well-armed or less tactically competent or less willing to choose violence when violence offered better risk-to-benefit ratios than negotiation. A vehicle approaches the checkpoint from the north, pickup truck with reinforced bumpers and gun mounts, and the kind of utilitarian modifications that suggest long-term survival planning rather than desperate improvisation. The checkpoint operators emerge from cover, 6 figures carrying rifles and moving with practiced coordination toward vehicle inspection positions, professional behavior, organized response, the kind of checkpoint protocol that takes time to develop and requires leadership that understands tactical procedures and personnel management. Not bandits, then. Something more organized. More dangerous because organization multiplies individual capabilities and creates synergistic effects that make organized groups more capable than the sum of their individual members. The truck stops at the barrier. Driver gets out with hands visible, submissive posture, the body language of someone who's negotiated checkpoint passage before and understands the behavioral requirements for peaceful transit. Conversation between driver and checkpoint leader, too distant for words but close enough to observe interaction patterns and assess whether interaction proceeds according to established protocols or develops complications that require tactical intervention. Money changes hands, not barter, not trade goods, actual currency, paper money or precious metals or whatever medium of exchange checkpoint operators have established as acceptable payment for passage through territory they control. Currency suggests economic organization that extends beyond simple survival, suggests trade networks and market systems and the kind of commercial infrastructure that requires stability and security and predictable enforcement of contractual agreements. Suggests civilization beginning to reconstitute itself around new organizational principles when old organizational principles proved inadequate for managing post-apocalyptic resource allocation. Or suggests very sophisticated bandits who understand that taxation produces more sustainable revenue streams than simple robbery when robbery tends to reduce the number of travelers available for future robbery. The truck proceeds through the checkpoint. Driver waves. Checkpoint operators wave back. Friendly interaction between people who've established mutually beneficial business relationships based on clear expectations and reliable service delivery. Professional courtesy between service providers and customers when service means safe passage, and customers need safe passage more than they need the money that safe passage costs. This changes things, Webb says. If checkpoint operators provide legitimate services in exchange for reasonable payment, then they're not necessarily hostile. They're entrepreneurs who've identified market opportunities and developed business models that serve customer needs while generating sustainable revenue. Entrepreneurs who might accept payment in medical supplies or information or other forms of value that don't require surrendering weapons or submitting to searches or accepting terms that compromise operational security. But entrepreneurs who've established territorial control through superior firepower and defensive positioning, who maintain their market position through the implicit threat of violence against customers who refuse to pay for services or competitors who attempt to establish competing businesses. The kind of entrepreneurs who might prefer cooperation to conflict when cooperation offers better profit margins than conflict, or who might prefer conflict when conflict offers opportunities to acquire inventory and eliminate competition and expand market territory through strategic applications of violence. We approach diplomatically, Webb decides. Weapons visible but not aggressive. Standard checkpoint protocol. Standard checkpoint protocol means demonstrating capability without threatening immediate application of capability. Means showing respect for territorial boundaries while maintaining defensive readiness. Means accepting that diplomacy requires vulnerability when vulnerability might be interpreted as weakness by people whose business model depends on customers, believing that cooperation provides better outcomes than resistance. They advance toward the checkpoint in tactical formation, spacing that provides mutual support while avoiding concentration that makes them vulnerable to area effect weapons or coordinated fires from multiple positions. Professional movement that demonstrates tactical competence without suggesting hostile intent, that communicates capability and discipline, and the kind of organizational competence that checkpoint operators might prefer to avoid antagonizing. The checkpoint leader emerges from cover, middle-aged man with sergeant's stripes on a faded uniform and the bearing of someone who learned leadership in institutional settings where leadership meant responsibility for personnel welfare and mission accomplishment. Military background then. Professional soldier who adapted military training to post-military circumstances when circumstances required adapting or joining the ranks of people who couldn't adapt quickly enough. You folks looking for passage north, he calls out. Standard opening. Professional courtesy, the verbal equivalent of a business card that establishes services available and invites negotiation about terms and conditions. Affirmative, Webb responds. What's the toll? Direct question. Professional communication between people who understand that time costs money when money means ammunition and medical supplies and the resources required to maintain checkpoint operations in territory where maintenance requires constant vigilance against infected and hostile competitors. Depends on cargo, the sergeant replies. Medical supplies cost more to pass than personal effects. Weapons cost more than medical supplies. Information costs the most of all. Information costs the most because information provides strategic advantages that compound over time when time means the difference between business success and business failure. Information about troop movements and resource locations and the territorial boundaries of competing organizations and the tactical capabilities of potential threats or opportunities. Information about haven point and research facilities and the difference between rescue operations and harvesting operations when operations determine whether travelers reach intended destinations or become research subjects for people whose research involves asking questions that subjects don't survive long enough to answer. We're carrying medical supplies, Webb says. Personal weapons, no strategic information. The sergeant nods, studies their equipment and formation and general demeanor with the attention of someone whose survival depends on accurate assessment of customer trustworthiness and payment capability. Medical supplies run 50 rounds of mixed ammunition, he says. Weapons are another 25 each. Personal passage is 10 per head. The mathematics of checkpoint taxation, rates calculated to generate sustainable revenue without pricing services beyond customer affordability, when affordability determines market size and market size determines total revenue potential. Reasonable rates, professional pricing, the kind of business model that suggests long-term thinking rather than short-term exploitation, but still expensive when expenses must be paid from reserves that can't be replenished and payment reduces defensive capabilities and operational flexibility. Acceptable, Webb says. Payment negotiation proceeds according to standard protocols. Ammunition counted and inspected for quality and serviceability. Medical supplies inventoried and assessed for trade value and therapeutic utility. Professional transaction between people who understand the commercial requirements of post-apocalyptic business operations. But Nora notices something else. The checkpoint operators move with practiced efficiency, but also with the careful attention of people who've learned that routine transactions can transition to life-threatening situations without warning. Weapons remain ready. Fields of fire remain clear. Tactical positions remain occupied by personnel who understand that business relationships require trust, but trust requires verification through superior firepower and defensive preparation. The kind of verification that suggests previous customers attempted to negotiate payment terms through violence rather than currency when violence seemed more affordable than paying established rates. Previous customers who learned that checkpoint operators maintain their territorial control through superior tactical capabilities and willingness to apply those capabilities when business negotiations fail to produce mutually acceptable outcomes. Transaction completed. Passage approved. The barriers move aside like mechanical prayers answered through proper offering of appropriate tribute to authorities who control access to territories beyond checkpoint control. They proceed north toward whatever waits in territories where other authorities might control other checkpoints, and other entrepreneurs might have established other business models for managing passage through strategic corridors. Behind them, the checkpoint resumes normal operations. Barriers repositioned, personnel returning to observation posts. Normal business hours continuing for customers who might arrive seeking passage in exchange for payment in currencies that checkpoint operators accept as legal tender for services rendered. Professional operation, sustainable business model, organized response to post-apocalyptic market opportunities, but also territorial control through superior firepower, commercial success through implicit threat of violence, business operations that depend on customer compliance with terms that customers can't negotiate and consequences that customers can't afford. The kind of business that works until competitors develop superior business models, or customers organize resistance movements, or market conditions change in ways that make current business models unsustainable. The kind of business that creates stability until stability becomes another thing that people learn to live without, when living without becomes the price of continuing to live. The road north stretches ahead like a promise someone might actually keep. Behind them, smoke rises from the checkpoint where entrepreneurs maintain their territorial control through professional application of violence to business problems. Ahead waits whatever Haven Point represents when representation becomes reality, and reality requires choices between rescue and research and the difference between destinations and traps. The mathematics of survival continue their relentless calculation. Distance traveled versus fuel consumed versus ammunition expended versus medical supplies traded versus information gained versus risks accepted versus alternatives rejected. The equation that determines whether survival means reaching intended destinations or becoming cautionary tales for other survivors who attempt similar journeys towards similar promises of sanctuary that might be salvation or something else entirely. Chapter 8. The Silent Factory. The factory complex spreads across 40 acres like a mechanical graveyard where industry learned to die. 3-story buildings connected by covered walkways and loading docks, and the skeletal remains of conveyor systems that used to move raw materials from storage areas to production lines to shipping departments, where finished goods began their journey toward consumers who stopped consuming when consumption became impossible. Now the buildings hold only silence and the particular emptiness that settles into places designed for thousands of workers when workers stopped showing up for shifts that stopped being scheduled when scheduling became irrelevant. Webb's team approaches from the east, where chain-link fencing offers multiple breach points and sight lines provide early warning of threats or opportunities, or the complex combination of both that defines most encounters in industrial areas where industrial infrastructure creates hiding places for things that prefer not to be seen. The main gate stands open, not broken, not forced. Just open like someone left expecting to return when return required nothing more than crossing a parking lot and badging through security systems that maintained attendance records for payroll departments that calculated hours worked and vacation time accrued, and health insurance benefits for employees who plan to stay healthy long enough to use health insurance. Guard shack empty except for scattered papers and coffee cups and the ordinary detritus of security work, before security work became about keeping infected out instead of keeping unauthorized personnel from accessing proprietary information. But no bodies, no remains, no evidence of violence or struggle or the kind of chaos that usually marks places where large numbers of people died quickly when dying quickly became the preferred alternative to dying slowly. Clean abandonment, organized evacuation, the kind of workforce departure that suggests advance warning and systematic shutdown procedures and management decisions based on strategic assessment rather than panic response. Suggests someone had enough advance notice to implement emergency protocols and employee safety procedures, and the kind of organized response that saved lives when saving lives required choosing between employee welfare and operational continuity. Or suggest something else. Remove the evidence of whatever happened when whatever happened here happened to people who were still showing up for work when work became increasingly dangerous, but paychecks remained necessary for maintaining the illusion that normalcy might return if everyone kept pretending normalcy was still possible. Thompson scouts the perimeter while Martinez checks the power grid status, and Jaxon establishes overwatch positions that provide coverage of approach routes and potential escape corridors. Webb studies architectural drawings from the site office, building layouts and floor plans, and the industrial infrastructure maps that show where valuable materials might be stored and how those materials might be accessed without triggering security systems that might still be operational, might still be protecting things worth protecting from people who need protection from the things they're trying to take. The drawings show 3 main production buildings connected to a central warehouse facility with underground storage areas and loading docks that provide vehicle access to shipping and receiving operations. Underground storage means climate-controlled environments where materials remain stable when stability means the difference between useful supplies and degraded materials that provide no utility for survival applications. Medical manufacturing, Webb announces. Pharmaceutical production facility, specialized in antibiotics and antiviral medications, Antibiotics and antivirals represent the highest value trade goods in a post-apocalyptic economy where infection kills people faster than violence or starvation or any of the other competitive mortality factors. Represent strategic resources that provide leverage in negotiations with other survivors and safe passage through territories controlled by people who maintain their territorial control through superior access to medical treatments. Represent the difference between infected wounds becoming life-threatening complications and infected wounds becoming manageable medical problems that heal instead of spreading throughout biological systems until biological systems stop functioning. But pharmaceutical manufacturing requires specialized knowledge and equipment and quality control procedures that ensure medications maintain therapeutic effectiveness instead of becoming expensive placebos or dangerous toxins. Requires the kind of technical expertise that most survival groups lack and the kind of infrastructure that most survival situations can't maintain, and the kind of supply chain management that global economic systems stopped providing when global economic systems learned that some disruptions are too disruptive for economic systems to survive. Martinez reports from the main production building, clean rooms intact, equipment appears operational, no signs of sabotage or looting. Clean rooms suggest sterile manufacturing environments where medications are produced according to pharmaceutical industry standards and quality control protocols, where contamination means batch failure, and batch failure means wasted resources, and wasted resources mean missed opportunities to produce life-saving medications. But maintaining clean rooms requires power and climate control and air filtration systems, and the kind of infrastructure maintenance that requires trained personnel and reliable supply chains and all the industrial support systems that stopped functioning when support systems became more focused on supporting immediate survival needs than long-term manufacturing capabilities. Power status, Webb asks, emergency generators operational, Martinez responds. Fuel reserves sufficient for approximately 72 hours of limited operations. 72 hours means enough time to assess manufacturing capabilities and determine whether equipment remains functional and evaluate whether production resumption is possible given available resources and technical expertise. Means enough time to search storage areas and identify valuable materials and calculate whether extraction is feasible given transportation constraints and security considerations. Means enough time to make mistakes, if mistakes include activating systems that draw attention from infected or hostile survivors, or automated security protocols that treat all personnel as unauthorized when authorization requires credentials that no longer exist. Thompson's voice carries from the warehouse area. Found something interesting. Interesting covers a range of possibilities from valuable discoveries to dangerous complications to the kind of information that changes strategic planning and operational priorities. Covered pallets, industrial quantities, medical supplies and raw materials for pharmaceutical production. Industrial quantities means enough materials to supply medical needs for large populations over extended time periods, when time periods must be measured in months or years rather than days or weeks. Means strategic reserves that provide bargaining power in negotiations with organized survivor groups and established communities, and anyone else who needs medical supplies more than they need the materials they might trade for medical supplies. But also means transportation challenges when transportation capacity is limited and security requirements are extensive, and movement through hostile territory requires careful planning and tactical preparation. Means choosing between mobility and capability when mobility means carrying everything necessary for immediate survival, and capability means carrying everything necessary for long-term strategic advantage. We need inventory. Webb decides. Inventory assessment proceeds according to military logistics protocols. Materials cataloged by type and quantity and condition and storage requirements. Expiration dates recorded for medications that lose effectiveness over time. Priority rankings assigned based on trade value and therapeutic utility and strategic importance. Antibiotics, antivirals, pain medications, surgical supplies, emergency medical equipment, raw materials for producing additional medications if production capability can be restored. Enough medical supplies to establish a field hospital or trading post or medical treatment facility that provides healthcare services in exchange for food and security and other resources necessary for maintaining operations. Enough to change the strategic balance between their small group and larger organized communities that control territory through superior numbers and defensive positions. Enough to make them targets for acquisition by people who prefer taking valuable resources to trading for valuable resources when taking seems more efficient than trading. But moving industrial quantities requires vehicles and fuel and security escorts and logistics planning that accounts for route selection and checkpoint negotiation and all the transportation challenges that make moving valuable cargo through hostile territory a complex undertaking with multiple failure modes. A sound echoes through the warehouse facility. Mechanical noise, rhythmic, like heavy machinery operating according to programmed cycles, like automated systems maintaining themselves even when the people who program those systems stop showing up to monitor operations. Emergency power activation, Martinez explains. Some systems are designed to maintain themselves during power outages. Self-maintaining systems suggest sophisticated automation and backup protocols and the kind of industrial engineering that anticipates disruptions and implements contingency procedures to preserve equipment and materials when preservation requires operating without human supervision. But automation requires power, and power requires fuel, and fuel requires supply chains that no longer exist to support automated operations beyond emergency reserve capacity. Means automated systems are consuming limited fuel reserves to maintain operations that might not be necessary for preserving materials or equipment or manufacturing capability. Means they need to locate control systems and assess whether automated operations can be suspended to conserve fuel or modified to optimize resource utilization or shut down completely to prevent waste of resources they can't replace. Control room is on the second floor, Webb says, consulting the architectural drawings. They climb stairs that smell like industrial lubricants and metal polish, and the particular cleanliness that comes from environments where cleanliness means contamination control rather than aesthetic preference. Clean environments where pharmaceutical manufacturing requires sterility and quality control in the absence of particulates or biological contaminants that compromise product integrity. The control room overlooks the production floor through windows designed to provide visual monitoring of manufacturing operations. Dozens of computer monitors display system status information and production metrics, and the real-time data streams that track manufacturing efficiency and quality parameters. Most screens show error messages, system failures, communication losses, alerts that indicate equipment malfunctions or supply disruptions, or the cascade of problems that occur when complex systems try to operate without the human intervention that complex systems require for troubleshooting and maintenance. But some systems continue operating. Climate control for storage areas, security monitoring for perimeter access points, automated inventory management that tracks material movement and consumption rates and reorder requirements for supply chains that stop taking reorders when supply chains stopped existing. Martinez studies the control interfaces with the attention of someone whose military training included technical systems maintenance and troubleshooting procedures. I can shut down non-essential systems, he says. conserve fuel for climate control and security monitoring. Shutting down systems means accepting that manufacturing operations won't resume during their visit, means prioritizing preservation over production when production requires more resources than they can spare and more time than they can safely remain in one location. But preservation means the facility remains functional for future use, when future use might be possible, given different circumstances and resource availability and security situations. Do it, Webb decides. Martinez begins shutdown procedures. Monitors go dark one by one as systems power down according to programmed sequences designed to prevent damage during controlled shutdown operations. But the security monitoring system remains active. Motion detectors, perimeter cameras, automated alerts that track movement around the facility boundaries and identify potential threats or unauthorized access attempts, and the motion detectors are showing activity. Multiple contacts approaching from the western perimeter, moving in tactical formation, professional spacing and coordination that suggests military training or survival experience and organized intent rather than random scavenging. How many? Webb asks. Martinez counts the detection signatures and correlates them with camera feeds that provide visual confirmation of contact assessment. 12 hostiles minimum, possibly more beyond sensor range. Coordinated approach suggests reconnaissance followed by assault. 12 hostiles means their small group is outnumbered 3-1. Means direct confrontation favors the attackers who have numerical superiority and can coordinate multiple assault vectors while maintaining reserves for tactical flexibility. But the factory provides defensive advantages. Multiple levels and cover positions and fields of fire that favor defenders who know the terrain and can use industrial infrastructure to channel attacker movement into predetermined kill zones. Provides time for defensive preparation and tactical planning if they can reach defensive positions before attackers complete their approach and begin assault operations. Time that might be sufficient for coordinated defense if defense means survival, and survival means holding position long enough for attackers to decide that assault costs exceed strategic benefits. Or time that might be insufficient if attackers have superior equipment or tactical capabilities, or the kind of organizational discipline that allows them to sustain assault operations despite defensive resistance. Defensive positions, Webb orders. They move through the facility toward predetermined positions that provide mutual support and overlapping fields of fire, and the tactical advantages that trained personnel can exploit when exploitation means surviving contact with numerically superior forces. But as they move toward defensive positions, the security monitors reveal additional information about the approaching force. They're not moving like scavengers or opportunistic raiders. They're moving like people who know the facility layout and understand the defensive positions and have planned their assault according to detailed intelligence about building configuration and likely defensive deployment. Moving like people who've been here before, or like people who've been planning this operation and conducting reconnaissance and developing tactical plans based on accurate information about facility capabilities and defensive vulnerabilities. The kind of people who might have worked here before the shutdown. The kind of people who know what the facility contains and how those contents might be accessed, and why those contents are worth organizing military-style assault operations to acquire. The kind of people who understand that pharmaceutical manufacturing facilities contain strategic resources that provide long-term advantages to whoever controls access to medical supplies when medical supplies determine survival rates and territorial control and the ability to maintain organized communities in environments where organization requires supporting infrastructure, including healthcare capability. This isn't a random attack. Webb realizes. This is a planned acquisition operation. Someone knows what they're here for, and someone wants it more than they want to avoid the tactical challenges of assaulting a defended position held by people with military training and superior defensive positioning. Someone who's decided that the strategic value of pharmaceutical manufacturing capabilities exceeds the tactical costs of acquiring those capabilities through violence, when violence offers more reliable outcomes than negotiation. The attackers reached the facility perimeter. The security monitors show tactical deployment and assault preparation, and the kind of professional coordination that suggests this isn't the first facility they've assaulted and acquired and converted to their own strategic purposes. The kind of coordination that suggests they've developed standard operating procedures for facility acquisition and personnel neutralization and the conversion of industrial infrastructure to support their organizational objectives. Whatever those objectives might be, when objectives require pharmaceutical manufacturing capabilities and military-style assault operations and the kind of strategic planning that treats human lives as acceptable losses in exchange for long-term tactical advantages. Contact in 30 seconds, Martinez reports. 30 seconds to prepare for combat operations against numerically superior forces who might have superior equipment and tactical training and organizational support. 30 seconds to accept that survival might require choices that violate moral principles and ethical guidelines and the kind of humanitarian constraints that peacetime military training emphasizes when peacetime exists to provide context for wartime exceptions. 30 seconds to become the kind of people who survive by ensuring that other people don't survive when survival becomes a competitive resource allocation problem with permanent solutions. The monitors show assault teams breaching the perimeter fence, professional breach techniques, coordinated movement, radio communication between assault elements and command personnel who coordinate tactical operations from positions that provide oversight without exposure to defensive fires. The kind of assault that succeeds when success means neutralizing defensive resistance and acquiring strategic objectives regardless of human costs incurred during acquisition operations. Webb checks her rifle one final time. Ammunition count, safety status, scope adjustment for interior engagement ranges where engagement means applying violence to human targets who chose to become targets when they chose assault over negotiation. Remember, she says, we're not trying to win, we're trying to survive. Surviving means inflicting sufficient casualties to convince attackers that assault costs exceed strategic benefits, means holding defensive positions long enough for tactical reassessment and possible withdrawal when withdrawal becomes preferable to continued engagement. Means accepting that some fights can't be won but can be survived if survival means living long enough to fight again when fighting again might offer better tactical circumstances and strategic outcomes. The assault begins with suppressive fire that forces defenders to take cover while assault teams advance through the facility toward defensive positions. Professional tactics. Coordinated fires, the kind of military-style operation that treats facility acquisition as a standard mission with standard procedures and acceptable loss ratios for achieving strategic objectives. The kind of operation that succeeds when success is measured in strategic gains rather than tactical casualties. But defenders have advantages too. Superior knowledge of terrain, prepared positions, the motivation that comes from defending rather than attacking, when defending means survival and attacking means acquiring resources that attackers might survive without. The battle becomes a test of will and ammunition and tactical competence, when competence means applying violence more efficiently than violence is applied to you. When efficiency means staying alive long enough to determine whether pharmaceutical manufacturing capabilities are worth the human cost of acquiring them through violence. When the human cost includes becoming the kind of people who calculate human costs in terms of strategic resource allocation rather than individual lives that matter, because lives matter regardless of their strategic utility. The security monitors go dark as stray rounds damage camera systems and motion detectors. The electronic eyes that might have provided tactical intelligence about attacker positions and movement patterns. Now they fight blind, except for direct observation and sound tracking, and the primitive sensory capabilities that humans developed before technology provided enhanced situational awareness. Fight with crowbars and rifles and the basic tools that determine outcomes when outcomes depend on individual capability rather than organizational resources. Fight to survive long enough to escape with enough medical supplies to make escape worthwhile. Or fight to survive long enough to discover whether fighting was necessary when necessity might have been avoided through different choices made at different times under different circumstances. The factory fills with the sound of violence applied to human problems when violence becomes the preferred solution to resource allocation disputes. Outside, the sun continues its journey toward horizons that don't care about pharmaceutical manufacturing or territorial acquisition or the human costs of surviving in a world where survival requires choices that survivors used to believe they would never make. Chapter 9. Fever in the Night. Jaxon's skin burns like paper left too close to flame. The fever started 3 hours after they escaped the factory firefight. Started as flush and fatigue and the kind of exhaustion that comes from sustained combat operations under stress conditions. Started like something that rest and hydration might resolve when resolution meant returning to baseline functionality. Now it burns like infection. Like the particular heat that comes when immune systems mobilize against threats they recognize from biological memory and cellular experience. When the body declares war against invaders that might be viral or bacterial or the kind of pathogenic transformation that changes people into things that hunt people. Nora monitors his temperature with medical instruments salvaged from the factory medical station. Digital thermometer that displays numbers in red LED characters that announce fever in precise degrees of biological emergency, 104 degrees Fahrenheit, high enough to cause brain damage if sustained, high enough to indicate serious infection that requires immediate medical intervention, high enough to suggest that whatever pathogen is causing the fever might be the kind that kills quickly, or changes people into something that resembles life but hunts living things. But not high enough yet to indicate the specific temperature pattern that precedes transformation from human to infected. Not the thermal spike that medical personnel learn to recognize as the biological marker that separates treatable illness from conditions that require different interventions entirely. Interventions that involve isolation and restraint, and the kind of medical procedures that ensure infected individuals don't become vectors for spreading infection to uninfected populations. She administers antibiotics from their remaining medical supplies. Broad-spectrum coverage for bacterial infections that might be causing systemic inflammatory response. Medications that treat what can be treated when viral infections require different therapeutic approaches that they don't have access to. Medications that might help if help is possible. Medications that might delay progression if progression can be delayed long enough for immune system response to contain whatever biological process is causing the fever. But antibiotics don't treat viral infections and don't prevent transformation, and don't address the fundamental question of whether Jaxon is fighting off ordinary illness or fighting the early stages of the infection that turns people into the things they've been fighting for 8 months. The things that used to be people who fought fevers and lost. We need to find shelter, she tells Webb's team. They've been moving north through industrial districts where factories provide concealment And abandoned warehouses offer temporary security, moving according to tactical requirements that prioritize speed over comfort when comfort might mean exposure to hostile forces or infected populations. But fever changes tactical requirements, changes movement capabilities and decision-making capacity and the basic physiological functions that support sustained operations under stress conditions. Changes the mathematics of group survival when group survival depends on individual capability, and individual capability becomes compromised by biological factors beyond tactical control. There's an abandoned office complex 2 miles ahead, Webb reports. Secure perimeter, multiple escape routes, defensible positions. 2 miles might as well be 20 when movement means supporting someone whose coordination is compromised by fever, and whose cognitive function might be degrading due to hyperthermia and metabolic disruption. When movement means choosing between tactical requirements and humanitarian obligations, and the complex ethical calculations that determine whether groups abandon individuals to preserve group survival capability. We'll make it, Jaxon says. We'll make it, Jaxon says. His voice carries the particular hoarseness that comes with fever and dehydration and the physiological stress of immune system activation. The sound of someone whose body is redirecting resources from voluntary functions like speech and movement toward involuntary functions like fighting infection. But determination doesn't resolve fever, and willpower doesn't treat bacterial infections, and courage doesn't prevent viral replication when replication means cellular invasion and cellular transformation, and the biological process that changes immune system response from healing to hunting. They move through empty streets where abandoned vehicles create cover positions and concealment opportunities. Where 8 months of weather and neglect have begun the slow process of reclaiming urban infrastructure for natural systems that don't require maintenance schedules or repair budgets. Streets where nature learns to grow through concrete and around steel, and over the mechanical artifacts of civilization, when civilization becomes just another environmental factor that ecosystems adapt to incorporate. Jaxon stumbles, not loss of consciousness, but loss of coordination, the kind of motor function impairment that comes when fever affects neurological processes and balance and the basic physical capabilities required for walking over uneven terrain. Martinez provides support. Military medic training that includes field treatment of heat casualties and fever management, and the basic medical interventions that keep personnel functional during operations when functional means mobile and capable of contributing to mission accomplishment. But military medicine focuses on treating conditions that respond to field treatment, conditions that can be managed with portable medical supplies and basic procedures, and the assumption that serious medical emergencies can be evacuated to facilities with advanced medical capabilities, facilities that no longer exist when existence requires infrastructure and personnel and supply chains that stopped existing when maintaining medical facilities became impossible under post-apocalyptic resource constraints. The office complex appears through the urban landscape like sanctuary rendered in concrete and steel, and architectural elements designed to project corporate success and financial stability. 20-story building with ground floor security and underground parking, and the kind of infrastructure that suggests the building might offer resources beyond simple shelter. Might offer medical facilities or food service areas, or other amenities that corporate environments provided for employee welfare, when employee welfare meant productivity and productivity meant profit margins. Now it means potential medical treatment areas and climate-controlled environments and the basic infrastructure requirements for establishing temporary medical facilities where fever patients can receive treatment under conditions that don't expose treatment providers to unnecessary risks. The lobby smells like abandonment and cleaning chemicals, and the particular mustiness that accumulates in buildings where Air circulation systems shut down and humidity begins the slow process of encouraging organic growth in places designed to remain sterile. Building directory shows medical clinic on the 15th floor, dental office on the 12th. Executive health center on the 20th floor, with facilities that might include diagnostic equipment and medical supplies, and the kind of comprehensive healthcare infrastructure that corporate executives received when healthcare was a benefit package rather than a survival necessity. Elevator systems remain non-operational. Power grid failure means vertical transportation requires climbing stairs, when climbing means carrying a fever patient through 15 floors of stairwells while maintaining tactical awareness and defensive readiness. Means choosing between medical facilities that might offer advanced treatment capabilities and medical facilities that can be reached without compromising patient stability or group security. We'll check the ground floor first, Webb decides. Building services directory indicates cafeteria and employee health station and basic medical facilities designed to handle workplace injuries and routine healthcare needs. Facilities that might contain fever-reducing medications and IV fluids, and the basic medical supplies necessary for treating temperature elevation and dehydration. The employee health station occupies a suite near the building's rear exit. Glass doors that provide visibility while maintaining separation between medical areas and general office space. Professional medical environment designed according to occupational health standards and healthcare regulations. Inside, examination rooms equipped with basic diagnostic instruments and treatment capabilities. Medical supplies stored in locked cabinets according to pharmaceutical security protocols. Refrigerated storage for medications that require temperature control for maintaining therapeutic effectiveness. But refrigerated storage requires power, and power requires infrastructure that buildings can't maintain when maintenance becomes impossible and infrastructure support becomes unavailable. Nora checks the medication storage areas while Martinez establishes security positions and Thompson scouts alternative routes for potential evacuation if evacuation becomes necessary. Most refrigerated medications have degraded beyond therapeutic utility. Insulin and vaccines and temperature-sensitive pharmaceuticals that lost effectiveness when cooling systems failed and storage temperatures exceeded acceptable ranges for maintaining molecular stability. But oral medications remain viable. Fever reducers and anti-inflammatory drugs, and the basic pharmaceutical interventions that treat symptoms when treating underlying causes requires capabilities they don't have access to. She administers acetaminophen and ibuprofen according to dosing protocols for fever management. Medications that reduce temperature through different mechanisms and provide additive effects when used in combination for treating hyperthermia. Medications that treat symptoms without addressing causes, when causes might be bacterial or viral, or the specific pathogenic process that transforms people into infected hunters. Jackson's temperature drops 2 degrees over the next hour. Still elevated, but moving in the right direction. Still indicating immune system activation, but suggesting that immune response might be gaining advantage over whatever pathogenic challenge is causing the fever. But temperature reduction might be temporary symptom relief rather than indication of underlying recovery. Might represent pharmaceutical intervention masking disease progression rather than actual improvement in patient condition. The uncertainty creates tactical problems. How long to wait for fever resolution versus moving toward destinations that might offer better medical facilities. How to balance patient care requirements against group security needs when security requires mobility and mobility requires functional personnel. How to assess whether Jaxon is recovering from ordinary illness or developing early-stage infection that will require different therapeutic interventions entirely. Webb monitors radio frequencies for intelligence about regional security conditions and potential threats. Static-filled transmissions suggest ongoing military operations and civilian distress calls, and the electronic signatures of organized groups coordinating movement and resource allocation. But also suggests Haven Point broadcasting regular status updates and medical facility advertisements and recruitment messages for qualified personnel who might contribute to research operations and community development. Messages that sound increasingly sophisticated and organized compared to the desperate survival communications that characterize most radio traffic from survivor groups and military remnants. Messages that suggest Haven Point represents genuine organizational capability, rather than desperate survivors broadcasting false hope to attract rescue or assistance. Or messages that suggest very sophisticated deception operations designed to attract qualified personnel for purposes that qualified personnel might not volunteer for if they understood what those purposes actually involved. Elena's warnings about harvesting operations and research facilities echo through the uncertainty, like medical second opinions from consultants who've seen similar cases with different outcomes. Martinez reports from perimeter security, movement 3 blocks east, vehicular, multiple contacts moving in formation toward this sector. Multiple contacts suggest organized groups rather than individual scavengers, or infected wandering through urban areas following scent trails and sound signatures. Suggest coordination and communication and tactical planning that indicates military or paramilitary capability. Might be search and rescue operations looking for survivors who need assistance and medical treatment and transportation to safer areas with better medical facilities. Might be hostile forces conducting systematic area searches for survivors who possess valuable resources or medical supplies, or information about strategic assets like pharmaceutical manufacturing facilities. Might be infected that learn to coordinate and plan and operate vehicles when vehicle operation provides tactical advantages for hunting operations that require range and mobility beyond what pedestrian hunting provides. The uncertainty requires defensive preparation regardless of actual intent. Requires treating all unknown contacts as potential threats until threat assessment confirms friendly intentions or hostile capabilities, or the complex intermediate categories that define most human encounters, when human encounters happen between armed groups with competing survival priorities. Can we move Jaxon? Webb asks. His fever has stabilized at 102 degrees. Still elevated but manageable with continued medication and hydration support. Still concerning but not immediately life-threatening, if life-threatening means imminent biological failure rather than gradual degradation that might be reversible with appropriate medical intervention. But movement means exposing a fever patient to environmental stress and physical exertion and the kind of physiological demands that might worsen his condition or trigger complications that stable conditions don't experience. Movement means choosing between known medical risks and unknown tactical risks when both categories of risk involve potential consequences that include permanent solutions to temporary problems. He can move, she reports, but not fast and not far. Not fast means tactical movement at speeds that might not be sufficient for avoiding contact with hostile forces who maintain pursuit capabilities and coordination advantages. Not far means destination selection becomes critical when destinations must be reachable within current capability parameters and defendable if defense becomes necessary for survival. Means accepting limitations that compromise tactical flexibility in exchange for maintaining humanitarian obligations when humanitarian obligations conflict with tactical requirements. The vehicle sounds grow closer. Diesel engines, multiple units. Coordinated movement that suggests convoy operations and organizational discipline rather than random travel by individual survivors, making individual decisions about destinations and routes. Professional military movement or civilian groups that learn to adopt military procedures for enhanced security and operational effectiveness, when effectiveness means surviving contact with hostile forces or environmental hazards. Webb makes the tactical decision. We move to the stairwell. Establish defensive positions on upper floors where we can observe their intentions and respond accordingly. Upper floors provide tactical advantages, including elevation and fields of fire and multiple escape routes through building infrastructure if escape becomes necessary, but also mean carrying a fever patient up multiple flights of stairs while maintaining defensive readiness and tactical coordination under stress conditions. Mean choosing vertical mobility over horizontal mobility when mobility choices determine survival outcomes, and survival outcomes affect everyone in the group rather than just the individual whose medical condition is compromising group tactical capability. They begin climbing. Jaxon maintains mobility but requires assistance for balance and coordination. Martinez provides physical support while Nora monitors his condition for signs of deterioration that might indicate fever progression or complications from physical exertion. Thompson scouts ahead to identify suitable defensive positions and assess building infrastructure for tactical advantages and potential vulnerabilities. By the fourth floor, Jackson's breathing becomes labored. Not just physical exertion, but the respiratory stress that accompanies fever and immune system activation and the metabolic demands of fighting infection while maintaining physical activity. His skin feels hot and clammy. Classic signs of hyperthermia and dehydration, despite fluid replacement therapy and fever-reducing medications. Signs that suggest his condition might be worsening despite pharmaceutical intervention and supportive care. The vehicles reach the building's parking area. Engine sounds indicate they've stopped rather than continuing past toward other destinations. Indicate intentional arrival at this location for purposes that might involve building search and area reconnaissance and contact with any personnel who might be sheltering in defensible positions. Webb uses building windows to observe the arrival. 4 vehicles. Military-style modifications. Personnel deploying in tactical formation with professional spacing and coordination. Weapons visible but not immediately threatening. Standard security protocols for area reconnaissance rather than assault preparation. Radio communication between units suggests command structure and operational planning rather than random group movement or opportunistic scavenging operations. Professional appearance suggests military or paramilitary organization rather than civilian survivors who adapted military equipment for enhanced security during travel through hostile territory. They're broadcasting, Webb reports. Radio transmission on emergency frequencies. Standard identification protocols and request for communication with any survivors in the immediate area. Professional communication procedures rather than hostile demands or threatening ultimatums. But professional appearance doesn't guarantee friendly intentions when friendly intentions might conflict with organizational objectives that require resource acquisition or personnel recruitment or territorial control operations. Hello, any survivors in the office building. This is Captain Morrison, United States Army Medical Research Command. We're conducting medical evacuation operations for fever patients and infected casualties. Medical evacuation sounds like rescue operations and humanitarian assistance and the kind of military mission that saves lives rather than taking them for strategic purposes. But Medical Research Command suggests scientific operations and data collection and the possibility that medical evacuation means transportation to research facilities rather than treatment facilities. Means transportation to places where fever patients become research subjects and research subjects contribute to medical advancement through procedures that research subjects might not survive long enough to benefit from. The radio continues. We have advanced medical facilities and experimental treatments for early-stage infection. Immediate transport available for critical patients. Experimental treatments suggest medical capabilities beyond basic fever management and symptom relief, suggest access to pharmaceutical interventions and therapeutic procedures that might actually resolve infections rather than just managing symptoms until immune systems succeed or fail according to individual biological capability. But experimental also suggests unproven procedures and therapeutic protocols that haven't been validated through standard medical testing and safety evaluation, and suggests medical intervention that involves risk and uncertainty and the possibility that treatment might be worse than the condition being treated. Suggests research that requires test subjects when test subjects provide data that advances medical knowledge regardless of whether test subjects benefit from participating in medical advancement. Jaxon opens his eyes. His fever has spiked again despite medication. Temperature climbing toward ranges that indicate biological emergency and potential complications, including seizures and brain damage, and the kind of hyperthermia that kills people when cooling measures prove insufficient for managing thermal regulation. "I can hear them," he whispers. "Military personnel requesting medical evacuation for fever patients." Offering transport to advanced medical facilities with experimental treatments that might resolve infections before infections progress to transformation stages. Offering what sounds like genuine medical assistance from organizations with legitimate medical capabilities and humanitarian missions. But Elena's warnings about research facilities and harvesting operations echo through the decision matrix, like medical consultations from specialists who've seen similar cases with different outcomes. "Do we trust them?" Webb asks. Trust requires assessment of risk versus benefit, when both risk and benefit calculations involve variables that can't be accurately predicted under current information constraints. Trust requires believing that military medical research organizations prioritize patient welfare over research objectives, when research objectives might require patient participation in studies that patients don't understand and consent procedures that patients can't evaluate. Trust requires accepting transportation to facilities where medical treatment might mean medical experimentation, and medical experimentation might mean contributing to scientific advancement through procedures that advance science more than they advance patient health. Jackson's condition is deteriorating, despite treatment attempts. His fever continues climbing toward ranges that indicate immediate medical emergency, requiring interventions beyond their current capabilities. His breathing becomes increasingly labored, and his mental status shows signs of confusion and disorientation that suggest hyperthermia affecting neurological function. He needs medical intervention that they can't provide with available resources and portable medical supplies and basic treatment protocols designed for field conditions. Needs the kind of advanced medical care that requires facilities and equipment and pharmaceutical resources that only organized medical institutions can provide when medical institutions still exist to provide advanced care. But accepting medical assistance means accepting transportation to unknown destinations for treatment by unknown personnel, using unknown procedures for conditions that might be ordinary infections or might be early-stage transformation processes that require different therapeutic approaches entirely. The radio crackles again. We're detecting elevated thermal signatures consistent with fever patients. We can provide immediate cooling measures and IV fluid replacement and experimental antiviral therapy that shows promise for early-stage infection cases. Immediate cooling measures might prevent brain damage and other hyperthermia complications. IV fluid replacement might resolve dehydration and support cardiovascular function during fever episodes. Experimental antiviral therapy might actually treat underlying infection rather than just managing symptoms. Might provide therapeutic intervention that saves Jackson's life when life-saving requires medical capabilities beyond what they can provide with available resources. or might provide transportation to research facilities where fever patients become experimental subjects, and experimental subjects contribute to medical research through participation in studies that prioritize data collection over individual patient outcomes. The decision requires choosing between certain deterioration and uncertain intervention, when both options involve risks that might exceed benefits and benefits that might not justify risks. He's getting worse, Nora reports. Temperature approaching 106 degrees, mental status increasingly confused, cardiovascular stress indicated by elevated heart rate and blood pressure instability, biological emergency requiring immediate intervention to prevent permanent complications or death from hyperthermia and associated metabolic dysfunction. The kind of medical emergency that requires choosing between available options when available options include accepting military medical assistance from organizations whose motivations remain unclear and whose treatment protocols might involve experimental procedures with unknown success rates and undisclosed side effects. We need to decide now, Webb says. The military medical team waits outside, offering immediate transport to advanced medical facilities with experimental treatments that might resolve infections or might provide research opportunities using fever patients as experimental subjects. The decision determines whether Jaxon receives potentially life-saving medical intervention or becomes a research subject in medical studies that might advance scientific knowledge about infection treatment while advancing individual patient outcomes according to experimental protocol requirements rather than patient welfare priorities. The decision determines whether they trust military medical organizations to prioritize humanitarian assistance over research objectives, when research objectives might require patient participation in studies that patients can't evaluate and don't understand. The radio offers one final transmission. Time is critical for effective treatment. Please respond if you need immediate medical assistance. Time is critical because fever patients develop complications that become irreversible when treatment delays exceed biological tolerance for hyperthermia and metabolic dysfunction. Time is critical because experimental treatments require administration during specific phases of infection progression when therapeutic intervention might be effective, rather than after infection progression reaches stages where therapeutic intervention becomes impossible. Time is critical because research opportunities require access to patients during early stages of infection when data collection provides meaningful information about infection processes and therapeutic responses. Jaxon's eyes focus briefly on Nora's face. "Don't let them take Sarah," he whispers. Same words the infected man spoke in the subway tunnels. Same confusion about identity and relationships and the people who matter, when mattering means protecting them from dangers that confused minds can't clearly identify. Same indication that fever affects cognitive function and creates disorientation and confusion about present circumstances and past experiences, and the difference between people who are present and people who are memories. But also indication that even confused minds retain protective instincts and caring responses, and the fundamental human concern for other people's welfare, when welfare means safety from threats that might not be clearly understood, but are still perceived as dangerous. The military vehicles wait outside. Professional medical personnel offering transport to facilities with advanced treatment capabilities and experimental therapies that might resolve infections when resolution means recovery rather than transformation or death. Or research personnel offering transport to laboratories where fever patients provide experimental data through participation in medical studies that advance scientific knowledge about infection processes and therapeutic interventions. The uncertainty requires a choice: trust or escape, treatment or independence, medical intervention that might save Jaxon's life, or medical research that might use Jackson's condition to advance scientific understanding about infections while treating individual patients according to research protocol requirements rather than humanitarian care standards. Outside, the military medical team maintains position and broadcasts periodic offers of immediate medical assistance for fever patients who require advanced therapeutic intervention. Inside, Jackson's condition continues deteriorating despite their treatment attempts using available medical supplies and basic fever management protocols. The decision can't be postponed much longer. Time is running out for effective intervention and biological tolerance, and the window of opportunity that separates treatable conditions from conditions that progress beyond therapeutic reach. Nora looks at Webb, who looks at Martinez, who looks at Thompson, who looks back at Nora. Everyone understanding that someone needs to make a choice that determines whether they trust military medical personnel to provide humanitarian assistance or whether they reject medical assistance to maintain independence and attempt continued treatment using available resources under current capability constraints. Everyone understanding that either choice might be wrong, and wrong choices might have permanent consequences for everyone involved, rather than just for the fever patient whose condition is driving the decision-making process. Jaxon opens his eyes one more time. His gaze finds Nora's face and holds steady for a moment that suggests clarity breaking through fever confusion and disorientation. "Your choice, Doc," he whispers. "Your choice, because trust requires someone making decisions about risk and benefit when both risk and benefit calculations involve factors that can't be predicted or controlled or guaranteed to produce desired outcomes. Your choice because medical decisions belong to medical personnel. When medical personnel understand the clinical implications and therapeutic requirements better than non-medical personnel can assess under emergency conditions. Your choice because someone has to choose, and choices have consequences, and consequences affect everyone, regardless of who makes the choices that create the consequences." She looks out the window at the military vehicles and professional medical personnel offering immediate transport to advanced medical facilities with experimental treatments that might save lives or might harvest research data from patients who become experimental subjects rather than treatment recipients. She looks at Jaxon, whose fever continues climbing toward ranges that indicate biological emergency requiring immediate intervention to prevent permanent complications or death. She makes her choice. Chapter 10. Crossroads of Fate. The choice tastes like copper and regret. Nora keys the radio with hands that shake from exhaustion rather than fear. Fear requires energy, and energy has become a carefully rationed resource measured in calories and adrenaline and the metabolic cost of making decisions that might be wrong. This is Nora Chen, registered nurse. We have a fever patient requiring immediate medical intervention. The response comes immediately, professional, efficient, the kind of medical communication that happens between healthcare personnel who understand that medical emergencies require clear information exchange and rapid decision-making. Copy that, Nurse Chen. What's the patient's current temperature and mental status? 106.2 degrees, confused and disoriented. Cardiovascular stress indicated by tachycardia and blood pressure instability. She provides clinical information in the precise language of medical assessment. Temperature readings and symptom descriptions and the objective measurements that medical personnel use to evaluate patient condition and determine appropriate therapeutic interventions. But also provides information that identifies her as someone with medical training and professional healthcare experience. Someone who understands medical terminology and diagnostic procedures and the clinical standards that guide patient care decisions. Someone who might be valuable to medical research organizations for reasons beyond simple patient care when research requires personnel with medical expertise and professional credentials. We'll be right up. The voice responds. Bringing cooling equipment and IV fluids. Have the patient ready for immediate transport. Ready for transport means prepared for movement to unknown destinations where unknown personnel will provide unknown treatments using unknown procedures for conditions that might be ordinary infections or might be early-stage transformation processes. Means accepting that medical assistance comes with transportation requirements. And transportation requirements mean surrendering control over patient care decisions to organizations whose priorities might not align with individual patient welfare. But Jackson's condition continues deteriorating, and deterioration means biological failure, and biological failure means death or transformation, when transformation becomes the alternative to death that people fear more than death itself. Webb establishes security positions that provide observation of approach routes while maintaining defensive capability if medical assistance transitions to hostile acquisition or forced recruitment or other complications that require tactical response. Professional caution that comes from experience with situations where humanitarian assistance becomes cover for operations that have nothing to do with humanitarian objectives and everything to do with resource acquisition and personnel recruitment. Martinez monitors radio frequencies for intelligence about military medical operations and regional security conditions. Electronic surveillance that might provide advance warning of complications or threats, or additional information about the organizations offering medical assistance. Thompson scouts alternative escape routes in case escape becomes necessary when medical assistance proves to be something other than medical assistance. But escape routes require mobile patients, and mobile patients require medical stability, and medical stability requires intervention that they can't provide with available resources and current medical capabilities. The military medical team enters the building, professional movement, medical equipment, the kind of organized response that suggests genuine medical capability rather than opportunistic deception operations disguised as humanitarian assistance. 4 personnel. Medical personnel identifiable by equipment and procedures, and the professional competence that comes from training and experience in emergency medical situations, but also armed personnel with tactical equipment and communication systems that suggest military organization rather than civilian medical services. The combination creates uncertainty about whether medical assistance represents humanitarian mission or military operation that includes medical components for purposes that extend beyond individual patient care. Lieutenant Sarah Martinez, Army Medical Corps, announces the team leader. Different Sarah than Jackson's deceased wife, but the name creates confusion and disorientation for fever patients whose cognitive function is compromised by hyperthermia and infection and the metabolic stress of immune system activation. Creates the possibility that Jackson's confused references to protect might be interpreted as references to medical personnel rather than memories of family members who died during the initial outbreak. We need to begin immediate cooling measures, Martinez announces. Professional medical assessment, clinical decision-making, the kind of therapeutic intervention that emergency medical personnel provide for hyperthermia cases when hyperthermia requires immediate treatment to prevent brain damage and cardiovascular collapse. Ice packs and cooling blankets and IV fluid replacement therapy. Standard medical procedures for managing fever emergencies when fever emergency means temperature elevation beyond biological tolerance ranges. But cooling measures require patient transport to facilities with advanced medical equipment and pharmaceutical resources that field conditions can't provide when field conditions are limited to portable medical supplies and basic treatment capabilities. Transport to medical facilities that might be treatment centers or might be research laboratories where fever patients provide experimental data through participation in medical studies that prioritize scientific advancement over individual patient outcomes. The medical team begins treatment procedures. Professional competence. Appropriate equipment. Clinical skills that suggest genuine medical training and emergency care experience rather than deception operations that simulate medical assistance for recruitment or acquisition purposes. IV access established for fluid replacement therapy. Cooling blankets applied according to hyperthermia treatment protocols. Medication administration for fever reduction and cardiovascular support. Procedures that stabilize patient condition and prepare for transport to advanced medical facilities where continued treatment can address underlying infection rather than just managing symptoms. But stabilization for transport also means chemical sedation and reduced consciousness, and the kind of patient condition that makes resistance to unwanted procedures difficult when procedures might involve experimental treatments that patients haven't consented to participate in. Patient is stable for transport, Martinez reports. Stable means temperature controlled and cardiovascular function supported, and mental status managed through pharmaceutical intervention that reduces confusion and disorientation. But stable also means dependent on medical equipment and pharmaceutical support that requires continued access to advanced medical facilities and ongoing treatment by medical personnel whose objectives might include research activities that use patients as experimental subjects. Where are you taking him? Nora asks. Regional Medical Center, Martinez responds. Specialized infectious disease unit with experimental antiviral protocols that show promise for early-stage infection cases. Specialized infectious disease unit suggests legitimate medical facility with appropriate equipment and qualified personnel and treatment protocols designed to resolve infections rather than just managing symptoms until immune systems succeed or fail. But experimental antiviral protocols suggest research activities and unproven treatments and therapeutic procedures that haven't been validated through standard medical testing and safety evaluation. Suggest medical intervention that involves research participation and data collection, and the possibility that treatment effectiveness is measured through experimental results rather than individual patient outcomes. Can I come with him? She asks. Medical personnel with infectious disease experience would be valuable for patient care support and treatment monitoring during transport and therapeutic intervention. But medical personnel would also be valuable for research activities and experimental protocol development and the kind of scientific investigation that requires qualified personnel with professional healthcare experience. The medical team exchanges glances, professional communication through visual signals and nonverbal coordination that suggests organizational decision-making protocols and command structure considerations. That would be acceptable, Martinez says. We can use qualified medical personnel for patient care support and research assistance. Research assistance confirms that medical facilities include research activities and experimental procedures and the kind of scientific investigation that requires patient participation in studies that patients might not understand or consent to participate in. Confirms Elena's warnings about research facilities and harvesting operations and the difference between rescue operations and recruitment operations that use humanitarian assistance cover for acquiring personnel and research subjects. But Jaxon needs continued medical care, and medical care requires access to advanced facilities and qualified personnel and pharmaceutical resources that only organized medical institutions can provide. Needs medical intervention that might save his life when life-saving requires accepting transportation to facilities where medical treatment might include research participation and experimental procedures. Webb approaches the decision point with tactical assessment and strategic planning consideration. What about the rest of my team? She asks. Military personnel with combat experience and tactical capabilities would be valuable for security operations and facility defense, and the kind of organizational support that medical research facilities require for maintaining operations in hostile environments. But military personnel might also resist research activities that conflict with humanitarian principles and medical ethics and the military codes of conduct that emphasize personnel welfare and voluntary participation in experimental procedures. Security positions are available, Martinez responds, for qualified personnel who meet organizational requirements and security clearance standards. Security positions suggest employment opportunities and organizational integration, and the possibility that accepting medical assistance means accepting recruitment into military medical organizations with missions that extend beyond individual patient care. Means choosing between maintaining independence and accepting organizational affiliation, when organizational affiliation might provide resources and security, but might also require participation in activities that conflict with personal principles and ethical standards. The decision requires assessment of alternatives when alternatives include continued independent survival with degraded medical capabilities versus organizational affiliation with enhanced resources but reduced autonomy. Webb looks at her team, professional assessment of personnel readiness and individual preferences, and the group consensus that determines whether they accept military recruitment or maintain independent operations. What are the terms, she asks. Standard military medical corps assignment, Martinez explains. Housing and medical care, air and resource allocation according to organizational needs and mission requirements. Voluntary participation in research activities with appropriate compensation and informed consent procedures. Voluntary participation suggests choice and consent and the ability to decline research involvement without losing access to medical care and organizational support. But voluntary participation in military organizations might be influenced by organizational pressure and mission requirements and the kind of institutional expectations that make voluntary participation less voluntary than civilian voluntary participation. And informed consent requires accurate information about research activities and experimental procedures and the risks and benefits associated with participation in medical studies that might prioritize scientific advancement over individual participant welfare. We need time to consider, Webb says. Time to assess terms and conditions and organizational requirements and the implications of accepting military recruitment versus maintaining independent operations under current resource constraints. But time means delay, and delay means continued medical emergency for fever patients who require immediate intervention rather than delayed decision-making about organizational affiliation. Patient needs immediate transport, Martinez states. A decision about team recruitment can be made later, after patient care requirements are addressed. Patient care separation from team recruitment suggests that medical assistance doesn't require accepting military affiliation, and that individual medical needs can be addressed independently of group organizational decisions. But separation also means dividing the group and reducing tactical capabilities and creating vulnerability when individual medical treatment might involve transport to facilities where patients become isolated from support networks and independent advocacy. Jackson's temperature spikes again despite cooling measures and pharmaceutical intervention, 107 degrees. Approaching ranges that indicate immediate biological emergency requiring advanced medical intervention to prevent brain damage and cardiovascular collapse, and the kind of hyperthermia that kills people when medical intervention proves insufficient. Emergency intervention that requires transport to advanced medical facilities, regardless of concerns about research activities and organizational affiliation and the potential complications of accepting military medical assistance. We're losing him, Martinez announces. Clinical assessment based on vital signs and patient responsiveness and the medical indicators that suggest treatment failure and disease progression beyond current therapeutic capability. Losing him means death from hyperthermia and infection, and the biological failure that occurs when immune systems and cooling measures and pharmaceutical interventions prove insufficient for managing fever emergencies. But losing him also means transformation if infection progression includes the pathogenic process that changes people into infected hunters when immune system failure creates opportunities for viral replication and cellular modification. Immediate transport required, Martinez states. No more time for decision-making and risk assessment and evaluation of alternatives when alternatives require time that biological emergencies don't provide. No more time for group consensus and strategic planning and careful consideration of terms and conditions when medical intervention requires immediate action rather than deliberate decision-making. Go, Webb, tells Nora. Military authorization for accepting medical assistance and transportation to advanced medical facilities where continued treatment might resolve fever emergency and underlying infection. Authorization that separates medical personnel from tactical team and reduces group medical capability while potentially providing access to advanced healthcare resources for critical patients. Go. Because medical emergencies require accepting available medical assistance regardless of concerns about organizational affiliation and research activities and the potential complications of military medical treatment. Nora climbs into the medical transport vehicle with Jaxon and military medical personnel who represent either humanitarian assistance or recruitment operations disguised as medical emergency response. The vehicle provides advanced medical equipment and climate control and pharmaceutical resources that field conditions can't offer when field conditions are limited to portable supplies and basic treatment capabilities. But the vehicle also provides transportation to unknown destinations where unknown personnel will make decisions about treatment protocols and research participation and the medical procedures that patients receive when patients are unconscious and unable to provide informed consent. As the vehicle moves north toward whatever facilities await, Nora monitors Jaxon's condition and observes medical procedures and assesses whether military medical personnel prioritize patient welfare or research opportunities when opportunities require patient participation in experimental studies. Outside, Webb's team watches the medical transport disappear into the urban landscape like hope rendered mobile and uncertain. Inside, Jaxon's fever continues despite advanced cooling measures and IV therapy and the kind of medical intervention that represents the best available treatment for conditions that might be treatable or might be beyond current medical capability. The transport vehicle carries them toward destinations that might offer salvation or research opportunities, or some combination that patients can't evaluate and don't understand when understanding requires information that research facilities don't provide to experimental subjects. Behind them, the city continues its slow process of reclaiming urban infrastructure for natural systems that don't require maintenance or medical facilities or the kind of organized human activity that maintains civilization. Ahead waits whatever Haven Point represents when representation becomes reality, and reality requires choices between trust and suspicion and the dangerous mathematics of believing in promises that might be true. The radio continues broadcasting Haven Point transmissions that promise medical care and research opportunities and sustainable communities for qualified personnel who meet organizational requirements. The same promises that Alina warned against. The same promises that might represent genuine humanitarian assistance or sophisticated recruitment operations for research facilities that harvest data from subjects who become subjects rather than patients. The medical transport continues north through territory controlled by checkpoint operators and infected populations, and the various forms of organized chaos that emerged when government authority collapsed and local organizations learned to provide services that governments use to provide. Jackson's breathing stabilizes, but his fever persists despite pharmaceutical intervention and advanced medical support. His condition remains critical but manageable, with continued medical care and access to resources that only organized medical facilities can provide when medical facilities exist to provide advanced treatment rather than basic survival support. The question remains whether medical facilities prioritize treatment or research when research requires subjects, and subjects provide data that advances scientific knowledge regardless of whether subjects benefit from participating in scientific advancement. Nora watches military medical personnel monitor Jackson's condition and adjust treatment protocols according to clinical indicators and therapeutic requirements. Professional medical care that suggests genuine therapeutic intent rather than research activities disguised as patient care operations. But professional medical care that also involves transport to facilities where treatment decisions will be made by personnel whose priorities might include research objectives that extend beyond individual patient welfare. The transport continues north toward whatever awaits when awaiting means accepting that some choices can't be unmade and some trust can't be verified until verification becomes either vindication or regret. The city fades behind them like memory itself learning to forget. Ahead waits the future that might hold salvation or experimentation or the complex combination of both that defines medical research, when research involves human subjects who might not understand what they're participating in or why their participation matters for advancing scientific knowledge about infections and treatments and the biological processes that determine whether people remain people or become something else entirely. The Long Fade, Chapters 11-20. Chapter 11, The Dead City's Heart. The towers lean like broken teeth against morning sky. Glass hangs in frames, reflects nothing. The wind moves through empty spaces where windows used to be and makes sounds like breathing. Nora steps over rubble. Her boots crunch on something that might have been important once. Jaxon follows 3 steps behind. Always 3 steps. Like a dance they learned without music. The infected move in the shadows between buildings. Slow now. Most of them. The runners are gone or changed or found their way to quieter hunting grounds. What remains shambles and waits and reaches for things that aren't there. We came here because the radio said so. The voice that crackles through static every 3rd day at noon. Today, she said, the heart of the city holds passage to the green zones. The places where people still breathe without fear. Doc checks her crowbar, grip tape worn smooth from her palm, the metal dented where it met bone and won and met bone again. They built this place to touch the sky. Now it touches nothing. The elevators are tombs. The stairs climb to nowhere. Each floor another level of the same silence. Jaxon signals with his hand. 2 fingers down. Movement ahead. They pause beside a fountain that runs dry. Coins in the bottom, wishes that never came true now seem wise for their modesty. The enclave appears between one breath and the next. Barricades made from shopping carts and car doors, razor wire threaded through like deadly yarn. Smoke rises from somewhere inside. The good kind. The kind that means people still care about being warm. A voice calls out, rough like gravel under tires. Who walks in the heart of the gone city? Nora steps forward. We're looking for passage. Passage costs. Everything costs. The voice belongs to a man who emerges from shadow like shadow made flesh. Tall. Bald head marked with scars that spell out stories in a language Nora doesn't want to learn. He wears an eye patch. The empty socket underneath probably holds better memories than the eye that remains. This is Marcus Kane. The name arrives in her head without introduction. Some reputations travel faster than their owners. What do you trade for passage? Kane's remaining eye measures them, finds them wanting or finds them useful. Both possibilities carry their own dangers. We have medicine. Nora shows the pill bottle from her pack. Antibiotics, the kind that turn infection into inconvenience. Kane nods. Medicine opens doors, but passage through the heart requires more than pills. It requires proof. Proof of what? That you deserve to live. The enclave spreads behind the barricades like a small city within the skeleton of the larger one. People move between makeshift shelters. Children run in circles. The sound of their laughter sits wrong in this place, like birdsong in a graveyard. Kane leads them through narrow paths between barriers. His followers watch from elevated positions, crossbows and rifles and eyes that measure distance in terms of necessity. The rules here are simple. Kane's voice carries over the sound of hammering and conversation and life insisting on itself. You contribute or you leave. You steal and you leave. You betray and you don't leave at all. A woman approaches, middle-aged, Hispanic, silver threads through black hair like veins of precious metal. She moves with the careful grace of someone who survived by being useful. This is Elena. She patches holes and minds her business. Kane's introduction carries weight. Elena nods but doesn't speak. Nora recognizes something in the woman's face. The look of someone who has seen the moment when helping becomes hurting and chose helping anyway. The test comes at sunset. Kane leads them to a platform built from stacked cars and reinforced with salvaged steel. Below spreads a courtyard where the infected gather like worshippers at an altar of hunger. There, Kane points to a figure moving between the shambling forms. A person. Alive. Terrified. Running from shadow to shadow in a dance that can only end one way. That's Chen. He was caught stealing food from our stores. Now he feeds the gone ones, or he finds another way out. The figure stumbles, gets up, keeps moving. The infected follow like iron filings drawn to a magnet made of flesh and fear. Your test is simple. Kane's voice carries no emotion, no judgment, just fact presented like weather. Bring him back alive, and you have passage. Let him feed the gone ones, and you leave empty-handed. Nora's hand finds her crowbar. Jaxon already has his knife ready. They look at each other, a conversation without words. The test doesn't end with rescue. The test ends with choice. Save the man and betray their mission. Leave him and betray themselves. Chen stumbles again. This time he doesn't get up as quickly. The infected press closer. Their hunger patient but inevitable. The platform waits. The choice waits. Below in the courtyard, the dance continues, and somewhere beyond the city's heart passage waits too. The sun touches the horizon and everything turns the color of old rust. Chapter 12, Shadows of Loyalty. The rope burns Nora's palms as she rappels down the courtyard wall. 30 feet of rough brick and broken promises. Jaxon follows, silent as prayer. Below them, Chen crouches behind an overturned bus. The infected circle. 7 of them, maybe 8. Hard to count shambling things in fading light. Kane's voice echoes from above. You have until full dark. After that, the choice makes itself. The infected move like water finding the lowest path. Slow. Inevitable. Chen throws a brick. It lands 20 feet to his left. 3 of the creatures turn toward the sound. The others continue their convergence. Doc signals with her hand. Left flank. She'll take the stragglers. Jaxon nods and moves right. Combat is a language they both speak fluently now. Her crowbar finds the first skull with a wet sound like breaking pottery. The infected crumples. Never to rise. Never to hunger. The mercy of metal applied with precision. Jackson's knife work is quieter. Clinical. He learned to unlive things without fanfare during 2 tours in places where fanfare got you noticed by all the wrong people. Chen sees them coming. His eyes go wide, then narrow, then wide again as he processes the impossibility of rescue. Who sent you? Nobody sent us. Nora pulls him upright. Can you climb? Chen's laugh comes out cracked. Do I have a choice? The rope hangs against the wall like a promise of salvation with conditions. Chen goes first. His movements awkward with fear and exhaustion. Nora follows. Jaxon brings up the rear because someone has to watch for the infected that don't give up. On the platform, Kane waits with arms crossed. His good eye reflects the last sunlight like a coin in still water. Well done. The words carry no warmth. Facts stated like inventory. You have earned passage. But first you have earned truth. Chen stands between them all, breathing hard, alive despite expectations. Tell them what you stole, Kane says. Tell them why you really ran into the courtyard of the gone ones. Chen's silence stretches like wire under tension. Finally he speaks. I took medicine. Antibiotics. For my daughter. Where is she? Nora asks the question she already knows will hurt to hear answered. Gone 3 days now. Fever took her before I could find what she needed. The medicine wasn't for healing, it was for forgiveness. Kane nods as if this answer satisfies some equation in his head. The thief sought absolution among the hungry unliving. Instead, he found rescue. The universe maintains its sense of irony. Chen's shoulders shake. Not with fear now. With the weight of breathing when breathing feels like betrayal of the ones who can't. I should have fed them. Should have let them end it. Jaxon steps forward. His voice carries the authority of someone who has survived survivor's guilt. That's not how honor works. Honor is staying alive when staying alive hurts. The conversation that follows happens without words. Kane studies them, measures their response to Chen's confession, finds something in their faces that either satisfies or concerns him. The Enclave has laws. Kane's voice cuts through the evening air like a blade through silk. Theft costs a hand. Risking the group for personal loss costs exile. But the word hangs between them. But mercy for the grieving father changes the equation. You showed loyalty to a stranger. That loyalty has value. Chen stares at his hands as if seeing them for the first time. Still attached. Still useful. Kane continues. The passage you seek leads through the industrial district, 10 miles of rubble and unmarked graves. But there are others who travel that road, others who collect tolls in ways you won't enjoy paying. What kind of others? Jaxon asks. The kind who remember how the world used to work and miss the worst parts. Elena approaches with a canvas bag, supplies, water purification tablets, energy bars that taste like cardboard but keep you vertical when vertical matters. She speaks for the first time. Her voice carries an accent that adds music to practical words. The road forks at the old steel mill. Left fork leads to scavenger territory. Right fork leads to the boneyards. Neither path offers comfort. Which do you recommend? Nora asks. Elena's smile holds no happiness, only recognition of necessity. The path that scares you less is probably the path that should scare you more. Kane extends his hand. The handshake feels like signing a contract written in a language nobody taught you to read. Safe travels. And remember, in the industrial district, trust is currency, and mercy is a luxury most can't afford. They leave through a gate welded from car hoods and reinforced with steel plates. The Enclave grows smaller behind them. The sounds of life fade to memory. Ahead, the industrial district waits in darkness. Smokestacks rise like tombstones for giants. The air tastes of rust and old fires, and the dreams of machines that once ate raw materials and breathed out prosperity. Chen walks with them for the first mile, then stops beside a drainage culvert that leads back toward the city center. This is where I turn around. His voice carries the weight of decision. I have nowhere to go but back. Nora wants to tell him that going back never works the way you hope it will. Instead, she nods. Sometimes the only direction that makes sense is the one that hurts least. Chen disappears into the culvert. His footsteps echo for a while, then fade to nothing. The industrial district spreads before them like a graveyard for ambitions. Warehouses stand empty. Loading docks serve no purpose. Railroad tracks lead to destinations that don't exist anymore. But somewhere in this maze of abandoned commerce and rusted dreams, passage waits. Passage to places where the radio voice promises green zones still exist. They walk toward the steel mill, toward the fork in the road, toward choices that haven't revealed their true cost yet. Chapter 13. The Cost of Mercy. The wounded man appears at dawn like a question nobody asked. He crawls from beneath an overturned delivery truck. One leg drags behind him. His clothes hang in strips. The fabric tells a story written in desperation and poor choices. Blood draws flies. The flies draw attention. Attention in the industrial district costs more than most people can afford to pay. Nora sees him first. Her medical training kicks in before her survival instincts can object. Fractured tibia, possible internal bleeding, dehydration. The inventory of damage writes itself across his body in bruises and cuts. We keep moving. Jackson's voice carries the wisdom of 8 months learning when stopping helps nobody. He's hurt. Doc drops her pack, already reaching for the medical supplies Elena gave them. He's bait. The argument happens in whispers. The infected hunt by sound. Arguments that rise above whisper become dinner bells for things that don't care about moral philosophy. Look at him. Nora gestures toward the wounded man. Nobody uses themselves as bait. The wounded man looks up at the sound of voices. His eyes focus with effort. Hope and fear war in his expression, both emotions equally dangerous in their own ways. Please, the word comes out cracked like old leather. I can pay. I have information. Information about what? Jaxon keeps his knife ready, ready for the moment when mercy reveals itself as another word for stupidity. The boneyards, where they take the ones who don't follow the new rules. The wounded man coughs, something wet rattles in his chest. I escaped. Barely. Nora kneels beside him. Her hands move with professional efficiency, checking pulse, examining wounds, reading the body's story of trauma and survival. What's your name? Marcus. Like the Enclave leader, but the similarity ends with the word. This Marcus is built from different materials, softer materials that break under pressure instead of hardening. What happened to you? Nora unwraps gauze from her medical kit. The supplies Elena gave them won't last long if every wounded stranger becomes her responsibility. I was traveling with others, a group heading south. We took the right fork at the steel mill. Marcus winces as she cleans a deep cut on his forearm. That was a mistake, the boneyards. The name sits heavy in the morning air. Elena warned them about the right fork, about places where trust becomes currency and mercy becomes luxury. They have machines there, steam shovels, bulldozers. They dig pits and fill them with the ones who don't contribute. Marcus's voice drops to whisper, the ones who can't work anymore, the ones who ask too many questions. Nora applies pressure to a wound that won't stop seeping. The bleeding slows, but doesn't stop. Internal damage she can't see and can't fix with gauze and antiseptic. How did you escape? Jaxon asks. The question carries skepticism. Escape stories often edit out important details. I played gone. When they threw me in the pit, I went limp, held my breath, waited for night, then crawled out over the others. Others? People who didn't play anything, people who were just gone. The infected choose that moment to announce their presence. 3 of them emerge from between warehouse ruins, drawn by voices or scent or some deeper hunger that doesn't require explanation. Time to move. Jaxon stands. Combat readiness floods his posture. I can't leave him. Nora looks at Marcus, at the wounds that need tending, at the man who crawled from a pit full of the unliving and lived to tell about it. Then we all stay. Jackson's voice carries resignation instead of anger. The kind of resignation that comes from loving someone whose conscience cost more than your survival budget allows. The infected move closer. They're hunger patient but persistent. They have nowhere else to be and nothing else to do. Nora helps Marcus to his feet. He leans against her. His weight threatens to topple them both. The kindness of medical training at war with the practicality of staying vertical. Can you run? She asks. Can you carry me if I can't? The question hangs between them as the infected close distance. 20 feet. 15. Close enough to smell the sweet corruption that clings to their clothes like perfume made from endings. Jackson's knife takes the first one through the eye socket. The blade slides out easier. The infected crumples without ceremony. Nora swings her crowbar. The metal rings against skull. The sound echoes between empty warehouses. More infected will hear. More infected will come. Marcus tries to help, swings a piece of rebar at the third creature. His injured leg gives out, he falls, the infected falls with him. Its teeth snap inches from his throat. Doc drives her crowbar through the base of its skull. The thing stops snapping, stops moving, stops being a problem that requires immediate solution. But the sound of combat travels, footsteps echo from deeper in the industrial maze, shambling footsteps that multiply and converge. We move now. Jaxon helps Marcus up. The wounded man's face has gone gray. Blood loss or shock or the simple mathematics of damage exceeding repair. They stumble between warehouses. Marcus's weight distributed between them like a burden shared but not lessened. Behind them, the sounds of pursuit grow louder. A loading dock offers temporary shelter. Steel doors welded shut, windows too high to reach. They prop Marcus against concrete and catch their breath. "Where did you say you were going?" Marcus asks between gasps. "Green zones." Following radio broadcasts about safe areas, Marcus's laugh comes out bitter. There are no green zones. There's only different shades of ending. The radio voice is recorded on a loop. Broadcast from an automated station somewhere nobody can find it to turn it off. The words hit like physical blows, hope redistributed as cruel joke. The voice that promised salvation revealed as echo of someone who probably died months ago. "How do you know?" Nora asks. Because I used to broadcast it, before they found the station, before they turned it into recruitment for the boneyards. The industrial district stretches around them, empty of everything except the infected and the people who prey on survivors and the silence that fills spaces where purpose used to live. Marcus closes his eyes. The medical assessment writes itself. Blood loss, shock, internal bleeding she can't stop with field supplies. "I'm sorry," he whispers. "Sorry I couldn't tell you before. Sorry the truth costs so much. The infected find their scent. The shambling grows closer, and somewhere in the distance, the boneyards wait, and the green zones fade like radio static into the frequency of broken dreams." Chapter 14, Ruins of Hope. The military outpost rises from scrubland like a concrete prayer. Nobody bothered to finish. Guard towers lean at angles architects never intended. The fence sags between posts driven deep into earth that promised security and delivered abandonment instead. Marcus died during the night. Quietly, like someone apologizing for the inconvenience. Nora closed his eyes but couldn't close her own. Sleep becomes luxury when every shadow might hold teeth. The outpost gate hangs open. Twisted metal frame. Chain link fence cut and peeled back like the lid of a can nobody wanted to open. Warning signs in 3 languages all say the same thing. Stay out, keep away, do not enter. They enter anyway because staying out never got anybody closer to answers. Inside the compound feels larger than it looked from the road. Barracks buildings stand in neat rows. Windows dark, doors that don't close properly anymore. The wind moves through empty spaces and carries the sound of nothing happening. Doc checks her map. The hand-drawn thing Elena gave them with the warning that maps lie as often as they tell truth. This place should contain supplies, medical equipment, maybe communications gear that still works. Jaxon moves with military precision between buildings. His training kicks in. Automatic assessment of fields of fire and defensive positions and the 100 small details that separate prepared from surprised. Building 3 shows signs of recent habitation. Sleeping bags in the corner, empty cans stacked like tiny metal monuments to hunger defeated temporarily. A radio sits on a wooden table, silent but intact. Someone was here. Jaxon kneels beside the sleeping area, examines the arrangement of belongings left behind. They left fast, probably not by choice. Nora tries the radio. Static fills the air like white noise made audible. She adjusts frequencies, searches bands for any voice that isn't recorded on loop. The speakers crackle but offer no human contact. A tripwire stretches across the doorway to Building 4. Thin metal line attached to something that probably explodes when disturbed. Jaxon follows the wire with his eyes. traces it to a device that looks like it was built by someone who understood ordnance and spite in equal measure. Booby trap. He points out the obvious because sometimes the obvious needs pointing out. Whoever was here didn't want followers. They work around the trap. Under it. Careful steps on flooring that creaks but holds. Building 4 contains what they came looking for. Medical supplies in metal cabinets, antibiotics, painkillers, surgical instruments clean and wrapped in sterile packaging. Too much. Nora fills her pack but leaves more behind than she takes. This much medicine represents months of careful scavenging. Nobody abandons this without reason. The reason appears in Building 6. Bodies arranged in neat rows, covered with military-issue blankets. The smell rises despite the fabric barrier. Sweet decay mixed with disinfectant. Someone tried to make death tidy. Jaxon lifts one corner of a blanket, puts it back down immediately. His face goes carefully neutral, the expression he wore in places where death came with paperwork and formal notification procedures. What is it? Doc asks. Kids. Some of them. Adults too. But kids. The silence that follows carries weight. Children in post-apocalyptic stories usually mean hope, new generation, future worth fighting for. These children mean the opposite. They were sick. Nora examines the medical supplies scattered on a nearby table. Empty vials, used syringes. Someone tried very hard to save them. Tried and failed, or tried and succeeded, depending on how you define success. The radio in Building 3 crackles to life. A voice breaks through static. Automated message on repeat loop. Same words Marcus warned them about. Green zones available. Safe passage guaranteed. Come to coordinates that lead to boneyards and steam shovels and pits full of the ones who believed radio promises. Doc turns the radio off. The silence returns. Heavier now. They find the tripwire's other end in Building 7. Connected to enough explosive to turn the building into rubble, and anyone inside into red mist and memory. Someone really didn't want to be followed, but they're gone now. Gone with their reasons and their careful medical practice and their failure to save the children who trusted adults to know better. The ammunition depot yields nothing. Cleaned out professionally, pulling a takeout. Every round accounted for and redistributed to parties unknown. Even the brass casings swept up and taken along. What they find instead is a logbook, handwritten entries in precise military script, daily reports that tell a story in careful bureaucratic language. Day 15, perimeter secure, survivors arrive seeking medical aid. Day 22, medical supplies running low, requested resupply never arrived. Day 31, children showing symptoms of infection, isolated from general population. Day 38, treatment protocols ineffective, considering alternative options. Day 45, decision made. God forgive us. The entries stop there. The rest of the pages remain blank. Story unfinished because stories like this don't have endings that fit in logbooks. They leave through the main gate. The outpost shrinks behind them, another place where hope went to die quietly while filling out proper forms. The road ahead splits 3 ways. Left leads back toward the city center. Right leads toward the boneyards. Straight leads into scrubland that stretches to the horizon without promising anything except more walking. No green zones, no safe passage, no radio voices that mean salvation instead of recruitment for industrial-scale disposal sites. Just road and scrubland. And the weight of understanding that the people on the radio were never broadcasting from paradise. They were broadcasting from places exactly like this abandoned outpost. Places where medical supplies couldn't fix what was broken, and tripwires protected nothing worth protecting. The afternoon sun casts their shadows long across cracked asphalt. They walk straight into scrubland, into country that makes no promises, because promises are what get you killed when the people making them are already gone. Chapter 15, The River's Edge. The river runs black under gray sky. Not black with depth, but black with the kind of pollution that makes water into something else entirely. Something that flows but shouldn't be drunk or touched or trusted to carry anything except bad decisions downstream. Industrial runoff mixed with ash from the burning cities. Add 8 months of nobody caring what goes where, and you get a watercourse that serves as liquid monument to all the environmental protection laws that died with civilization. The bridge is gone, blown sometime after the outbreak. Concrete supports rise from poisoned water like broken teeth. Steel cables hang loose and rusted. The river flows around the debris without comment. Doc stands on the bank, studies the current, measures distance against capability, and finds the equation lacking. Too far to swim even if the water wouldn't kill you. Too deep to wade even if it wouldn't dissolve your boots. Jaxon scouts upstream, looking for fallen trees or debris dams or anything that might provide crossing without requiring faith in toxic chemistry. He finds nothing useful, just more black water flowing toward destinations that probably don't want it. The raft appears around the river bend like an answer to prayer from people who stopped praying months ago. Makeshift platform built from oil drums and plywood, powered by an outboard motor that sounds like it's arguing with itself. 3 people on the raft, 2 men and a woman, all wearing clothes that suggest they understand river commerce and the prices it demands. The woman steers. The men handle ropes and watch the shoreline with eyes that measure everything in terms of profit and loss. The raft beaches on muddy gravel 20 feet downstream. The woman cuts the motor. The sudden silence feels unnatural after the mechanical noise. Looking to cross, her voice carries authority. This is her river. Her rules. Her prices. Depends on the cost. Jaxon approaches with hands visible, empty. Non-threatening but ready to change status if circumstances require adjustment. The woman steps onto the bank, average height but moves with the confidence of someone who controls essential services in a world where essentials are rare. Her name probably doesn't matter. Her position speaks for itself. Riley. She offers the introduction without extending her hand. Crossing cost supplies, or information, or services rendered. What kind of services? Doc asks. The kind that pay better than supplies or information. The conversation that follows happens without words. Eye contact, posture, the silent negotiation between people who understand that everything has price and some prices can't be paid. We have medicine. Nora shows the antibiotics from the military outpost, but not much. Medicine opens doors. Riley examines the pills without touching the container. Professional assessment. These are worth passage for 2, plus a finder's fee. What kind of finder's fee? There are people downriver, settlement about 10 miles south. They're always looking for workers, especially workers with medical training. Workers or slaves? Jaxon asks. Riley's laugh carries no humor. In this world, what's the difference? The 2 men from the raft join the conversation. Brothers by the look of them. Built for heavy work and comfortable with violence as business tool. They don't speak, but their presence changes the weight of negotiation. The settlement pays us to bring workers. Riley continues. Skilled workers get better treatment. Medical workers get the best treatment of all. Until they don't. Doc's voice carries the edge of someone who has seen places where treatment depends on continued usefulness. Nothing lasts forever. Riley shrugs. But nothing lasts long enough either. The settlement offers food, shelter, protection from the infected, better than what you'll find wandering the wasteland. The river flows between them, black water carrying secrets and industrial waste and the dissolved remnants of the world that used to be. On the other side, scrubland stretches toward horizons that might or might not contain green zones. We'll find another way across. Jaxon turns toward the bank. The conversation is over as far as he's concerned. Riley's voice stops him. There is no other way. Bridges are gone for 50 miles in each direction. Water's too toxic to swim, too deep to wade. My raft is the only passage. The brothers step closer. Not threatening yet, but positioning themselves for the moment when negotiation becomes something more direct. What are you really offering? Nora asks. Safe passage across poisoned water. Introduction to people who value medical skills. All it costs is agreeing to help folks who need helping. And if we don't agree, then you stay on this side of the river. With the infected and the scavengers and the slow realization that some choices only come around once. The raft bobs in black water. Motor silent but ready. The brothers watch without blinking. Riley waits with the patience of someone who controls a monopoly on essential services. Across the river, freedom waits. Or different flavors of captivity, or nothing at all except more walking toward destinations that exist only on radio broadcasts from abandoned stations. On this side of the river, certainty waits. The certainty of being stranded with supplies that won't last and options that grow fewer with each passing day. Doc looks at Jaxon. The conversation happens without words. Trust the river pirates, or trust the toxic water, or trust that somehow they'll find another way forward. The black water flows past, carrying secrets, carrying poison, carrying the weight of choices that can't be unchanged once made. Chapter 16. Fire in the Night. The wildfire starts as distant glow against evening sky. Orange light that flickers like candle flame magnified through lens of distance and drought. Innocent looking. Almost pretty if you don't understand what it means. They make camp in an overgrown park where playground equipment rusts between trees that remember when children used to swing and laugh and believe in tomorrow. The swings move in wind. Empty seats describing arcs through air that nobody fills anymore. Jaxon builds a small fire in a ring of stones, practical heat for practical purposes. Nothing showy, nothing that advertises their location to interested parties. The flames dance small and contained and useful. The wildfire builds differently, fed by 8 months of dead vegetation and abandoned structures and the accumulated debris of civilization learning to burn. It moves through scrubland like liquid destruction, consuming everything, converting matter to energy and energy to light that paints the horizon orange. Doc watches the distant glow grow brighter. Her medical training includes disaster response, forest fires, structure fires, the kind of burns that turn human skin into something that belongs in textbooks rather than on bodies. How far? She asks. 5 miles. Maybe 6. Jackson's estimate based on military training in places where estimating distance meant the difference between calling in accurate coordinates and calling in your own elimination. How fast? Fast enough. They break camp without discussion. Belongings stuffed into packs. Fire stamped out and covered with dirt. The playground equipment watches them leave with the patience of metal that has nowhere else to be. The road leads east away from the approaching flames. Good asphalt for the first mile, then gravel, then dirt track that might have been intended for vehicles once upon a time. Now it's just path through scrubland. Direction more than destination. Behind them the fire grows. No longer distant glow, but active presence. They can hear it now. The sound like freight train crossed with waterfall, crossed with animal eating everything in its path. Wood and brush and plastic and dreams all burn with different voices but combine into single roar. Smoke reaches them before heat does. Gray cloud that tastes of endings and carries particles of everything the fire has consumed. Trees. Houses. Lives that ended 8 months ago but are burning for the first time tonight. The church appears around in the dirt track. Stone walls and wooden steeple and graveyard where headstones lean at angles that suggest the earth underneath has given up pretending to be stable. Gothic windows empty of glass, empty of congregation, not empty of hope exactly, but hoping for different things now. The door hangs open. Invitation or trap, depending on your perspective. Churches in post-apocalyptic stories usually offer sanctuary, or reveal themselves as something that eats sanctuary and leaves bones. They check the interior before committing. Pews arranged in neat rows facing an altar that someone stripped of valuable items months ago. Hymnals scattered on floor. Pages torn out for tinder or toilet paper, or the 100 desperate uses paper serves when paper becomes precious. No infected, no obvious traps, no people living or gone. Just empty space that used to hold faith and now holds air and silence, and the echo of prayers that either went unanswered or received answers nobody wanted to hear. The fire reaches the tree line behind them, individual trees becoming torches, the forest burning like massive candle made from everything that used to grow and breathe and photosynthesize sunlight into life. Inside the church, windows glow orange. Not from electric light or candle flame, but from fire consuming the world outside stone walls. The heat builds, seeps through cracks in masonry. The air tastes of smoke and ash and the complexity of burning. We can't stay. Doc checks the windows, measures heat against stone thickness, against time remaining before the fire reaches the building. Where do we go? The basement, maybe. Stone foundation. Less fuel to burn. They find stairs behind the altar. Stone steps leading down into darkness that smells of damp and mold, and the kind of cold that stays cold regardless of surface temperature. Church basement, where they held social events and potluck dinners and gatherings that seem impossibly optimistic now. Tables and chairs stacked against walls, kitchen equipment, industrial-sized coffee makers. All the infrastructure required to feed community gatherings in a world where communities still gathered for reasons other than mutual defense. The heat intensifies above them. The church burns, but slowly. Stone doesn't burn. Wood trim and pews and anything organic feeds the fire, but the structure endures. For now. Hours pass in basement darkness. The sound of burning travels through stone, muffled but persistent, like listening to disaster from inside a cave. They take turns sleeping, someone always awake, always listening for sounds that might mean the fire has found new ways to reach them. Dawn arrives with silence. The roar fades to crackle, then to occasional snap of cooling timber. Doc climbs the stairs first, tests the door handle for heat, finds it warm but manageable. The church interior looks like someone tried to redecorate using charcoal and ash as primary materials. Pews reduced to blackened frames. Altar scorched but standing, windows empty of glass and full of smoky daylight. Outside, the world has changed color scheme. Everything black or gray or the particular shade of brown that means organic material heated past the point of return. Trees stand as charcoal sculptures of their former selves. The ground steams with heat that will linger for days. They walk through landscape transformed. Ash falls like snow. Black snow that tastes of endings and coats everything in fine powder that used to be trees and grass and small animals that couldn't run fast enough. The fire passed. They survived. But survival in burned landscape brings its own challenges. No cover from infected or hostile survivors. No forage. No anything except space to walk and heat that rises from ground like breath of something much larger than forest fire. Behind them, smoke rises from places still burning. Ahead, the road continues through countryside painted in shades of destruction. And somewhere beyond the ash and heat and scattered bones of trees that used to make oxygen out of sunlight, the green zones wait. Or don't wait. Or never existed in the first place. Chapter 17, The Stranger's Warning. The woman appears at midday like heat mirage made flesh. One moment the road ahead stretches empty through ash-covered scrubland. The next moment she stands 50 feet away, not walking toward them, not walking away, just standing and watching with the stillness of someone who learned patience from predators. Elena. Elena. The name arrives in Doc's memory before recognition follows. The woman from Cain's Enclave. Silver-streaked hair, missing pinky finger, eyes that measure distance in terms of survival probability. She carries a rifle slung across her back, practical weapon, well-maintained. The kind of firearm that suggests its owner understands the difference between intimidation and necessity. You're following the radio signals. Elena's voice carries across the burned landscape without effort. Not a question. Statement of fact delivered like weather report. Jackson's hand moves toward his knife. Not drawing, not threatening, just ready for the moment when conversation becomes something more immediate. The signals are lies. Elena takes 3 steps closer, still outside comfortable talking distance, still positioned for retreat if retreat becomes necessary. Recorded voices broadcasting from automated stations. Bait for the desperate. We know. Doc's admission carries weight. They learned about recorded loops from Marcus before Marcus died, bleeding in industrial ruins. But the stations broadcast from somewhere. Someone built them. Someone built them to gather workers for the boneyards. Elena's rifle remains slung, but her posture suggests professional competence with violence. The settlements pay bounties for skilled labor. Medical workers bring premium prices. The boneyards again. The places where steam shovels dig pits and fill them with people who stop being useful. Marcus described them before fever and internal bleeding wrote his final chapter. How do you know? Jaxon asks. Because I helped build the first one. Elena's confession arrives without ceremony, before I understood what I was helping to build. The conversation pauses while they process this information. Helper turned Warner. Someone who crossed lines then tried to redraw them somewhere more comfortable. The green zones don't exist. Elena continues. Haven't existed since the military abandoned containment protocols. What exists now are work camps. Places where people dig graves for the infected, and graves for each other, and graves for the illusion that civilization might rebuild itself. Then why warn us? Doc asks. What do you get out of it? Sleep. Maybe. The kind that doesn't come with dreams about the things I helped create. The burned landscape stretches around them. Black earth, charcoal trees, ash falling like snow made from everything that used to grow. Elena fits this environment. Survivor in a world that burns. There's a place. Elena pulls a hand-drawn map from her jacket pocket. Not marked on any radio broadcast. Not advertising for workers. Small group, maybe 30 people. They grow food in greenhouses, pump water from underground, keep to themselves. Why tell us about it? Because they need a medic. Elena extends the map toward Doc, and because 30 people living quietly beats 10,000 people dying loudly. The map shows roads and landmarks and careful notations in pencil, distance measurements, warning symbols for dangerous areas, the kind of detail that suggests personal reconnaissance rather than hearsay. What's the catch? Jaxon studies Elena's face for tells, for the micro-expressions that reveal when truth becomes sales pitch. The catch is getting there alive. 60 miles through territory controlled by scavenger gangs and infected swarms, and the kind of people who turned cannibalism into efficient industry. Better than boneyards? Doc asks. Different than boneyards. Elena shoulders her rifle, adjusts the strap with movements that suggest long practice. Whether better depends on how much you value dying on your own terms. The warning hangs in air that tastes of ash and distant smoke. Elena turns to leave, stops, looks back with expression that might be regret or might be recognition of necessity. The safe zones were real once, before the government fell. Before the military abandoned their posts, before people discovered that surviving meant becoming something that couldn't survive what it had to do. She walks away across burned ground, footsteps silent on ash that muffles sound and covers tracks. Soon she's indistinguishable from heat shimmer and distance and the gray uncertainty that fills spaces between landmarks. Doc studies the map, roads marked in careful lines, settlements noted with symbols that suggest Elena's personal knowledge of each location. Safe water here. Dangerous crossing there. People who trade fairly versus people who trade at gunpoint. 30 people living quietly. Growing food in greenhouses while the world burns around them. It sounds too good to believe and too specific to be complete fabrication. We go? Jaxon asks. We go, but first we rest. 60 miles through hostile territory requires preparation, planning, the kind of careful thought that keeps preparation from becoming memorial service. They make camp in the burned skeleton of what used to be a gas station, concrete islands where fuel pumps stood before someone decided gasoline belonged somewhere else. The building provides windbreak but little else. Night falls on landscape painted in shades of ending. The map rests between them. Promise or trap, depending on perspective. Elena's warning echoes in memory. The safe zones were real once. Once doesn't feed anyone now. Once doesn't provide shelter or security or the medical supplies that keep infected from becoming more infected. Once belongs to radio broadcasts from abandoned stations. But 30 people growing food in secret. 30 people who need medical training and offer something resembling community. That possibility lives in present tense. 60 miles away through territory that specializes in converting hope into fertilizer for graveyards, they'll find out which version represents truth. They always do. Chapter 18, Blood and Bonds. The argument starts over the map. Simple disagreement about route selection that escalates because everything escalates when you're tired and scared and running low on reasons to believe tomorrow will improve on today. Doc wants to take the northern path, longer but marked with Elena's symbol for relatively safe passage. Jaxon prefers the direct route, shorter distance through territory marked with warnings about scavenger activity and infected concentrations. It's not about the map. Never is. Arguments about practical matters usually hide arguments about impractical emotions, fear, trust. The weight of keeping someone else alive when keeping yourself alive already costs more than you can afford. We don't have time for the long way around. Jackson's voice carries military certainty, efficiency over caution, mission completion over risk mitigation, the kind of thinking that works until it doesn't. We don't have supplies for a running fight through scavenger territory. Doc's medical training includes triage, knowing when treatment costs more than amputation. Sometimes the longer path home is the only path home. The infected choose that moment to announce their presence. 4 of them emerge from ash-covered scrubland like questions about mortality made flesh. Shamblers mostly. The slow kind. But slow becomes fast when you're standing still arguing about navigation. Combat interrupts conversation, always does. Crowbar meets skull. Knife finds eye socket. The infected crumple like discarded clothes, never to rise, never to hunger, never to serve as reminder that arguing about maps doesn't change the fact that everything wants to unlive you. After the fight, silence returns. Different silence. The kind that follows violence and recognition of how quickly violence can rewrite travel plans. I'm sorry. Doc cleans ash from her crowbar. The apology covers more than tactical disagreement. Sorry for being afraid. Sorry for letting fear sound like criticism. Sorry for the luxury of arguing when arguing is luxury they can't afford. Me too. Jaxon wipes infected remains from his knife blade. His apology covers different territory. Sorry for pushing. Sorry for treating survival like military operation when survival is messier than operations manuals account for. They study Elena's map together, trace routes with fingers that know how to grip weapons but struggle with the delicate work of planning futures that might not materialize. Northern route adds 2 days. 2 days of walking through territory that might be safer, but uses food and water they don't have excess of. Southern route cuts straight through scavenger settlements marked with Elena's warnings about people who collect tolls in ways you won't enjoy paying. Middle path. Doc points to a route that splits the difference. Not shortest, not safest, but possible. Possible works. Jaxon nods agreement. Possible beats perfect when perfect usually means perfectly gone. They walk through burned landscape toward hills that rise like sleeping giants against gray sky. Ash falls in gentle drifts. Black snow that tastes of endings and coats everything in fine powder that used to be trees and grass and small animals caught by fire. The radio signal finds them at sunset, crackling through Jackson's portable receiver like voice from another world. Not the recorded loop about green zones and safe passage. Different voice. Live transmission. Anyone out there? The voice belongs to someone young, maybe teenage, hard to tell through static. We're holed up in the old ranger station, running low on everything. Could use help if anyone's listening. Jaxon adjusts frequency, tries to clear the signal. The voice fades in and out like conversation with ghosts who can't decide whether to remain haunted. Map shows a ranger station. Doc traces the route with her finger, 5 miles east of their planned path. Elena marked it with symbol for possible shelter, but no notation about inhabitants. Could be trap. Jaxon states the obvious because sometimes the obvious needs stating. Young voice calling for help. Classic bait for people whose conscience costs more than their caution allows. Could be someone who needs help. Doc states the alternative obvious. Teenage survivor alone in ranger station with supplies running out and infected closing in. The argument that doesn't happen sits between them. Help the voice or ignore it. Add miles to their journey for someone they don't know or stay focused on reaching the settlement, Elena described. What would you want someone to do? Doc asks, if it was you on the radio, I'd want them to be smart enough to stay alive so they could help the next person, but you'd still hope they'd come. Jackson's silence confirms what his words can't admit. Hope and practicality at war in the territory between his tactical training and the part of him that remembers having a daughter who might have called for help on a radio while he was too far away to answer. 5 miles east. Doc packs her medical supplies. Someone who needs help gets help. That's how the world stays worth saving. 5 miles there, 5 miles back, 10 miles total through territory they haven't scouted for the possibility of saving someone who might be bait or might be exactly what they sound like. Jaxon checks his weapons. Knife sharp, crossbow string tight. The preparations of someone who hopes for the best but prepares for the usual. They leave their planned route. Turn east toward hills where ranger station waits with young voice and dwindling supplies, and the mathematical certainty that helping costs more than not helping, but some costs get paid regardless of budget. Behind them, their original path continues toward settlement marked on Elena's map. Ahead, the ranger station holds someone who called for help in a world where calling for help usually attracts the wrong kind of attention. The radio crackles again. Same young voice, same request. Anyone out there? We're holed up in the old ranger station. They walk toward the voice, through ash-covered scrubland, toward hills that might hold rescue or trap, or simply another story about people who tried to help and learned that helping has its own price in a world where everything costs more than anyone can afford to pay. Chapter 19. The Fallen Tower. The ranger station perches on a hill like watchpost for kingdom that doesn't exist anymore. Stone foundation, log walls, observation deck where someone used to scan horizons for smoke signals and forest fires and other problems that could be solved by calling in professionals. No professionals left to call. No authorities to contact. No systems in place for managing emergencies that last longer than emergency response protocols anticipated. The radio tower behind the station tilts at 60-degree angle. Top third snapped off during some windstorm or ice storm, or the simple physics of metal fatigue accumulated over months of neglect. What remains points toward sky like finger accusing heaven of poor maintenance. Doc approaches the station with medical kit ready. Movement in the windows suggests life inside. The kind of movement that belongs to people rather than infected. Deliberate. Conscious. Careful. Hello? She calls toward the building. We heard your radio call. The front door opens with the caution of someone who has learned that help and harm often wear identical faces. A girl emerges, maybe 16. Brown hair pulled back in practical ponytail, clothes that fit well enough to suggest she hasn't been running alone for months. You came. The girl's voice carries surprise, mixed with relief, mixed with wariness. People don't usually come. We came. Doc stops at speaking distance, close enough for conversation, far enough for retreat if conversation goes badly. I'm Nora. I'm a medic. Sarah. The name arrives with handshake that suggests someone taught her proper greetings matter even when proper civilization doesn't. My grandfather's inside. He's hurt. The interior of the ranger station reflects months of careful maintenance by people who understand that maintained things last longer than abandoned things. Clean floors, organized supplies, maps on walls, marked with careful notations in different colored pencils. The grandfather lies on a cot near the stone fireplace. Elderly man, 70 maybe. Hard to tell when people will age quickly under stress and poor nutrition. His breathing comes shallow, labored. The sound of lungs working harder than lungs should have to work. Doc examines him with professional efficiency. Pneumonia, probably. Chest infection complicated by age and limited medical resources. Treatable with proper antibiotics. Maybe treatable with what she carries in her kit. When did this start? She asks Sarah. 3 days ago. Started as cough. Got worse fast. Jaxon explores the station while Doc works. Military reconnaissance disguised as casual inspection. Exits. Defensive positions. Supply inventory. The unconscious assessment of tactical situation that happens whenever he enters unfamiliar territory. The radio equipment occupies one corner of main room, not just the handheld unit they heard transmission from. Serious communications gear, multiple frequencies, external antenna that probably worked before the tower fell. You've been broadcasting long? Jaxon asks. Since the tower fell last month. Sarah watches Doc work. Studies medical procedures with attention that suggests intelligence and curiosity. Before that, Grandpa managed emergency communications for the Forest Service. Any responses before us? A few. Sarah's voice carries careful neutrality. Most people who respond aren't the kind of people you want responding. Doc administers antibiotics from her kit. Dosage, calculated for age and weight and severity of infection. The old man's breathing eases slightly. Not cure, but treatment. First step toward cure, if cure remains possible. He needs rest. Quiet. Time for the medication to work. Doc washes her hands with water from their carefully maintained supply. 3 days minimum. Maybe longer. The math of that statement sits heavy in the room. 3 days minimum. 30 people waiting at the settlement, Elena described. Miles of hostile territory between here and there. Every day of delay increases risk and decreases probability of successful arrival. We can't stay 3 days. Jaxon states practical reality without apology. We have other people depending on us. I know. Sarah's acceptance comes tinged with disappointment, but not surprise. People always have somewhere else to be. The radio crackles, different voice this time. Older, male, gruff with authority that expects immediate response. Ranger Station. This is Murphy. I know you're up there. Time to pay what you owe. Sarah's face goes white. Fear replaces disappointment. She moves to the radio, hesitates, looks at Doc and Jaxon with expression that asks for help. She knows she can't request. Who's Murphy? Doc asks, leader of scavenger group that controls this area. Sarah's voice drops to whisper. We've been trading medical supplies for protection, but the supplies are running out. What happens when they run out? Sarah doesn't answer directly. Instead, she looks toward her grandfather, toward the man whose breathing continues shallow but steady thanks to antibiotics that came from Doc's limited supply. Murphy's voice fills the room again. Don't make me come up there, Sarah. You know how that ends. The working radio represents communication with the outside world, connection to other survivors, information about safe routes and dangerous territories, and the 30 people growing food in greenhouses. But Murphy represents immediate problem requiring immediate solution. Scavenger leader expecting payment in supplies that no longer exist. The kind of problem that usually gets solved with violence when negotiation fails. Doc checks her remaining medical supplies. Enough antibiotics for the grandfather's treatment. Not enough to satisfy Murphy's expectations. The mathematics of charity don't balance against the economics of extortion. Outside the ranger station, evening approaches. Soon, Murphy and his people will arrive expecting payment that can't be made. Inside, an old man breathes easier because someone shared medicine that might be needed elsewhere. The radio tower points toward sky like monument to communications that no longer connect. And 30 people wait at coordinates marked on Elena's map. Wait for medical training that might not arrive if medical training stays to finish what it started. Chapter 20, The Price of Truth. Murphy arrives with 6 others. They climb the hill like slow tide made from leather jackets and improvised weapons and eyes that measure everything in terms of what it's worth when broken down into tradable components. 7 total. Doc counts from the ranger station window. Military assessment borrowed from Jackson's tactical training. Know your numbers, know your odds, know when fighting becomes the only option left. The scavengers spread out below the station, not random positioning. Coordinated deployment that blocks obvious escape routes and establishes fields of fire. These people understand violence as professional skill rather than desperate last resort. Murphy himself looks like someone central casting ordered for generic post-apocalyptic warlord. Bald head, gray beard, multiple scars that form constellation map of violence survived and lessons learned the hard way. He carries authority like weapon he's used often enough to know its weight. Sarah, his voice carries across the distance between hill and valley. Professional volume, not shouting, not whispering. The tone of someone accustomed to being heard and answered. Time to settle accounts. Sarah moves to the radio. Her hands shake slightly as she adjusts frequency and picks up the microphone. Fear and determination war in her expression. We don't have the supplies this week, Murphy. Her voice comes out steadier than her hands suggest. Grandpa's been sick. Use the medicine on him. Murphy's radio response crackles through static. That's unfortunate for both of us. Medical supplies are what keep our arrangement friendly. The grandfather stirs on his cot, fever broken, breathing easier, the antibiotics working their chemical magic against infection. First sign of improvement in days, according to Sarah. But improvement came at cost. The medical supplies that might have purchased another week of protection from Murphy's particular brand of friendship. Jaxon positions himself near the station's back door. Not fleeing. Positioning for the fight that grows more inevitable with each radio transmission. His combat experience reads the tactical situation and finds it wanting. 7 of them. 2 of us. Plus sick old man and teenage girl. The mathematics of violence rarely favor the outnumbered. Doc continues medical assessment of the grandfather. Pulse stronger, temperature dropping toward normal, recovery progressing but incomplete. Moving him now risks relapse. Possibly pneumonia, returning worse than before. Murphy's voice returns. I'm coming up to collect what's owed, one way or another. The radio goes silent. No more negotiation. No more discussion of friendly arrangements or payment schedules. Just silence that fills with the sound of boots on rocky hillside trail. Sarah looks at Doc with expression that holds questions she's afraid to ask out loud. Questions about whether strangers who came to help will stay to help when helping becomes dangerous. We need to move your grandfather. Doc makes medical decision based on tactical reality. Staying here means fighting from fixed position against superior numbers. Moving means risking his health against certain violence. He can't travel yet. Sarah's medical assessment comes from months of caring for someone whose health represents the difference between survival and collapse. Moving him will unlive him. Staying here might unlive all of us. Jackson's tactical assessment based on professional experience with situations where all options lead to casualties and victory gets defined as sustaining fewer casualties than the other side. The grandfather opens his eyes, fever bright but conscious, aware of conversation and context and the weight of decisions being made around his sickbed. Go. His voice comes out whisper thin but determined. Take Sarah. Get out. We're not leaving you. Sarah's refusal immediate and absolute, the kind of loyalty that ignores practical considerations in favor of emotional necessities. Murphy's voice reaches them from outside the building now, close enough that radio amplification becomes unnecessary. Sarah, open the door. Let's discuss this like civilized people. The word civilized carries irony in post-apocalyptic context. Civilization ended 8 months ago. What remains are people trying to rebuild something that resembles order using tools that specialize in disorder. Doc checks her remaining supplies. Medical kit lighter now after treating the grandfather, but still valuable, still worth Murphy's attention and acquisition efforts. The truth sits heavy in the room like unwelcome guest at family gathering. Truth about Murphy's expectations. Truth about payment methods when medical supplies run out. Truth about what happens to people who outlive their usefulness in economy based on scarcity and violence. Sarah moves toward the front door. Not to open it, to reinforce it with furniture barricade that might slow down entrance but won't prevent it. Delaying action, buying time for solutions that probably don't exist. Murphy's patience ends, the door explodes inward. Wood splinters and metal hinges shriek, and the careful barricade Sarah built collapses like hope made from furniture and desperate planning. 7 scavengers flow into the ranger station like tide of violence wearing human faces. Murphy leads with practiced authority. His people follow with weapons ready and eyes that catalog everything worth taking. The grandfather tries to sit up, strength insufficient for the task. Doc helps him, supports his weight while he struggles against fever and medication and the simple physics of illness. Sarah stands beside her grandfather's cot, protective stance, putting herself between threats and the person who raised her in a world that specializes in removing the people who raise you. Murphy surveys the scene with professional assessment. Sick old man. Teenage girl. 2 strangers with medical supplies and tactical positioning that suggests military experience. Interesting. His voice carries calculation rather than surprise. Sarah finds herself some professional help. The truth about Murphy's business model becomes clear in that moment. Medical supplies represent only part of his revenue stream. The other part involves relocating people with valuable skills to places where those skills generate ongoing profit. Places like boneyards, where medical training keeps workers healthy enough to dig graves and move bodies and maintain the industrial infrastructure of mass disposal. Doc and Jaxon exchange glances. Communication without words, recognition of trap concealed as protection racket. Murphy never intended to collect payment in medical supplies. Medical supplies were always just recruitment tool. The ranger station becomes smaller with 7 additional occupants. Weapons and hostile intentions reduce available space to footsteps between furniture and the careful distances people maintain when violence waits for excuse to begin. Outside the broken radio tower points towards sky like monument to communications that no longer matter. Inside the radio equipment falls silent. No more calls for help, no more responses from people who might or might not come, and 30 people wait at coordinates marked on Elena's map. Wait for medical training that faces recruitment by force into its economy that turns healing into another form of harm. Chapter 21. Through the Wasteland. The fence cuts the horizon like a wound. Nora's fingers trace the rust. Cold metal. Cold morning. The compound behind them shrinks to a dot and then to nothing. Jaxon adjusts his pack. The weight shifts. Everything they own now fits in 2 bags and what they carry in their hands. The crowbar hangs from her belt. His knife rests against his hip. These things have kept them breathing. The wasteland spreads ahead. Gray dirt. Gray sky. The color leached out of everything like someone pulled the plug on the world's color. Nora steps forward and the ground crunches. Glass maybe, bone maybe. She doesn't look down. They walk, the silence stretches between them. Not uncomfortable. Just there. Like the air, like the hunger that never quite leaves. Jaxon coughs once and the sound dies quick in the emptiness. Hours pass, or maybe minutes. Time moves different out here. No clocks, no schedules, just the sun climbing its slow arc across the gray dome of sky. Nora watches their shadows shorten, watches them point back toward the place they can no longer see. A building rises from the earth ahead. Square, concrete, no windows, just walls and a door hanging open like a mouth. Nora stops walking. She looks at Jaxon. He looks at the building. They both know what needs doing. Every structure checked. Every corner cleared. Every shadow investigated. The things that used to be people like to hide in dark places. Jaxon goes first. Always goes first. His shoulders fill the doorway and then he's inside. Nora counts her breaths. 1, 2, 3. At 10, he appears again. Empty, he says. They go inside. The walls hold shadows thick as paint. Nora's eyes adjust slow. Concrete floor, concrete ceiling. In the center sits a desk, metal, dented. On the desk lies a folder, yellow, stained with things she doesn't want to identify. Jaxon opens it. The pages rustle like dead leaves. He reads. His face changes. The color drains from it like water from a broken cup. What, Nora says. He hands her a page. Government letterhead. Official seals. The words swim before her eyes and then focus sharp as glass. Project recommendations. Population reduction. Viral deployment. Field test sites. The paper shakes in her hands. The words blur again. She sets it down careful, like it might bite. They made this, she says. Jaxon nods. His jaw works like he's chewing something tough. His hands ball into fists and then relax. The anger comes and goes like weather. Nora picks up another page. Maps. Red circles around cities. Seattle circled twice. The dates match. 8 months ago when the world ended. When her brother stopped calling. When everything stopped. The rage builds slow in her chest. Hot, bright, like swallowing fire. She wants to scream, wants to hit something. Wants to unlive whoever signed these papers. But the anger fades too. Leaves only tiredness behind. What's the point? The people who did this are probably gone. The world is broken, and it will stay broken. She puts the papers back in the folder, closes it. The sound echoes off concrete walls. Outside the building, the wasteland waits, unchanged, uncaring. They walk again. The folder stays behind. Just more debris in a world full of debris. The sun climbs higher. Their shadows grow shorter and then start to stretch the other way. East now, leading them forward instead of holding them back. Nora likes this better. They stop to rest beside a burned tree. The bark peeled away long ago. The wood underneath looks like bone, white, smooth. Nora leans against it and the trunk gives slightly. Still alive somehow, still fighting. Water, Jaxon says. They share the bottle. Warm liquid that tastes like metal and hope. Not much left. Maybe enough for one more day. Maybe 2 if they're careful. They're always careful now. A sound drifts across the emptiness. Distant. Mechanical. Nora's head snaps up. Jackson's hand finds his knife. They listen hard. The sound grows louder. Closer. A truck. Engine coughing like it has the same sickness that took the world. But running. Moving. Someone else alive out here in the nothing. The vehicle appears over a low rise. White. Dented. Moving slow like whoever drives it doesn't trust the ground, or doesn't want to be heard. Nora and Jaxon crouch behind the dead tree. The bark feels rough against her palms. The truck passes 50 feet away, close enough to see the driver. A woman. Gray hair, weathered face, hands steady on the wheel. In the back of the truck, something moves under a tarp. Something big. Something that shifts and settles with each bump. The woman looks their direction once, just a glance. Her eyes meet Nora's for a heartbeat. Then she looks forward again. The truck keeps moving. The engine sound fades. They wait. The silence returns like water filling a hole. Nora stands first, brushes dirt from her knees. The truck is gone, but its tracks remain. 2 lines pressed into the gray earth, leading somewhere. Do we follow? Jaxon says. Nora looks at the tracks, looks at the horizon where the truck disappeared. Every choice carries weight now. Every decision might be the last one they make. The tracks curve north, toward the mountains maybe, toward whatever passes for civilization in this broken place, or toward nothing, toward another trap, another disappointment, another pile of bones and broken promises. She adjusts her pack. The weight feels heavier now, or maybe she feels lighter. Hard to tell the difference anymore. We follow, she says. Chapter 22. The Weight of Leadership. The tracks lead through a valley between low hills, scattered rocks, patches of dead grass that crunch underfoot like old paper. Nora sets the pace, not too fast, not too slow, just steady, like a heartbeat, like breathing. Jaxon follows. His footsteps match hers, left, left, the rhythm of walking, the rhythm of staying alive. He doesn't question her choice to follow the truck tracks, doesn't suggest they turn back, just walks. This is new. Before he would have argued, would have pointed out the risks, the unknowns, the 1,000 ways this could go wrong. Now he just walks and lets her lead. The weight of it settles on her shoulders like a cloak. The sun reaches its peak and starts down. The shadows change direction again. Point ahead now. Show the way forward instead of back. Nora likes shadows better when they lead. The valley narrows. The hills close in like hands cupping water. The truck tracks stay clear in the soft ground. 2 parallel lines, unbroken. Whoever drove through here knew where they were going. A structure appears ahead, low, squat, surrounded by a fence that might have been white once. Now it's the color of old bones, the color of everything that's been out in the weather too long. Nora stops, holds up one hand. Jaxon freezes behind her. They listen. No engine sounds, no voices, just wind moving through broken places. The building has windows, small, dirty, most of them cracked, but not broken. That means something. Broken windows let weather in, let other things in too. Someone's been taking care of this place. Or trying to. We go around, Jaxon says. His voice is quiet, careful. The old Jaxon would have already decided, would have started moving without asking what she thought. This Jaxon waits, defers. The change bothers her more than she expected. No, she says. We check it, he nods. Doesn't argue. Doesn't point out that checking unknown buildings has gone badly before. Just nods and follows when she moves forward. The fence has a gate, chain link, padlocked, but the lock hangs open. The hasp pushed through but not snapped shut, like someone left in a hurry, or like someone wanted visitors to think they left in a hurry. Nora pushes the gate. The hinges shriek. The sound cuts through the valley like a blade. Every creature within miles knows they're here now, living or unliving, human or otherwise. The building sits 30 yards inside the fence. Concrete blocks, flat roof, a sign above the door, but the letters have peeled away. Only fragments remain. Lab something, or maybe lab nothing. The important parts are gone. Jaxon moves to the door, tests the handle. It turns. The door swings inward on darkness. Cold air flows out. Carrying smells, chemical, sharp, and underneath something else. Something organic, something that used to be alive. She should let him go first. He has more training, better instincts for danger, faster hands, but the thought of staying behind while he risks himself makes her stomach turn. Leadership means going first, means taking the biggest risks. Together, she says. They enter side by side. The darkness swallows them. Their eyes adjust slowly. Shapes emerge from shadow. Tables. Equipment. Banks of computers that haven't worked in months. Everything covered in dust, everything quiet. The smell gets stronger. Chemical and death mixed together, like cleaning supplies poured over rotting meat. Nora breathes through her mouth. It doesn't help much. A hallway leads deeper into the building. Doors line both sides. Most are closed, but one hangs open. Light spills through it, not electric. Too yellow, too unstable. Lamplight maybe, or fire. Voices drift from the lighted room. Quiet, serious, too distant to make out words. But human, definitely human. Nora feels hope and fear in equal measure. People mean help, people mean trade, people mean information. People also mean guns, mean traps, mean betrayal. She looks at Jaxon. He shrugs. The gesture says everything, says nothing. They've come this far, might as well see it through. They move down the hallway, careful, quiet. The voices get clearer. 2 people, maybe 3, discussing something. The words still too soft to understand, but the tone comes through. Urgent, worried. Nora reaches the doorway first, peers around the frame. The room beyond holds 3 people around a table. The white truck parked outside makes sense now. The woman from behind the wheel sits facing the door. 2 men flank her. All 3 look up when Nora's shadow falls across the threshold. Nobody moves, nobody speaks. The moment stretches like a held breath, like the pause between lightning and thunder. The woman speaks first. Her voice carries an accent. Southern, maybe, or Western. Hard to tell with only a few words. You can come in, she says, or you can leave. But standing in doorways makes everyone nervous. Nora steps into the light. Jaxon follows. The room holds more than just people. Equipment lines the walls. Medical equipment. Monitors. IV stands. Things that belong in hospitals. Things that cost more than most people see in a lifetime. What is this place? Nora says. Research station, the woman says. Or was. Before everything went wrong, now it's just a way station. Place to rest. Place to trade. Place to figure out what comes next. One of the men stands. Tall, thin, nervous energy. His hands flutter like birds looking for a place to land. He looks at Nora and Jaxon like they might vanish if he blinks. Are you immune? He says. The question hangs in the air. Heavy. Loaded. Nora knows what he means. The infection. The virus that turns people into things. The disease that ended the world. Some people don't catch it. Don't change. Don't lose themselves to hunger and rage. We don't know, she says. The woman nods like this answer makes sense, like most people don't know, can't know until they're tested. And testing means risk, means exposure, means maybe finding out the hard way. I'm Elena, the woman says. This is David. That's Marcus. We've been traveling together for 2 months, looking for answers, looking for hope, same as everyone. Marcus. The name hits Nora like a physical blow. Her brother's name. Her baby brother who didn't answer his phone when the world ended, who never got the chance to grow old, who never got the chance to see what comes after. Your brother? Elena says. Not a question, a statement. She sees the recognition in Nora's face, sees the pain that comes with certain names, certain memories. Yes, Nora says. Elena nods again. Doesn't offer sympathy, doesn't say sorry for your loss, just acknowledges the truth. Everyone has ghosts now. Everyone carries names that hurt to hear. The room falls quiet. The lamplight flickers. Somewhere in the building, something creaks. Settlement sounds, old building sounds, or maybe something else, something moving where it shouldn't. What kind of research? Jaxon says. His voice breaks the silence, brings everyone back to the present, away from grief, away from memory, back to the business of staying alive. Viral, David says, his hands still flutter. Still search for something to hold. We were working on containment, on treatment, on understanding what went wrong. The papers in the concrete building make more sense now. The red circles, the deployment maps, the careful plans to break the world, all connected to places like this, to research that went too far, to questions that should never have been asked. Did you find answers? Nora says. Some, Elena says. Not all, maybe not enough, but some. She reaches into a bag beside her chair, pulls out a file folder. Yellow. Stained, different from the one they left behind, but similar enough to make Nora's chest tight. The infection isn't natural, Elena says, but it's not entirely artificial either. Someone took something that already existed, something dormant, something waiting, and they woke it up. She opens the folder. The pages inside covered with numbers, charts, genetic sequences that mean nothing to Nora but everything to the people who wrote them. Can it be stopped? Jaxon says. Elena looks at him, really looks, like she's measuring something, weighing something, deciding how much truth to share. Stopped? No. Controlled? Maybe. Slowed? Possibly. But stopped? That ship sailed 8 months ago when they opened the first lab door. The lamplight flickers again, goes steady, the building creaks, and from somewhere deep in the darkness comes another sound. Shuffling. Scratching. Like something dragging itself across concrete. We should go, Marcus says. His voice carries fear. Real fear. Not the manageable anxiety of meeting strangers. Something else. Something immediate. The shuffling sound gets louder, closer. Multiple sources now, coming from different directions. The building suddenly feels smaller, the walls closer, the exits farther away. Elena stands, grabs the folder, stuffs it in her bag. David and Marcus move toward a back door Nora hadn't noticed before. Everyone moving with practiced efficiency, like they've done this before, like they know what's coming. Research stations, Elena says over her shoulder. They were all connected, all linked, and some things don't die easy, some things just wait. Chapter 23, Betrayed by the Light. The back door opens onto a loading dock. Concrete platform, metal railings. The white truck waits 10 feet away, engine already running. Elena must have left it that way. Ready for quick exits. Smart. The shuffling sounds follow them. Multiple footsteps, dragging, uneven, getting closer. Coming through the building like water through broken pipes, finding every crack, every opening, every way forward. Elena jumps from the dock to the truck bed, lands hard, rolls, comes up moving. David and Marcus follow, less graceful, more desperate, like people who learn to run before they learn to jump. Nora hesitates. The truck means safety, means escape, but it also means trusting strangers, means putting her life in someone else's hands. The last time she did that, well, the last time didn't end well. A door bursts open behind them, not the door they came through. A different door, one that was supposed to be locked, supposed to be secure. Things pour through it, things that used to be people. White coats, name tags, lab equipment hanging from their necks like jewelry. Researchers, scientists, the people who worked here, who stayed when they should have run, who thought they could control what they'd created. Now they're part of it, part of the hunger, part of the endless need. Move, Jaxon shouts. He pushes Nora toward the truck. She jumps, lands wrong. Pain shoots through her ankle, not broken, not sprained, just angry, just complaining about the landing. She rolls into the truck bed, metal floor, cold, hard, real. Jaxon jumps after her, lands better, moves faster, pulls her deeper into the truck bed, away from the edge, away from reaching hands and snapping teeth. The things in lab coats cluster at the loading dock. Reaching, grasping, but they don't jump, don't climb, just stretch and moan and hunger. Elena hits the gas. The truck lurches forward, gravel sprays behind them, the research station shrinks, gets smaller, becomes a dot, becomes nothing, but the knowledge comes with them. The folder, the truth, the weight of understanding what happened to the world. They drive in silence. The truck bed isn't comfortable. Metal ridges, sharp edges. No padding, but it's moving, taking them away from the hunger, away from the reaching hands. That makes it beautiful. The valley ends, opens into broader country, rolling hills, scattered trees that might still be alive, might still remember green. The road curves left, then right, following the natural contours of the land, going somewhere. Elena knows where. She drives with purpose, with destination. David bangs on the cab window, points ahead. Elena nods, slows the truck, brings it to a stop beside a cluster of buildings, not abandoned, not empty. Smoke rises from chimneys, lights show in windows, people move between the structures. A settlement, a community, a place where life goes on. This is it, Elena calls back. What? Nora says. Home. Home, Elena says. They climb out of the truck bed. Nora's ankle protests, sends sharp complaints up her leg. She ignores them. Pain is temporary, usually, sometimes, often enough to hope. The settlement looks prosperous, clean, organized, gardens between buildings, fruit trees in neat rows, everything planned, everything maintained, everything too good to be true. People emerge from doorways, from side paths, from shadows between buildings. They don't look like survivors, don't carry weapons, don't scan for threats. They look soft, fed, happy, like the world never ended, like the last 8 months never happened. A man approaches, middle-aged, clean-shaven, clothes without patches or stains. He smiles, but his eyes stay careful, measuring, like Elena at the research station, like someone making calculations. Welcome, he says. I'm Thomas. Elena said she might bring visitors. Said, Jaxon says. The word carries weight, implies planning, implies Alina knew they were being followed, knew they would find the research station, knew they would end up here. The coincidence feels too neat, too convenient. Thomas's smile never wavers, but something shifts behind his eyes. Something quick, there and gone, like a shadow passing over water. Elena mentioned she might encounter other survivors, he says. People looking for answers, looking for safety. We try to help when we can. Help? Nora says. The settlement stretches beyond the initial buildings. More structures, more gardens, more people moving with purpose. Working, building, creating instead of just surviving. It should be encouraging, should be hope made manifest. Instead, it feels wrong, too clean, too easy, too much like a trap. Elena unloads her bag from the truck, the folder with its secrets and revelations tucked inside. She walks toward Thomas, their conversation too quiet to hear, too quick to follow, but their body language speaks volumes. Familiarity, prior arrangement, conspiracy. We should go, Nora says. Jaxon nods. His hand finds his knife, the gesture casual, practiced, like stretching, like scratching an itch, but ready, always ready. They back toward the truck, slow, careful. Don't run. Running triggers chase responses, in humans as much as in the things that used to be human. Walk away, act normal, pretend everything is fine until it's not. Thomas looks up from his conversation with Elena, sees them moving, his smile widens, becomes more welcoming, more false. Leaving so soon, he says, but you just got here. We have food, clean water, safe beds, everything you need, everything they need, except freedom, except choice, except the ability to leave when they want to leave. The settlement suddenly feels smaller, the buildings closer, the people more numerous, more threatening. Just stretching our legs, Jaxon says. His voice stays casual, friendly, giving nothing away, but his hand never leaves his knife, never stops being ready. Nora admires the control, the performance, the way he can lie with his whole body while his mind stays sharp. Of course, Thomas says. Take all the time you need. Dinner's at 7, community meeting at 8. You'll want to hear what we've learned, what we've built, what we can offer. They reach the truck. Elena has the keys. Of course she has the keys. The truck won't start without them, won't provide escape, won't be salvation. Just another trap, another disappointment, another lesson in trust and its consequences. More people appear, from buildings, from gardens, from places where they were hidden, all smiling, all welcoming, all positioned to block exits. The settlement reveals its true nature, not sanctuary, prison, and they walked right into it. The sun starts down, the shadows grow long, point away from the settlement, away from the trap, away from the welcoming smiles and careful words. If they're going to run, if they're going to fight, if they're going to survive this, it has to be soon. The truck's engine ticks as it cools, the only sound in a suddenly quiet world. Even the wind holds its breath, waiting, watching, ready for whatever comes next. Chapter 24, The Last Stand. The settlement closes around them like a fist. Not violent, not sudden, just inevitable, like water finding the lowest point, like gravity pulling things down. People move into position, block paths, cut off options, all with smiles, all with good intentions, all with the absolute certainty that they know best. Thomas approaches, his hands empty, his manner friendly, but the circle tightens, the walls get higher, the exits get fewer. You're frightened, he says. That's natural, everyone is when they first arrive. The world outside is harsh, dangerous, full of things that want to hurt you, but here you're safe. Safe, Nora says. The word tastes wrong in her mouth, like medicine, like lies, like promises no one can keep. Safety is temporary, conditional, fragile as glass. Anyone who claims to offer permanent safety is selling something. Absolutely, Thomas says. No infected get through our perimeter. No raiders. No desperate people with guns and bad intentions. We've created something special here. Something worth preserving. What's the cost? Jaxon says. Thomas's smile falters. Just for a moment. Just long enough to show what's underneath. The calculation. The cold assessment. the willingness to do whatever it takes to protect his special place. Everyone contributes, he says. Everyone works. Everyone follows the rules. It's the only way to maintain what we've built. The only way to keep the darkness outside. The darkness, like the infected are weather. Like human nature is climate. Like evil is something external that can be walled out. Nora knows better. The darkness comes from inside. Lives in every choice, every compromise, every time someone decides their safety matters more than someone else's freedom. The circle gets smaller, the people get closer, still smiling, still welcoming. But the welcome has edges now, sharp places, dangerous curves, welcome that becomes insistence, insistence that becomes force. Elena watches from beside the truck, her expression unreadable. She's brought them here. Led them to this place, this trap, this moment where choices get narrow and options disappear, friend or enemy. Hard to tell the difference anymore. We appreciate the offer, Nora says, but we prefer to keep moving. She takes a step toward the truck, then another, testing the boundaries, seeing how far she can push before the smiles disappear, before the welcome becomes something else. A hand falls on her shoulder, gentle, firm, Thomas's hand, warm, human, terrifying in its normalcy, like being grabbed by a ghost, by something that looks human but isn't quite, not anymore. I'm afraid that's not possible, he says. We have protocols, quarantine procedures, health checks. Anyone entering the settlement needs to be processed, evaluated, cleared. It's for everyone's safety, yours included. Quarantine, processing, evaluation. The words march like soldiers, like bureaucracy with teeth, like kindness wearing a uniform. The settlement reveals more of itself, not just walls and gardens, systems, rules, control mechanisms disguised as care. How long? Jaxon says. His voice stays level, conversational. But Nora hears the edge underneath, the warning, the promise of violence if pushed too far. Thomas hears it too. His grip on her shoulder tightens. As long as it takes, Thomas says. Some people clear quickly, others take more time. But everyone clears eventually. Everyone finds their place here. Everyone learns to appreciate what we've built. The sun touches the horizon. Colors bleed across the sky. Red, orange, purple, beautiful and terrible. Like everything else in this broken world. Pretty surfaces hiding ugly truths. Light that promises darkness. Hope that delivers despair. The circle completes itself. 20 people. Maybe more, all positioned, all ready, all committed to protecting their special place from the chaos outside. From people like Nora and Jaxon. People who won't submit, won't process, won't find their place in someone else's vision of safety. Last chance, Nora says. She speaks to Elena, the woman who saved them from the research station, who shared her knowledge, who brought them here, to this moment, this choice, this ending or beginning, depending on perspective. Elena looks at her, really looks. For a moment, something passes between them. Understanding, maybe. Regret, possibly. The recognition that they might have been friends in a different world, a better world, a world where survival didn't require betrayal. I'm sorry, Elena says, but this is bigger than us, than you, than any individual. This is about preserving civilization, about keeping the light burning while everything else goes dark. The light, the civilization, the greater good. All the reasons people give for doing terrible things to each other, all the justifications for cages, for control, for deciding that freedom is less important than safety, that choice is less important than order. Nora's hand finds her crowbar. The metal feels cold, real. Honest in a way words never are. The crowbar doesn't lie, doesn't make promises, doesn't pretend to know what's best, just waits, ready to do its job when called upon. Jaxon shifts beside her, small movements, subtle positioning, weight distribution, angle management, all the tiny preparations that separate people who fight from people who die. The settlement dwellers don't notice, don't recognize the signs. They've been safe too long. Forgotten what danger looks like when it's ready to move. Thomas's grip relaxes on her shoulder, just slightly, just enough. He thinks he's won, thinks the circle is complete, thinks they have no choice but surrender. He's wrong. There's always a choice, even when all the options are bad, even when choosing means violence, even when violence means pain, especially then. The crowbar comes up fast, catches Thomas under the chin, snaps his head back, teeth click together. Blood flows from his tongue. He staggers, falls, hits the ground hard, the circle wavers. Confusion spreads like ripples in water. Jaxon moves at the same time. His knife finds ribs, slides between them, parts cloth and skin, and dreams of safety. The man folding around the wound, gasping, trying to hold his insides inside, failing. The circle breaks. People scatter, some toward weapons, some toward cover, some just away. Fight or flight responses kicking in after months of comfortable routine. Most choose flight, most run for the buildings, for the safety they've built, that they believe in, that won't save them now, but some stay, some fight, some grab tools and improvised weapons and good intentions. They come forward, desperate. Defending their home, their hope, their version of tomorrow. Nora understands, respects it even, would probably do the same in their position. Still has to stop them. The crowbar swings, connects. A woman drops, a man stumbles, more blood on the ground, more pain in the world, more proof that civilization is tissue paper over humanity's sharp edges. Pretty until tested, strong until pushed, safe until threatened. Elena reaches for something in her bag. Gun maybe, knife possibly. Nora can't tell, can't wait to find out. The crowbar arcs again, catches Elena's wrist. Bones crack. The bag falls. Contents scatter, including the folder, the research, the secrets about what happened to the world, papers blowing in the evening wind like confetti, like celebration, like the end of everything dressed up as a party, bodies on the ground, blood on her hands, the settlement's dream broken, like everything else breaks. Nora grabs Jackson's arm. He follows. They run. Away from the buildings, away from the lights, away from the promise of safety that costs too much, that asks too much, that takes everything, and calls it salvation. Behind them, voices call. Angry voices, hurt voices, voices that don't understand why anyone would choose the darkness when light is offered, when sanctuary is provided, when all they had to do was submit, all they had to do was surrender, all they had to do was stop being themselves. They run into the gathering night, into the cold, into uncertainty, into everything the settlement was supposed to protect them from. And it feels like freedom, tastes like truth. Sounds like the only song worth singing in a world that's forgotten how to dance. The stars come out, one by one, like holes punched in black paper, like light bleeding through darkness, like hope that doesn't ask permission, doesn't demand payment, doesn't require processing or evaluation or surrendering the one thing that makes survival worthwhile. The right to choose badly, the right to make mistakes, the right to be human in all its messy, dangerous, beautiful imperfection. Chapter 25, The Edge of Salvation. 3 days out from the settlement. 3 days of walking, of looking over shoulders, of expecting pursuit that never comes. Maybe they gave up. Maybe they decided 2 people weren't worth the effort. Maybe they had bigger problems than escaped guests. Nora's ankle still complains, sharp little protests with each step, not broken, not sprained, just offended. Just reminding her that bodies have limits, that jumping from loading docks has consequences, that pain is the price of staying alive. The landscape changes as they walk, less wasteland, more vegetation, trees that still remember green, grass that hasn't completely given up, water running in streams instead of stagnating in puddles, the world healing itself, slowly, carefully, like a wounded animal learning to trust again. Jaxon walks beside her, silent mostly, the events at the settlement hanging between them like smoke, like regret, like the knowledge that good people can do terrible things when they believe strongly enough, when they convince themselves that ends justify means. Elena's folder is gone, scattered by wind, lost to weather. The secrets about the outbreak, about who made it happen, about why the world ended, all of it blowing across empty country like leaves, like litter, like evidence that no one will ever collect. Maybe that's better. Maybe some knowledge is too heavy, too sharp, too dangerous to carry. Maybe forgetting is mercy. Maybe starting over means leaving the past behind. All of it, even the parts that explain how things got broken. A city appears ahead. Real city, not settlement, not outpost, not research station pretending to be abandoned. Actual buildings, actual skyline, actual walls surrounding actual streets where actual people might still live actual lives. The walls rise from the earth like concrete mountains, 30 feet high, 40 in places, topped with wire, with cameras, with gun positions that track movement even at this distance. A fortress, a statement, a promise that whatever lives inside means to stay that way. Signs appear along the road, official signs, government signs, the kind with seals and authority and language that doesn't negotiate. Authorized personnel only, restricted area, deadly force authorized, turn back now, final warning. Under the official signs, someone has hung others, hand-painted, personal, human, safe inside, food available, medical care, come home. The contrast sharp as a blade, official rejection and personal welcome, law saying no and hope saying yes. The road leads straight to the gates, main gates. Steel, massive, designed to keep armies out or in depending on perspective. Guard towers flank them, occupied towers, moving figures, glinting metal, people watching, people waiting, people ready. We're expected, Jaxon says. He points to the road behind them, dust clouds on the horizon. Vehicles approaching. Fast. Multiple vehicles, the settlement people maybe, come to collect their escaped guests or others, strangers, hunters, raiders, anyone with vehicles and bad intentions. The gates ahead, the pursuit behind, the choice simple, forward or back, safety or freedom, the fortress or the wasteland. Nora realizes she knows which one she prefers, has always preferred, even when it hurt, even when it killed people she loved, even when it left her alone in the dark with nothing but questions. But today she has Jaxon. Today she's not alone. Today the choice isn't just hers, the partnership they've built, the trust they've earned, the way they move together like parts of the same machine. All of that matters. All of that deserves consideration. The dust clouds get closer, engines growling, multiple vehicles, maybe the settlement people, maybe worse. The walls ahead offer protection, promise safety, demand only surrender, only acceptance, only the willingness to trade freedom for walls. What do you think? Nora says. Jaxon studies the approaching vehicles, studies the fortress walls, studies her face, looking for something, some sign, some indication of preference. She keeps her expression neutral. The choice has to be mutual, has to be shared, has to be something they both want. Those walls, he says, they keep things out, but they also keep things in. Once you're inside, once you're processed, once you're part of the system, leaving gets complicated. The settlement taught them that lesson, taught them about safety with conditions, about help with strings attached, about sanctuary that comes with locks on the inside of doors. The vehicle's closer now, close enough to count. 4 trucks, military style, armed passengers visible in the beds, weapons ready. Not settlement people then. Something else. Something harder. Something that doesn't negotiate. The gates begin to open. Slowly. Metal grinding against metal. Gears turning. Motors humming. The fortress extending an invitation. Or a trap. Hard to tell the difference from outside. Hard to know until you're already inside. Already committed. Already caught. People emerge from the gates, soldiers maybe, security certainly, clean uniforms, professional weapons, the kind of organization that survived because it was strong, because it was ruthless, because it made the hard choices and lived with the consequences. A woman walks toward them, officer's insignia, command presence, the kind of person who gives orders and expects them followed. Behind her come more soldiers, flanking positions, professional spacing, ready for trouble, but not expecting it. Citizens, she calls. I'm Colonel Martinez. Welcome to New Haven. You're just in time. Just in time for what? Jaxon says. His hand doesn't find his knife. Crack doesn't make threatening gestures, but his body language shifts. Weight distribution, balance, ready to move in any direction. The soldier in him recognizing another soldier, measuring, evaluating, preparing. For safety, Martinez says. For civilization, for the future of the human race. The trucks behind you, they're not friendly, not looking to trade, not interested in negotiation. They want what you have. They want what we all have. They want to take it. The trucks close the final distance. Engines cut, doors slam, armed figures emerge. Not settlement people, not researchers, not anyone with good intentions written on their faces. Pirates, maybe, scavengers, certainly, people who've chosen taking over making, destruction over creation, easy answers over hard questions. Their leader approaches. Tall man, scarred face, weapons like jewelry, violence like perfume. Everything about him calculated to intimidate, to project power, to make submission seem reasonable. Well, he says, look what we have here. Fresh meat, healthy specimens, prime breeding stock, and look at those walls, those lovely, lovely walls, hiding so much, protecting so much, for now. Martinez doesn't step back, doesn't show fear, but her hand finds her sidearm. Her soldiers adjust positions, subtle movements, professional preparations, the kind of readiness that comes from experience, from surviving when others didn't. Marcus Kane, she says, still alive, still ugly, still making the same mistakes. Kane. The name from the story Bible, the Enclave leader, the man who tests newcomers, who makes hard choices, who believes survival justifies anything. Everything coming together, past and present, choices and consequences, the weight of decisions made months ago. Colonel Bitch, Kane says, still hiding behind walls, still pretending civilization matters, still believing in tomorrow while today burns around you. The space between the two groups shrinks, tension builds like pressure in a closed container, ready to explode, ready to turn words into violence, ready to prove that safety is temporary, that walls fall, that everything ends. Nora looks at the fortress, at the soldiers, at the promise of protection. Then she looks at Kane, at his people, at the promise of violence. Two kinds of survival, two different answers to the same question. How do you keep breathing when the world wants you stopped? Your choice, Martinez says to Nora, inside or outside, safety or risk, future or past. Choose now, choose quick, because when this starts, when the shooting begins, neutrality becomes academic. The gates stand open, soldiers ready, walls waiting, safety offered without promises, protection offered with conditions. The same deal everyone wants to make, the same bargain every group proposes. Join us, trust us, let us protect you, let us choose for you, let us decide what's best. Kane smiles, not pleasant, not reassuring, but honest in its way, honest about intentions, about desires, about the simple mathematics of taking from others instead of building for yourself. Smart girl, he says to Nora, thinking it through, weighing options. Most people choose too fast, go with first instincts, end up disappointed, end up gone. You take your time, figure the angles. I respect that. The sun reaches the horizon, day becoming night, light becoming shadow, time running out like water through broken fingers. Whatever happens next will happen soon, the moment of choice approaching like weather, like inevitability, like the future arriving whether anyone's ready or not. Jaxon moves closer to her. Not protection, partnership. Whatever she chooses, he'll support. Whatever direction she picks, he'll follow. The trust, absolute, complete. Terrifying in its implications. The radio crackles to life. Someone's radio, military frequency maybe, emergency broadcast possibly, the voice that emerges from static familiar, distant, important. This is Dr. Sarah Kim, CDC Research Station 7, broadcasting on all frequencies. To anyone receiving this transmission, we have developed treatment. Repeat, we have developed treatment. Coordinates follow. Come quickly. Time is limited. Resources are finite. Hope is real. The broadcast ends. Static returns, but the words hang in the air like smoke, like promise, like everything everyone has been looking for since the world ended. Treatment, hope, answers that don't require surrender, that don't demand payment and freedom, that offer tomorrow without stealing today. Martinez and Kane both heard it, both understand the implications, both know what it means. The game has changed, the stakes have shifted. Treatment changes everything, makes walls less important, makes violence less necessary, makes choice more complicated. New rules, Kane says, new objectives, new priorities. The doctor lady, she's got something everybody wants, everybody needs. Question is, who gets there first? Who claims the prize? Who controls the future? He looks at Martinez, at her soldiers, at her walls, at her promises of safety and civilization and order. Then he looks at Nora and Jaxon, at the choice they haven't made, at the options still open. Race you there, he says. Chapter 26, Cracks in the Walls. The trucks roar to life, Kane's people moving fast, decisive, no hesitation about destinations, about choices, about what comes next. They have coordinates now, have purpose, have something more important than territory or resources or the simple pleasure of taking from others. They have hope, and hope makes everything else secondary. Martinez watches them leave, her expression unreadable, professional mask over whatever thoughts churn beneath. The opportunity lost, the choice made without her, the future racing away in clouds of dust and diesel fumes. The gates begin to close, slowly, like the fortress reconsidering its invitation, like safety deciding to be more selective about who it protects. The opening narrows, becomes a gap, becomes a slot, becomes nothing. Wait, Nora says, the word stops everything. Gates pause, soldiers look, Martinez turns, even the dust from Kane's departure seems to settle, waiting, listening, ready for whatever comes next. We want to talk, Nora says. Inside, Martinez says. Not out here, not in the open, too many ears, too many eyes, too many variables. Inside, where it's safe, where it's secure, where conversations can happen without consequences. The gates reverse direction, open again, slowly, reluctantly, like safety reconsidering, like protection offering one more chance, one final opportunity. One last invitation before the offer expires. Nora looks at Jaxon. He nods. Not agreement, not disagreement, just acknowledgement. Recognition that choices have momentum, that decisions make themselves sometimes, that standing still is also movement when everything else shifts around you. They walk through the gates, the metal clangs shut behind them. Final, absolute, the sound of commitment, of bridges burned, of options eliminated, inside now, part of whatever New Haven represents. Subject to whatever rules it enforces, the city spreads before them, real city, not ruins, not decay, not the broken remnants of before, actual civilization, actual order, actual people going about actual business, like the world never ended, like the infection never happened, like hope never died. Children play in streets, clean streets, safe streets, guarded streets. Their laughter echoes off buildings that stand straight, that have glass in windows, that look maintained, loved, protected. The sound foreign after months of silence, of caution, of fear. Markets line the main avenue, real markets with goods, with trade, with the kind of abundance that comes from production instead of scavenging. People buying, selling, planning for tomorrow, acting like tomorrow will come, like it's worth preparing for. Impressive, Jaxon says. His voice carries surprise, respect, the kind of grudging admiration that comes from seeing something done well. Something built instead of just preserved, something created instead of just defended. We've worked hard, Martinez says, made difficult choices, sacrificed luxury for security, comfort for safety, individual desires for collective needs, but it works, it lasts, it grows. The tour continues. Hospitals with medicine, schools with children, workshops with tools, everything a functioning society needs, everything the outside world lacks, everything worth protecting, worth joining. Worth surrendering freedom to preserve, but underneath, in the spaces between words, in the glances that don't quite meet, in the smiles that don't quite reach eyes, something else. Something harder, something that makes order possible, that makes safety work, that makes civilization function when chaos waits outside. Rules, Martinez says, structure, Discipline. Everyone has a role. Everyone fills their function. Everyone contributes according to ability, receives according to need. Simple, fair, effective. What about choice? Nora says. Choice exists, Martinez says, within parameters, within guidelines, within the framework that keeps everyone safe. Personal freedom is important, but not more important than collective survival, not more important than the future of the species. The future of the species, the greater good, the needs of the many, all the reasons people give for cages, for control, for deciding that individual liberty is less important than group safety. The settlement all over again, just bigger, just more organized, just more honest about its intentions. They reach the administrative center, government building, official building, the kind of structure that makes decisions for other people, that creates policies, that enforces compliance, that turns suggestions into laws and laws into chains. Inside, more soldiers, more officials, more people whose job is managing other people, whose purpose is control, whose function is making sure everyone stays in their assigned place, doing their assigned role, living their assigned life. A conference room, table, chairs, maps on walls, charts showing population, production, resources, everything quantified, everything measured, everything reduced to numbers that can be manipulated, optimized, controlled. Sit, Martinez says. They sit, the chairs comfortable, padded, the kind of furniture that speaks of surplus, of prosperity, of having enough to worry about, comfort instead of just survival. But also the kind of furniture that's hard to get out of quickly, that constrains movement, that makes departure difficult. The broadcast, Martinez says, Dr. Sarah Kim, treatment. You heard it, everyone heard it. The question is what to do about it, how to respond, how to proceed. She unfolds a map, marks coordinates, circles locations. The radio signal came from the north, 300 miles, through infected territory, through wasteland, through everything that makes travel dangerous. Impossible. Desperate. Kane will never make it, she says. His people are raiders, scavengers. They know how to take but not how to build, how to destroy but not how to create. They'll die in the wasteland, or turn back, or find easier targets. And us? Jaxon says. Us is different, Martinez says. We have resources, organization, the ability to mount a proper expedition, to travel safely, to reach the coordinates, to secure the treatment, to bring it back, to save everyone. Everyone in New Haven? Nora says. Everyone everywhere, Martinez says. Eventually, when resources permit, when security allows, when the greater good is served. But yes, New Haven first, our people first, our community first. That's how responsibility works. That's how obligation functions. What do you need from us, Nora says. The question direct, simple, cutting through rhetoric, through justification, through the careful language of authority, getting to the heart, to the trade, to the price of safety and the cost of hope. Information, Martinez says. You've been outside recently. You know the terrain, the threats, the passages. You've survived what others haven't, learned what others couldn't, seen what others missed. And in return? Jaxon says, citizenship, Martinez says. Full membership, all privileges, all protections, all rights and responsibilities, a place in the future we're building, a voice in the decisions we make, a share in the prosperity we create. The offer hangs between them. Citizenship, belonging, the thing everyone wants, everyone needs, everyone craves after months of isolation, of separation, of being alone against the world. The chance to be part of something bigger, something lasting, something worth protecting, but also the thing that costs most, that demands most. That changes everything about who you are and what you choose. Citizens have obligations, responsibilities, duties that extend beyond personal desire, beyond individual preference, beyond the simple luxury of walking away. Time to decide, Martinez says. The expedition leaves at dawn, with you or without you, but with is better. With gives everyone a better chance, including you, including the future, including hope itself. Outside the conference room windows, the city continues. People working, living, Building tomorrow one choice at a time. The alternative to chaos, to violence, to the simple brutality of survival without purpose, without meaning, without the belief that something better is possible, but also the alternative to freedom, to choice, to the terrible, wonderful responsibility of deciding for yourself what life means, what survival costs, what tomorrow is worth. The decision waits, patient, inevitable. Like everything else in this broken world where choices matter more than intentions, where consequences outlast reasons, where the future arrives whether anyone's ready or not, and sometimes choosing is the hardest way to survive. Chapter 27, The Final Sacrifice. Dawn comes gray, cold, the kind of morning that makes promises it won't keep. The expedition gathers in the courtyard, vehicles, supplies, people who've decided that hope is worth the risk, worth the cost, worth whatever price the wasteland demands. Nora stands beside one of the trucks, her decision made, not easily, not without cost, but made. Jaxon beside her, silent, supportive. His choice following hers like shadow follows light. Partnership means trust. Trust means following sometimes, even when the path looks dangerous. Martinez checks equipment, weapons, medical supplies, everything needed for 300 miles through hostile territory, through places where the infection runs thick, where the things that used to be people hunt in packs, where survival depends on speed, on silence, on making the right choices in the wrong moments. 12 people total, soldiers mostly, specialists, people trained for this kind of mission, this kind of risk. People who understand that some things matter more than personal safety, that some objectives justify any sacrifice, that some hopes are worth dying for. The gates open, beyond them the wasteland waits, patient, hungry, indifferent to human ambition, to human need, to the small desperate hopes that drive people into dangerous places. The world outside doesn't care about treatment, about cures, about salvation, only about ending things, about returning everything to silence, to stillness, to the peace of the gone. Move out, Martinez says. The convoy rolls forward through the gates, past the walls into the uncertain country beyond. Behind them, New Haven shrinks, gets smaller, becomes memory, becomes the place they might return to, if they succeed, if they survive, if hope proves stronger than reality. The first day passes without incident. Roads empty, landscape quiet, the infected scattered, hidden, waiting for something, some signal, some opportunity. The trucks maintain spacing, watch for ambush points, follow protocols designed to keep everyone breathing, everyone moving, everyone pointed toward objectives that might not exist. Radio chatter minimal, professional, distance markers, status updates, fuel consumption, everything quantified, measured, reduced to numbers that mean something, that provide control, that create the illusion of safety in an unsafe world. The second day brings contact, infected drawn by engine noise, by movement, by the simple fact of life passing through their territory. Not many, not organized, just hungry individuals drawn by opportunity, by the promise of fresh meat, fresh suffering, fresh silence. The convoy doesn't stop, doesn't engage unless necessary. Speed is safety. Distance is security. Fighting means delay. Delay means more attracted, more drawn, more reasons to stop and stand and make last stands that don't need to be made. But sometimes stopping becomes unavoidable. The bridge appears ahead, concrete span over a dried riverbed, the only crossing for 50 miles in either direction. No choice but forward. No alternative but through. No option but trusting that the structure will hold, that the far side remains clear, that hope doesn't end with falling steel and running water. The lead vehicle reaches the middle. The span groans, not collapse, not failure, just complaint. The sound of old engineering bearing new weight. Carrying loads it wasn't designed for, lasting longer than it should, functioning beyond its limits like everything else that still works. Then the sound changes, higher pitch, more urgent. The kind of noise that means attention, that means danger, that means decisions need making fast. The convoy stops, motors idle, Everyone listening, everyone watching, everyone ready for whatever comes next. The infected emerge from hiding, from shadows under the bridge, from places where they waited, where they planned, where they gathered in numbers large enough to matter, to threaten, to change calculations about speed and safety and the wisdom of pressing forward. A lot of them. More than scattered individuals. More than random encounters. Organized, coordinated, like they remember tactics, like some part of their former selves persists, plans, executes, thinks beyond simple hunger, beyond immediate need, beyond the reduction to appetite that defines their existence. The bridge becomes a trap, forward blocked, retreat compromised, sides dropping to rocky death. The convoy caught between bad choices and worse choices and no choices at all. The moment when preparation meets reality, when planning encounters chaos, when hope faces the simple mathematics of survival. Fall back, Martinez orders. But falling back means abandoning vehicles, means walking, means 300 miles becomes impossible, means the treatment stays distant, means hope dies in a riverbed under a concrete span that's lasted longer than it should have. Negative, the point driver responds. Bridge won't hold retreat. Too much weight, too much stress. Forward or down. No other options. Forward then. Through the infected. Through the reaching hands and snapping teeth. Through everything that wants to end the expedition. To stop the convoy. To reduce hope to scattered bones and rusting metal. The only choice. The hard choice. The choice that means some people don't make it to the far side. The engines roar. The convoy surges forward. Through the massive infected, through the hunger and rage and desperate need. Metal hits flesh, tires crush bone, the vehicles become weapons, battering rams, tools of destruction wrapped around passengers who close their eyes and hold on and hope that momentum is enough. Nora grips the door handle. The truck lurches, swerves, hits something soft that screams, hits something hard that doesn't. The windshield spiders. The engine coughs. The world outside becomes chaos, violence, the sound of things ending badly. Jaxon beside her, steady, calm, his hand finding hers, squeezing once. Not goodbye, not desperation, just connection. Just acknowledgement that they're here together, that whatever happens next happens to both of them. That partnership means sharing endings as well as beginnings. The truck breaks through, reaches the far side, battered, damaged, but moving. Behind them, the other vehicles, some making it, some not, some stopping partway across, becoming obstacles, becoming feeding stations for things that don't understand hope, don't recognize sacrifice, don't care about anything beyond immediate hunger. Count off, Martinez says over radio. The responses come back. Partial. Incomplete. Of 12 who started, 8 remain. 4 gone. 4 stopped. 4 who won't see coordinates, won't touch treatment, won't know if hope was worth the cost. Martinez doesn't stop to mourn, to acknowledge loss, to mark the sacrifice. Just checks fuel, checks maps, checks time remaining before dark, before they need shelter. Before the world becomes too dangerous for movement, too hostile for hope. We continue, she says. And they do. Continue. Move forward. Press toward coordinates that might mean everything. That might mean nothing. That represent the last bet in a game where everyone's chips are gone, where the house always wins, where hope is the only currency that still holds value. The radio crackles. Dr. Sarah Kim's voice again, fainter, more distant, more desperate. Time running out, she says. Infected breaching perimeter. Estimate 6 hours before position overrun. Come quickly, please. Running out of time, running out of hope, running out of everything except the need to be heard, to be found, to be saved. The convoy pushes harder, faster, engines straining, suspension complaining, everything stressed beyond design limits, beyond safety margins, beyond the careful calculations that keep machinery working, keep people breathing, keep hope alive. Because sometimes hope requires abandoning safety, requires embracing danger, requires betting everything on outcomes that can't be guaranteed. That might not happen. That exists only in the space between what is and what could be, the space where courage lives, where sacrifice matters, where the future gets built, one desperate choice at a time. Chapter 28, Dawn of New Hope. The research station rises from the landscape like a monument to stubborn hope. Concrete and steel and glass somehow intact, somehow functional, somehow still broadcasting signals into the silence, still believing in tomorrow when tomorrow seems impossible, but also under siege, the infected mass around the perimeter, thousands of them, maybe more. Drawn by sounds, by lights, by the simple persistence of life in a world that prefers death. They press against fences, against walls, against barriers that bend but don't break, that hold but won't hold forever. 6 hours, Martinez says. That's what the doctor said. How long before they break through? How long before treatment becomes just another lost hope, another failure, another reason to believe that nothing good lasts? The convoy stops a mile out, close enough to see, far enough to think, to plan, to consider options that range from impossible to suicidal. The research station's surrounded, defended, but not indefinitely, not against numbers, not against the patient hunger that doesn't tire, doesn't give up, doesn't stop. We need a distraction, Martinez says, something to draw them away, to clear a path, to give us maybe 10 minutes, maybe 15, enough to reach the station, reach the doctor, reach the treatment that could change everything. What kind of distraction, someone asks? The kind that costs, Martinez says, the kind that requires sacrifice, the kind where not everyone comes back. But maybe some do. Maybe enough do. Maybe the future gets bought with present pain. She looks at the remaining team. 8 people. Not enough for frontal assault, not enough for siege breaking, not enough for anything except desperate measures, desperate chances, desperate hopes that mathematics might be wrong, that courage might count for more than numbers. I'll do it, Nora says. The words come before thought, before calculation, before the careful weighing of options that survival usually requires. Just instinct, just recognition that someone has to pay, someone has to buy time, someone has to make the choice that matters more than breathing. Negative, Martinez says. We need you for the medical work, for understanding what the doctor has developed, for bringing it back, for making the sacrifice meaningful. Someone else. Someone expendable. No one is expendable, Jaxon says, his voice quiet, firm, the kind of certainty that comes from experience, from loss, from learning that every person matters, that every life has weight, that expendable is just another word for giving up on humanity. But someone has to go, Martinez says. Someone has to create the distraction. Someone has to buy time. Mathematics doesn't care about philosophy. Reality doesn't bend for good intentions. Numbers are numbers. Choices are choices. Costs are costs. Both of us, Nora says. She looks at Jaxon. He looks at her. Understanding passes between them, not words, not explanation, just recognition, just acceptance, just the knowledge that some things are too important to survive, too necessary to preserve, too meaningful to protect. Partnership means sharing everything, including endings, including sacrifice, including the moment when hope requires payment in currency too precious to spend, but too necessary to save. The plan forms, simple, brutal, effective. 2 vehicles, one heading north, one heading south, drawing infected away from the station, creating gaps, windows, opportunities for others to slip through, to reach objectives, to secure futures bought with present loss. Martinez doesn't argue, doesn't protest, doesn't point out alternatives. She understands mathematics, understands necessity, understands that leadership sometimes means accepting gifts too expensive to deserve, too valuable to refuse. Thank you, she says. The words carry weight. Recognition, the acknowledgement that what's asked is more than duty requires. More than orders can compel, more than any reasonable person should give, but sometimes unreasonable is what hope requires. 10 minutes, Martinez says. That's all we need. 10 minutes to reach the station, secure the treatment, start back. 10 minutes bought with whatever time you can provide, whatever distance you can create, whatever price you're willing to pay. Nora climbs into the northern truck. Jaxon takes the southern. The separation physical, temporary, but also symbolic. Recognition that distractions work better from multiple directions, that sacrifice spreads thinner, covers more ground, that sometimes even partners have to split up, but never separate, never truly apart. The bond forged in shared survival, in mutual trust, in the recognition that some connections transcend proximity, transcend distance, transcend even endings. The engines start, the trucks move, north and south, dividing, conquering, drawing attention away from the center, away from the objective, away from hope itself. The infected follow, streaming, pursuing, abandoning siege for chase, trading patient hunger for immediate opportunity. Nora drives north, into emptiness, into isolation, into the certain knowledge that this road leads nowhere but away, that this choice means no return, that hope sometimes requires abandoning personal futures for collective possibility. The infected follow, hundreds, maybe thousands, a river of hunger flowing away from the research station, away from treatment, away from the future that others might secure, that others might preserve, that others might carry forward into whatever comes after survival. The radio crackles, Martinez's voice, professional, controlled, but underneath something else, something that might be gratitude, might be regret, might be the recognition that leadership costs more than anyone should pay. We're in, she says. Package secured. Beginning extraction. 10 minutes, maybe 15. Then we're gone. Then the treatment gets back to where it can matter, where it can save people, where it can justify whatever was spent to secure it. The truck's engine coughs, sputters, the fuel gauge dropping toward empty, toward the moment when momentum stops, when chase ends, when distraction becomes something else, something final, something that can't be undone or taken back or regretted, but also something that matters. Something that counts, something that buys hope with the only currency that has value anymore. The willingness to choose others over self, future over present, possibility over certainty. The infected surge closer, reaching, grasping, hungry for ending, for silence, for the peace that comes with stopping, but not yet. Not quite yet. Still moving, still running, still buying minutes that others will use, that others will value, that others will make meaningful. The radio crackles again. Different voice, southern drawl, calm, even at the end. Even when choices narrow to single options and options narrow to none at all. Doc, Jaxon says, it's been an honor, it's been a privilege, it's been the best thing in a world full of worse things. Whatever happens next, remember that. Remember us. Remember what we chose to purchase. Remember what hope costs. Remember why it's worth the price. The truck's engine dies. The chase ends. The infected arrive, but somewhere behind them, somewhere beyond reach, somewhere in the distance that hope creates. Treatment exists, future waits, tomorrow becomes possible, and sometimes that's enough. Sometimes that's everything. Sometimes sacrifice means not seeing results, not knowing outcomes, not witnessing what was purchased with such precious currency. Sometimes hope requires faith. Faith requires trust. Trust requires letting go of the need to see, to know, to understand, to survive long enough to witness what survival made possible. The sun climbs toward noon, the world continues. Hope finds new hands, new hearts, new voices to carry it forward, into whatever comes next, into whatever tomorrow holds, into the future that sacrifice built, that courage bought, that love made possible, even when love costs everything, even when courage demands all, even when sacrifice means never knowing if it mattered, if it helped, if it changed anything at all. Sometimes not knowing is the greatest gift. The deepest trust, the most profound expression of faith that what was given will be used well, will matter, will make the difference between ending and beginning, between darkness and dawn, between despair and hope, between what is and what could be, in the space where courage lives, where sacrifice matters, where love proves stronger than death, where hope survives even when hope's defenders don't, where the future gets built one impossible choice at a time. Chapter 29. The Sanctuary's Truth. The convoy returns to New Haven, missing half its people, missing trucks, missing the certainty that comes with numbers, with resources, with the comfortable illusion that enough preparation makes any mission safe, but carrying something else, something more valuable than vehicles, more precious than lives, treatment, hope, the possibility that tomorrow might be different, that the infection might end, that the long fade might reverse, that what was broken might heal. Martinez holds the vials like they contain distilled light, like they hold compressed salvation, like hope has weight and substance and the ability to change everything. Maybe they do. Maybe hope is more than psychology, more than delusion. Maybe sometimes believing makes things real. The gates close behind them, safety reasserted, walls rebuilt, protection restored, but different now, changed by loss, by sacrifice, by the knowledge that some things cost more than anyone should pay, that some victories come wrapped in defeats, that some progress requires regress. The laboratory waits, scientists, equipment, the infrastructure needed to understand what they've retrieved, to replicate it, to transform hope from scarce resource to abundant gift, from exclusive to universal, from theirs to everyone's. Dr. Peterson leads the analysis, careful, methodical, the kind of precision that hope requires, that survival demands, that the future depends on. No room for error, no margin for mistakes, no tolerance for the kind of carelessness that creates disasters instead of solutions. The results take hours. Tests, verifications, confirmations that what they have is what they hoped for, what they sacrificed for, what they paid such terrible prices to secure, but also something else, something unexpected, something that changes the mathematics of hope. It works, Peterson says. The treatment, it stops the infection, reverses symptoms, returns the infected to something approaching humanity. But there's a problem, a complication, a catch that makes victory complex. What kind of catch, Martinez says? Limited efficacy, Peterson says. The treatment works for maybe 6 months, maybe a year. Then the infection returns, stronger, more resistant, more aggressive than before. Treatment becomes temporary reprieve, not permanent cure, not salvation, just delay. The words fall into silence, heavy silence, the kind that comes with disappointment, with the realization that hope has conditions, terms, expiration dates, that miracle cures exist only in stories, that reality provides relief but not resolution. So we treat people for 6 months, Martinez says, then treat them again and again. Keep treating them, keep buying time, keep extending life. Keep choosing hope over despair, even when hope requires constant renewal. That's one option, Peterson says. The other is enhancement, modification, using what we've learned to create something more permanent, more effective, more final. But that takes resources, takes time, takes choices about who gets enhanced, who gets temporary treatment, who gets nothing. The familiar mathematics of scarcity, of insufficient resources, of having to choose who lives and who doesn't, who gets tomorrow and who stays trapped in today, who receives hope and who provides the sacrifice that makes hope possible. But also new mathematics, new possibilities, the chance to move beyond mere survival, beyond simply lasting, beyond the patient endurance of disaster towards something approaching recovery, approaching renewal, approaching the kind of hope that builds instead of just preserves. How long for enhancement, Martinez says. Months, Peterson says. Maybe years. Depends on resources, on cooperation, on the willingness to share knowledge, to work together, to subordinate individual interests to collective needs. The old problems, the persistent questions, the eternal challenge of making people work together when working alone feels safer. The door opens, an aide enters, nervous, urgent, the kind of energy that comes with bad news, with complications, with the reminder that hope doesn't pause other problems, doesn't stop other threats, doesn't make the world safer just because it exists. Ma'am, the aide says, we have a situation at the gates. Kane is back with more people, more weapons, more demands. He wants to talk, wants to negotiate, wants to discuss terms for sharing what we've found, what we've secured, what we've paid for. Of course he does. Hope attracts attention. Success draws predators. Treatment becomes commodity. Resource, thing to be controlled, distributed, weaponized according to whoever holds power. Whoever commands force, whoever decides that might makes right, the eternal pattern, the persistent cycle, someone creates, someone else takes, creation becomes theft, innovation becomes exploitation, hope becomes another form of currency in markets that deal in survival, in desperation, in the simple mathematics of having versus needing. How many, Martinez says, 50, maybe more. Armed, organized, professional. This isn't raiding party. This is army. This is conquest dressed as negotiation. This is the moment when walls become insufficient, when safety becomes illusion, when hope confronts the reality that some people prefer taking to making. Martinez moves to the window, looks out at walls that suddenly seem lower, thinner, less permanent than they did this morning. Fortifications work against chaos, against random violence, against individual threats. But armies require different responses, different mathematics, different choices about what's worth defending and what's worth abandoning. What does he want, she says. Partnership, the aide says, cooperation, joint administration of treatment, shared distribution, mutual benefit, all the words that make theft sound reasonable, that make conquest sound collaborative, that make surrender sound like choice. And if we refuse, Martinez says, he didn't say, didn't need to. The 50 people outside provide their own answer, their own negotiating position, their own argument for why cooperation might be preferable to resistance, why sharing might be better than losing everything, why compromise might preserve something even if it doesn't preserve everything. Martinez turns from the window, looks at Peterson, at the vials, at the hope contained in glass tubes and chemical compounds, at the future reduced to liquid measured in milliliters, precious beyond calculation, fragile beyond protection, powerful beyond any single group's ability to control. Options, she says. Fight, Peterson says. Try to hold the walls. Try to preserve what we've built, what we've earned, what we've sacrificed for. Hope the fortifications hold. Hope reinforcements come. Hope that right makes might instead of the other way around. Or, Martinez says, negotiate, Peterson says. Find terms. Discover compromise. Accept that perfect solutions don't exist, that partial victory might be better than total defeat, that sharing hope is better than losing hope entirely. The mathematics brutal, simple, unavoidable. 50 armed people against however many defenders New Haven can muster. Walls against determination. Fortification against hunger. The established against the desperate. All the familiar calculations of power, of force, of who gets to decide how hope gets distributed. But also new calculations, treatment that works temporarily, enhancement that might work permanently, knowledge that has value beyond any single application, beyond any individual use, information that grows when shared, that multiplies when distributed, that becomes more powerful the more people possess it. A different kind of currency, a different kind of wealth, the kind that increases rather than diminishes when spent, when given away, when shared beyond the boundaries of walls and armies and the careful calculations of scarcity. Third option, Martinez says. Peterson looks at her, questioning, ready, waiting for the choice that might change everything, might preserve something, might create possibilities that don't exist within the simple mathematics of conflict, of winner and loser, of having and lacking. We share everything, Martinez says, with Cain, with his people, with anyone who asks, with everyone who needs it. We stop treating hope like property, stop acting like salvation belongs to whoever can hold it longest. Start acting like the future is too important to be owned. The words hang in the air, heavy, dangerous, revolutionary in their implications. Hope as common resource, treatment as universal right, knowledge as gift instead of commodity. Everything the world used to believe before scarcity made sharing feel impossible, made hoarding feel necessary, made selfishness feel like survival. They'll take everything, Peterson says, use it up, waste it, distribute it badly, lose it through incompetence, through carelessness, through the simple inability to understand what they're handling, what they're responsible for, what they're risking. Maybe, Martinez says, probably. But keeping it won't work either, won't last, won't survive the next Cain, the next army, the next group that decides taking is easier than asking. Better to lose hope to incompetence than lose it to greed. Better to waste it on everyone than preserve it for no one. The decision made, not calculated, not planned, not the result of careful analysis or strategic thinking, just recognition that some things are too important to protect, too valuable to preserve, too necessary to own. Hope works best when it belongs to everyone, when it serves everyone, when it becomes too widespread to control. Martinez walks to the door, toward the walls, toward the negotiation that isn't really negotiation, the surrender that doesn't feel like surrender, the choice to give away everything in hope of preserving something, in hope that sharing makes multiplication, that cooperation creates abundance, that trust builds more than walls ever could. Behind her, Peterson stares at the vials, at the liquid hope, at the future measured in doses and treatments and temporary reprieves, soon to be shared, distributed, given away to people who might waste it, might misuse it, might fail to understand its value, but also might use it well, might preserve it carefully, might multiply it beyond anything walls could protect, might turn hope from scarce resource to common gift, from exclusive privilege to universal right, from something that divides to something that connects, the eternal gamble, the persistent choice, trust versus control, faith versus fear, the belief that people are basically good versus the knowledge that people are basically desperate. The hope that cooperation is possible versus the certainty that competition is natural. Sometimes hope requires choosing hope, requires betting on the better angels, requires trusting that sharing creates more than keeping, that giving away preserves better than holding tight, that the future belongs to everyone or it belongs to no one. Sometimes the only way to keep hope is to let it go, to trust it to others, to believe that what matters most can't be owned, can't be controlled, can't be preserved by walls or armies or the careful calculations of scarcity. Sometimes hope survives only when it's free, when it's shared, when it's trusted to the very people who might waste it, who might lose it, who might fail to understand what they've been given. Because the alternative is worse. The alternative is walls, is armies, is the endless cycle of taking and losing and taking again, is hope as weapon instead of gift, as privilege instead of right, as reason for conflict instead of foundation for cooperation. Sometimes the only choice is to choose better, to act as if people are worth trusting, to behave as if cooperation is possible, to proceed as if hope is strong enough to survive sharing, generous enough to multiply when given away, powerful enough to change the world if set free. Sometimes hope requires faith. Faith requires risk. Risk requires choosing the possibility of loss over the certainty of keeping, the chance of waste over the guarantee of scarcity, the hope of abundance over the comfort of control. Sometimes the future begins with letting go. Chapter 30. A new beginning. The gates open, not under siege, not under threat, by choice, by decision, by the simple recognition that walls work both ways. Keep things out, keep things in, create safety, create prison, protect from world. Separate from world, make survival possible, make life smaller. Cain enters first, weapons visible, intentions unclear. Behind him come his people, armed, ready, expecting negotiation, expecting resistance, expecting everything except what they find, what they encounter, what Martinez offers without being asked. Welcome, she says, to New Haven, to treatment, to hope, to whatever we can share, whatever we can give, whatever we can build together. No conditions, no requirements, no careful calculations of who deserves what, just recognition that hope works best when everyone has access, when everyone contributes, when everyone benefits. Cain stops walking, his expression shifts, confusion, suspicion, The wariness that comes with gifts too generous to trust, too good to be real, too simple to be honest. In his world, everything has price. Everything requires payment. Everything comes with conditions attached, like chains to anchors. What's the catch? He says. No catch, Martinez says. Just hope. Just treatment. Just the chance to make tomorrow different from today. Better than today. Worth surviving for instead of just surviving through. She leads them to the laboratory, to Peterson, to the vials and compounds and knowledge that represent possibility, that contain future measured in doses, in treatments, in temporary reprieves from the infection that ended the world, that might yet save what remains. Peterson explains. Carefully, completely. The treatment works, for a time, for a season, for long enough to matter, but not long enough to solve. Enhancement possible, permanent solution theoretical, but resources required. Cooperation necessary, time essential, time they might have now, cooperation they might achieve, resources they might combine instead of compete for. If trust is possible, if sharing works, if hope proves stronger than fear, then greed, then the simple mathematics of taking versus making. Kane listens, his people listen, the explanation complete, the offer clear, the choice presented without coercion, without pressure, without anything except the simple invitation to be part of solution instead of part of problem, to build instead of take, to create instead of consume. Why? Kane says. Because walls don't work, Martinez says. Because armies don't last, because hope shared multiplies, because the future belongs to everyone or to no one. Because someone has to choose trust, someone has to choose cooperation, someone has to choose better. The silence stretches, becomes something physical, something you can touch, can feel, can measure in heartbeats and held breath in the space between words where decisions get made, where futures get chosen, where hope either finds wings or learns to crawl. Kane looks at his people, at their weapons, at their readiness for violence, for taking, for the simple solution of force applied to problems that seem too complex for other answers. Then he looks at the vials, at Peterson, at Martinez, offering everything without asking anything except the chance to work together. Deal, he says. The word simple, final, complete, agreement without negotiation, acceptance without condition, trust without guarantee, the beginning of something new, something different, something that might work better than walls, than armies, than the careful hoarding of hope in fortified places. The work begins immediately. Scientists from both groups, knowledge shared, resources combined, the enhancement project no longer New Haven's dream, but everyone's project, everyone's hope, everyone's investment in tomorrow being different from today. Months pass, the work continues, treatment distributed to anyone who needs it. To infected who remember being human, to communities struggling with temporary solutions, to anyone willing to believe that hope might be more than psychology, more than delusion, more than the desperate attempt to find meaning in meaningless world. The enhancement works. First trials successful, second trials better, third trials approaching perfection. The infection not just stopped, but reversed, not just treated, but cured, not just delayed, but ended, hope becoming reality. Dreams becoming medicine, tomorrow becoming possible, the infected return to themselves. Remember names, remember faces, remember love and loss and all the small human things that make survival meaningful. Make existence worthwhile, make hope worth the risks taken to preserve it, to share it, to trust it to others. Villages rebuild, communities form, trade resumes, the slow work of civilization beginning again. Not the same civilization that fell, something different, something that learned from failure, that remembered the cost of walls, of armies, of treating hope like property instead of gift. The radio broadcasts change from desperate pleas to progress reports, from cries for help to offers of assistance, from voices in darkness to songs of light returning, of dawn approaching, of night ending not with explosion, but with sunrise, with the simple persistence of hope applied consistently over time. Dr. Sarah Kim's voice among them, alive, safe, working with others to spread treatment, to share knowledge, to ensure that what was learned doesn't get lost again, doesn't get hoarded, doesn't become weapon instead of medicine, currency instead of cure. New settlements rise, connected, cooperative, sharing resources and knowledge, and the simple recognition that survival works better together than apart. That hope multiplies when divided, that the future has room for everyone willing to build instead of take, to give instead of keep, to trust instead of fear. Cain leads one of them, his people no longer raiders but builders, no longer takers but makers. The transformation not complete, not perfect, but real, possible. Proof that people can change, that circumstances can shift, that tomorrow can be different from today if someone chooses to make it so. Martinez visits sometimes, the settlements, the communities, the places where hope took root and grew into something larger than itself, something stronger than walls, something more lasting than armies. The future built on cooperation instead of conflict, on sharing instead of hoarding, on trust instead of fear. Standing on hills overlooking valleys where people work together, where children play, where laughter echoes off buildings that stand straight, that have glass in windows, that look maintained, loved, protected not by walls but by the simple recognition that everyone has stake in preservation, in continuation, in hope. The infection contained, the treatment working, the enhancement spreading. The world healing not because someone found perfect solution, but because people chose imperfect cooperation over perfect isolation, chose sharing over keeping, chose trust over safety, chose hope over fear, the long fade ending, not with dramatic reversal, but with simple persistence, with the patient application of hope over time, with the recognition that ending doesn't have to mean ending, that broken doesn't have to mean broken forever. That tomorrow is possible if people choose to build it together. The sun sets over new world, not perfect world, not safe world, but better world. World where hope has room to grow, where cooperation creates abundance, where trust builds more than walls ever could, where the future belongs to everyone willing to work for it, to share it, to trust it to others, where new beginnings are always possible, where hope survives sharing, where tomorrow starts with the simple decision to keep trying, to keep building, to keep believing that what was broken can be fixed, that what was lost can be found, that what was ended can begin again. In the space where courage lives, where sacrifice matters, where love proves stronger than fear, where hope survives not because it's protected, but because it's shared, not because it's hoarded, but because it's given away, not because it's kept safe, but because it's trusted to others, where the future gets built one impossible choice at a time, one act of trust at a time, one moment of hope at a time, until hope becomes habit, trust becomes culture, cooperation becomes the foundation of whatever comes next, the long fade over, the new beginning just beginning, the future uncertain but possible, built on hope that refused to die, on trust that proved stronger than fear, on cooperation that created more than competition ever could, on the simple recognition that some things are too important to own, too valuable to protect, too necessary to keep. That hope works best when everyone has it, when everyone shares it, when everyone trusts it to others, when the future belongs to everyone or to no one, but never to just some, never to just the strong, never to just the fortunate. Always to everyone willing to build it, to share it, to trust it to tomorrow. The stars come out, one by one, like holes punched in black paper, like light bleeding through darkness, like hope that doesn't ask permission, doesn't demand payment, doesn't require processing or evaluation or surrendering anything except the simple willingness to believe that tomorrow can be better, that cooperation is possible, that hope is stronger than fear, that trust builds more than walls, that sharing creates abundance, that the future is worth building, worth sharing, worth trusting to others, worth beginning again, worth starting over, Worth the simple recognition that ending is also beginning, that breaking is also building, that hope is the only currency that multiplies when spent, the only resource that grows when shared, the only future worth having. Worth building, worth beginning, again and again, as many times as it takes, until it works, until it lasts, until hope becomes reality and reality becomes hope, and tomorrow becomes today, and today becomes enough. Enough to build on, enough to share, enough to trust to others, enough to begin again. If you made it this far, consider hitting that like button and subscribing if you haven't already. Let us know where you're watching from and what time it is. We'd love to hear from you. Thank you for watching. See you in the next one.